on in his words. I I taught wildlife courses in forestry and natural resources in the Department of Punjab Agricultural University and worked on a research project related to forestry, wildlife, and nature. White tiger is still alive in zoos because of me and Dr. Manjit Adinsa. Dissemination of scientific information to common people has been is on my agenda ever since I came to know the importance of scientific information. Just one question, Dr. Sandhu, from me to you. You specialize in entomology, then how you shifted to white tigers?
Actually, Dr. Mamta ji, I was I had a special paper in my master's
Yes,
in entomology, but then
right,
I went to do my PhD in Punjab Agricultural University.
right.
There, I had to choose one of this zoology subjects. Then I
Okay,
chose fisheries under Professor Toor over there, and there
okay,
I did fish culture. And later on, when I got a job, that was in wildlife. I mean,
okay,
teaching of wildlife, and I had no previous experience, but I had just written this paper on white tiger conservation because they were dying out due to inbreeding depression, and that's what we found out when we did the review,
okay.
and only that was one paper I had written about this about wild animals,
Okay.
and I was also working on population of birds, which I was just working. Dr. Manjeet Jeensao was working on birds over there. He was
Okay.
one of the very fine ornithologists. With him, I
Okay.
was working on birds also. So that's why I appeared for that interview and I was selected. Then trained myself into wildlife. And actually, you will be happy to know that we were first to um, what should you say, find wildlife conservation principles of wildlife conservation. That was first time. We had some books written on principles of wildlife conservation, but there was no principle inside them. After reviewing that, a lot of literature, then we wrote a paper containing real principles of wildlife conservation. People must be using that
That,
for
that.
teaching now. That's how
So,
I went there, and
it's so wonderful. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. My apologies. I interrupted in between.
I just guided two students of masters, and then we had to make a decision to migrate to Canada. Unfortunately, I couldn't get
Okay.
a job over here in the field. So,
Yeah.
but for my family, I had to do something else. But
Yeah.
still, science is my first love.
It
And
always be, and it is. I know that very well. And I tell you, what a wonderful resource person you are. You have worked on fisheries, you have worked on birds, you have worked on wildlife, you have worked on white tigers. What better person we can have more than you? You are just
well,
amazing. Trust me. You are
I,
just amazing.
I want to add one more. I had
Yeah. Please go ahead.
worked on amphibians also. Uh,
Wow.
I
So
have,
frog is also untouched.
yeah, it was, I mean, project in our zoology department with Dr. Batish, S.K.
Okay.
Batish over there. I had worked with him, and first time I had seen scavenger frog. At that time, Unfortunately, we couldn't publish that yet because we didn't have lot of time. But we recorded first time that frogs can eat immobile things even. But after that, somebody published about one buffalo species from Brazil that different color fruits that buffalo species was eating. And that was another record, a second record, but our was not published before that. So it's now there. So all these my excursions in different subjects and basic ecology, I think it brought me uh, to a good side of wildlife. I mean, conservation and teaching and research. That's how I feel.
That's really wonderful. That I was just curious to know. So, for the viewers, the session of this keynote address in the technical session would be chaired by Dr. Kalpana Soni. Kalpana Soni is MSc and PhD and serving college education in 1988. Her PhD title is Studies on Certain Aspects of the Effect of Vitamin A on Differentiation of Skin of Bufo melanostinctus. She scored first position in MSc Zoology and was awarded the gold medal for the same. She has 33 years of experience in teaching and research and has amazing track records of teaching in different government institutions during her posting. She has many national and international publications at her credit. She has attended and presented papers in many national and international seminars, workshops, FTPs, webinars. She's a wonderful teacher and a favorite amongst her students. She has an expertise in fish biology. She was awarded for her excellent work in Aadhaar card preparation of the student by District Administration Alwar. At present, she is working as an associate professor and head of the Department of Zoology at Raj Rishi Govt Autonomous College, Alwar. So, I would request Dr. Sandhu to kindly start with the keynote address. So, stage goes to you.
Thank you, Dr. Mamta. My slides are not showing fully and they're a little smaller. How can I increase the size? Can somebody help me? Hello? Are you guys
Yeah,
hearing me?
yeah, Dr. Sandhu, Sheetal is going to tell you what to do. Sheetal, please tell him how to increase the size of the slides. So please wait. He's just trying to enter. We had a
Okay.
light fluctuation here, electricity fluctuations here. So right now, as of now, I'm on my mobile and our systems are collapsed. So this happens. This is how things move here. So we are just trying to get back to our setups. So just bear with us.
It's all right. Just for
Yeah,
fun.
Sheetal is trying to join. I can show you how we
It's
are struggling right now. We all are struggling. So please bear with us.
no, well, that's all right. It's midnight over here,
Yes, good morning,
and
sir.
Yeah, Yeah,
Good,
he is there,
good
sir.
morning. It's midnight over here.
Sir, there is the option of slide on top.
Stop sharing.
No, sir, there is the option of slide.
Uh, I didn't get you what you're saying.
Uh, Excuse me, sir. There is menu of slide, file, edit, view, insert, format, and slide on the top.
Sir, on the top bar, you can see various options. In that, we have an option slide. Just below the heading, use of coal-fire power plants CO2 in greenhouse, below that.
यहाँ से शेयर कर देगा.
Sir, let's do that. We can share your slides, sir. No worries.
हम शेयर कर दें. Sir, we can share. तो stop तो करें. Sir, please stop sharing. मैं कर रहा हूँ. हाँ, कर रहा हूँ.
I did that. Now what to do?
Sir, don't
Wait.
worry. We are sharing for you.
Yeah.
ये ना.
Yeah, it looks okay now.
Okay, sir.
Yes, thank you very
Expect
much.
10% to change.
What's your name, by the way? You are the helper all the time. What's your name?
शीतल गुप्ता.
आपका नाम शीतल है.
I am शीतल गुप्ता, sir.
Thank you very much, Sheetal, Dr. Sheetal.
I am M.Tech in Electronics Communication and B.Tech in IT.
Okay. Yeah, without you, well, there is no doctor over here.
Okay,
So,
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
okay, thank you, Sheetal. Let's start. My topic today, as you know, is use of coal-fired plants carbon dioxide in greenhouses. Greenhouses, you know, are the covered
Select. Share. एक मिनट मुझे दो। Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Can you take me to the first slide, please?
First slide.
Yeah. And as I was saying that by controlling carbon dioxide, which is being produced by our coal-fired power plants, we can hope to reduce carbon dioxide pollution in the atmosphere to a great extent, especially in our countries like China, India, and South Africa, which are, using a lot of coal power plants for their electricity production. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, coal power plant emissions not only produce carbon dioxide, but also produce sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, many types of nitrogen oxide, nitrous oxide, nitrogen dioxide, nitrogen pentoxide also. And little bit of particulate matter also is there in the air, which is causing a lot of problems, even lung problems in people. And then carbon dioxide is main greenhouse gas, fly ash and bottom ash. These are some other products. And when we are taking exhaust gases, if we are taking exhaust gases from the plant, and then we can precipitate even particulate matter and fly ash and bottom ash. Already people have developed methods to contain them, and every pollutant can be reduced. Scientists are actually working to control the toxic exhaust waste gases and other stuff. Ever since they have started using coal for the power plants, even professional engineers like Cameron and Richard, they are working together with the scientists to contain capturing carbon dioxide to use it for different purposes, though not straight from the exhaust of the coal power plants. Can we go to next slide, please? Yeah, this slide I have taken from Poodle and Dunn just to show that how this straight line, this shows the normal plant growth. If this is concentration on the x-axis, we see concentration of carbon dioxide in the greenhouse. This one is normal, which is between 300 to 400, and 400 ppm parts per million. If carbon dioxide amount is only this much, then it goes up to normal plant growth, which you can see outside the greenhouses even. But if it goes down, then carbon dioxide becomes a limiting factor or bottleneck for the plant growth. But if we provide more of carbon dioxide, like up to 1400, 14 or 1600 parts per million, the production, that percentage plant growth can double. It can go up beyond plant normal growth. So it's useful to use carbon dioxide, extra carbon dioxide in greenhouses, and it's possible to do that. So that's why my idea is linking the plant exhaust directly to the greenhouses and using carbon dioxide to more plant growth, and we'll be rather producing oxygen instead of producing pollution of carbon dioxide. Can we go to next slide, please? Yeah, in this slide, this is by Jurek and others, was published in 1984. But here, they showed an interesting thing, that net photosynthetic rate, net photosynthetic rate, net rate means that total production of plant biomass, and then when the plants are respiring, taking in oxygen, that is subtracted from the total growth. So that is net production of photosynthetic rate. Net photosynthetic rate increases with the temperature. If it's normal temperature, ambient temperature, like 25, 30, there is limit to it. But if the temperature increases and with more carbon dioxide, the optimum growth of the optimum temperature for the growth of plants also increases. It can increase up to about 40, at which temperature in normal carbon dioxide presence, there will be no photosynthesis, net photosynthesis. But if we raise the level of carbon dioxide, then the optimum temperature increased even up to 40 degree. It's doing great. So can we go to next slide, please? And one more thing, because when we are using the exhaust from the plant, it's hot also, so there will be no extra expenditure to raise the temperature. We can control the temperature by different purposes, different methods, but there will be no extra expenditure for that. And it's being used in Shan greenhouse in Canada. Right now, I'll show you one slide. And here, this is my infographic, explanation of my idea. Here we have this plant where we are using coal for coal burning to create steam and turning our turbine to produce electricity. And then they pollute with the exhaust, with all the emissions we have talked about earlier. And if we can link the exhaust to these greenhouses, then we can produce clean energy, and instead of carbon dioxide, we can produce oxygen, which will be controlling the pollution and producing good gas. And in the meantime, we can also use other methods by passing this exhaust through different type of solutions and processes. By that we can control particulate matter, sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides, etc. And we will be controlling the polluting substances in a very efficient manner as far as the technology at present is concerned. Can we go to next one, please? Yeah, using advantages of carbon dioxide from coal-fired plants. When we use carbon dioxide, we'll be saving our environmental pollution from excessive carbon dioxide. And then instead we are producing oxygen instead of carbon dioxide. We have enhanced plant growth we can have enhanced plant growth in greenhouses with the carbon dioxide, which is actually in short supply for growing crops, especially in this contained greenhouse type of environment. Then fast growth of tree nursery plants, enabling them to better establish when, like any nursery which we produce like rice nursery or any sort of nursery. We raise nursery because straightway seeding them in the nature is not very successful. When we raise nursery, then they are successful, like whatever is transplanted, whether they are seedlings of the trees or other plants, even rice plants. When we transplant, then there are more chances of successful crop or plant, especially in these slow-growing trees like pine trees and others. They develop very fast if we provide more carbon dioxide, and we can have a more healthy and fast-growing seedlings inside the greenhouses, and then we can hope to transplant them outside when they are healthy. The roots are healthy, the plant is healthy, they'll stand the environmental problems better than otherwise. So it's very useful in tree nursery, growing tree nursery plants. Then the best thing it will be doing for third world countries like India, saving the countries from new huge amounts of investments. If government is thinking of going to other alternate sources, we'll have to look for new investments, which is not easy for countries like us. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Other advantages are oxides of sulfur, nitrogen, nitrogen dioxide, nitrous oxide, nitrogen penoxide, etc. can be controlled also. If we use capturing processes like electrostatic precipitation or this flue gas desulfurization, which have been used by Wu and others, Dr. Wu and others in China. Particulate matter, even mercury is being spit out through exhaust of certain coal plants. We can hope to get that also precipitated with this method. Such processes can achieve up to 80% pollution reduction. This is, discussed by Fode and others. So we can hope to reduce the coal power plants pollution to a greater extent. Next, please. This is one of the engineering solution of getting carbon dioxide right from the atmosphere. And they have installed so many machines and where they extract carbon dioxide from the air itself. And this is also one of the methods where people can hope to control some amount of carbon dioxide, though it's not possible for every country to produce such structures, but it's going on there in USA at least. Next slide, please. This one is Shan greenhouse, which is in Saskatchewan, Canada, and here they are using hot water from the plants. As you know, in Saskatchewan is a prairies province, and it's most of the year it's very cold over there. Right now it's below zero, but they are having these kind of beautiful plants growing inside their greenhouses, big greenhouses, and all the year round. And they provide seedlings free of cost to the people, so they can uh, plant them around their houses or anywhere they like. And but such greenhouses, they are not connected directly for the exhaust of plant, but heat waste, which is also sort of pollution. If we leave the hot water outside, but that hot water is being used over here to grow plants, and in this way that wasted heat is being used. Heat to be wasted is being used in the Shan greenhouse, and they are producing lot of seedlings all the year round over there. Because in Canada, we cannot in this weather climate in Canada is not good for two crops. We can't grow crops all the year round like in India. In India, it is possible. It's noise. Can you please, Dr. Mamta, can you please ask to mute the mics?
Please mute all the participants. Please mute your mic. Thank you.
Thank you. And this, we can only grow one crop in 1 year, that is during the summer. But in greenhouses, it is possible to grow more than one crop. So that's another thing which can be very useful in cold climates wherever in the world we have greenhouses. Can we go to next slide, please? These are some of the references I've used for slides and my article. And next slide, please. And thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer to the best of my ability, and hoping for a greener future if we can work like that. Thank you.
Any questions, please? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sandhu. It was amazing address, and we all know that CO2 is a greenhouse gas, and its contribution in greenhouse effect in raising the temperature of the earth is alarming. It is the most important of the earth long-lived greenhouse gases, which is most important to note. And if the temperature of the earth is increased, all the biomass from the earth will be wiped off, sea levels will rise, and many of our continents would be inside the seawater. It will make our glaciers melt, and all will be over as a life from the earth. So your address is very important, very appropriate in saving the environment. And thank you once again being with us. We appreciate your presence. Thanks, Anand.
Thank you, Dr. Mamta.
Now it's time to start with the technical session 3. Before we start, I would like to remind all the participants that they should join the conference 5 minutes before their designating time, and they should have proper internet connectivity. And I must tell you one more thing, that we give 7 minutes to every participant. The more time you will take, it will be converted into negative marking. So please stick to 7 minutes, because we have long list of participants to present the paper. You should have a good internet connectivity. You should have your PPT in hand. And we will also have a roll call live, which will be done by my coordinator. And you will get to know about your status of presentation from your WhatsApp groups. And of course, we have 2 awards. One is the best paper presentation, and other is best innovation. We have 3 criteria on which presentations will be graded. That is way of presentations, content, and the innovation. So let's start with the technical session. So first presentation is Dr. Jeena KG. She's from Maulana Azad National Urdu University College of Teacher Education, Bhopal. She would be speaking on sustainable development, the revolutionary reforms in education during COVID-19 global crisis. So ma'am, please start your presentation. Dr. Jeena KG. Is she there? Ma'am, if you are not there, we'll shift to next participant. Dr. K. Usha Rani from Government College, and she's also not here. Dr. Kamal Kanwar Rathor, she's there. Dr. Karthikeyan T. Dr. Karthikeyan T from Nimhas, Bangalore. He will be speaking on therapeutic care of neurological complications induced patients with SARS-CoV-2.
Oh, fine.
So,
Shall I share,
please,
madam?
yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, madam. Madam, is it visible? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
Shall I start? Shall I start,
Yes,
sir?
yes, please go ahead.
Yes,
You are very much visible.
yes. Very, very good morning, one and all. My name is Dr. Karthikeyan. I'm working as a researcher at Demands, Bengaluru. This institute is fully funded by Gondia. So, through literature analysis, I have found some of the therapeutic effect for the management of SARS-CoV-2 conditions. My end title is Therapeutic Care of Neurological Complication Induced to Patients with SARS-CoV-2 Indian Experience. So SARS-CoV-2, it is also it came from India in 2020 March. It was identified from India. So this virus name is SARS-2 or COVID-19. SARS-2 means severe acute respiratory syndrome. Chest physical therapy. So there are 5 categories. One is yes, this will be applicable during the non-critical patients, the relaxation technique, which is more help to minimize the symptom and maximize function. The objective, this is a literature analysis, that is also called meta-analysis. The meta-analysis, we have found what are all the line of the physiotherapy management which will help to minimize the symptoms. That is objective of the study. The method, we have found through Google engine, 100 literature we have found. Among the 100 literature, our keyword which is matching, only 20 literature which is matching. The keyword which we have used mainly for pulmonary irritation, physiotherapy, non-critical patients. The lungs automatically prevents the appropriate position is muscular and circulatory system. Chest therapy, we are using, there are therapeutic technique and vibration. Another one is, everybody must be aware to externally how we can induce the air. That is manual hyperinflation, that is also called as bamboo bag. Then I already told you active cycle breathing technique. Active cycle breathing technique, which consists of some series of techniques which helps to mobilize the secretion and also it will help to increase the lung capacity. So, which can be components mainly deep breathing exercise. We ask patient to inhale and exhale by breathe control. Breathe control, it is for breathe control. Technique. This 4, 5. 0 is no muscle contraction, 1 is full range of movements with equalizing gravity, 2 is full range of movements against gravity with resistance, the last one is normal condition. So some of the therapeutic exercise, the patient post COVID, they used to develop some sort of chronic fatigue syndrome. To prevent the chronic fatigue syndrome, some of the exercise I taught, I already put in this PowerPoint presentation, this slide. Especially, we can make the patient lying, sitting, and standing. In lying, some of the exercise like bridging, we ask the patient to lift the hip. Then we ask the patient to sit in the chair, ask them to get up through this way. So this will help to prevent the chronic fatigue syndrome. And the same study which was identified in European one scientist, that he also identified the line of the management, especially some of the literature analysis. His name is Renato. In 2020, he identified there was a critically ill patients which we can perform chest physiotherapy, then followed by early mobilization exercise. It will help to minimizing symptom and maximizing function. So finally, in my study also, I have taken critically non-critical patients. The critically ill patients mainly used for chest physiotherapy, then early mobilization like graded exercise, active movement, passive movement, assisted exercise, resisted exercise, strengthening exercise, intensity spirometer, followed by the post-traumatic stress disorder they used to develop. The post-stress disorder, which is reduced by some of the relaxation technique, mainly we are using, there are 5 techniques. One is progressive muscle relaxation, autogenic training, visualization, biofeedback. This will help to minimizing the symptom and maximizing function. Then finally, I wanted to conclude, both critically and non-critical patients, we can approach some of the therapeutic care, especially Indian-based literature analysis. I wanted to conclude, especially chest physiotherapy, followed by incentive spirometer, then early mobilization like active movement, passive movement, which will help to minimize the symptom. That I wanted to conclude. This is my presentation. Thanks for giving the opportunity to share my knowledge, experience with this COVID management, especially SARS-2, severe acute respiratory syndrome.
Sir, we can't hear you. Have you completed your presentation or are still on with it? I can see the slide conclusion. I think you wish to talk about it, right? I think the internet connectivity at your end is very, very bad. But then he should stop sharing the slides to bring the other participant in.
Now it's fine, madam.
Okay.
Now it's fine,
Yeah,
madam?
better.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shall
yeah,
I show
very
my
fine. We
slides?
can hear you. Yeah,
Yeah,
sure,
yeah.
sure.
So,
Please.
shall I show my slides?
Yes,
Hmm?
please go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So, through this therapeutic care, especially chest physical therapy, then incentive spirometer, then graded exercise with the AFO, these therapeutic care which will help to minimizing symptom and maximizing function of the severe acute respiratory syndrome. The post-COVID, they used to develop some sort of chronic fatigue syndrome. The chronic fatigue syndrome, which is managed through some of the physical therapy approach, especially active range of motion, passive range of motion, active assisted exercise, resisted exercise, strengthening exercise, some of the strengthening exercise which can performed through dumbbells and the medicine ball. And I wanted to conclude this post-traumatic stress disorder, the people used to develop SARS-2 condition, they used to develop some sort of anxiety and depression that is handled through some of the relaxation technique. The relaxation technique which consists of, there are 5 components which is involved. One is progressive muscle relaxation, autogenic training, visualization, biofeedback. This also will help to minimizing symptom and maximizing function of the SARS-CoV-2 conditions. Anything else, madam? Hello.
No, it's okay. With this you complete your presentation, right?
Yes, yes, finished almost.
Yeah, thank you. To stop sharing the screen. Thank you so much
Yes.
for your presence and your presentation. Now we move on to the next speaker,
Speaker.
which
Yeah,
is
thank you.
Yeah, Dr. L. Shanti.
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Dr. L. Shanti is from VET Institute
That
of
not
Arts
very.
and Science, College Erode. She will be working on working conditions and occupational stress on police personnel during COVID-19. Ma'am, please go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good morning, one and all. My topic is working conditions and occupational stress on police personnel during COVID-19. Introduction. Police personnel play a vital role in maintaining the disciplinary and legislative homeostasis of the society. Stress among police personnel is being acknowledged as an international phenomenon of serious concern. In addition to the nature of job, there are numerous other issues like long and unpredictable working hours, constant pressure to perform, accountability, work overload, and noxious physical environment. In India, research work related to stress in police began about a decade back. Media many a time highlights about the impact of occupational stress on physical as well as mental health, which also attracts the attention researchers to study this domain in detail. Review of literature. Next one, objectives of the study. Objectives of the study: to analyze the working conditions of police personnel, to identify the consequent stress of police personnel.
Ma'am, your slides are not visible.
Just wait, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah, please take your time. I just received a message from our judges that slides were love. Only they can see only one slide. After that, there is no slide of yours.
Now visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, very much, very much. Please go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Research methodology, sources of data. The research work is mainly based on primary data collected from the sample respondents through a structured questionnaire. Sampling, a sample of 50 respondents will be taken for analysis based on simple random sampling method from Erode district. Statistical tools for analysis: simple percentage, mean score, weighted average method. These three methods are used for This data concluded analysis and in discussions. Demographic profile of respondents. Majority of the police personnel are married. Most of the police personnel are in the age group of above 40 years. Majority of the police personnel are inspectors. Majority of the police personnel's qualification is undergraduation. Majority of the police personnel live under the nuclear family system. Majority of the police personnel have two dependents in their families. Consequence of stress. Most of the police personnel are like to be affected by health-wise problems like lack of sleep, frequent colds, headaches, etc. Some of them may feel dissatisfied with themselves and some may have difficulty in relaxing in holidays. They may feel that this may occur because of stress. Tables 2 shows the opinion of police personnel consequence of undergo. First one, the mean score is high for the consequence of stress. You have maintaining a healthy weight is first rank is given for it, and second rank is given to the sort with those close to irritable and sort with those close to you. Third rank is given to headaches, viruses or infections. Fourth rank is fourth rank is given to have young time for hobbies or pastimes. Fifth rank is given to disturbing thoughts or fantastic. Sixth rank is given to difficulty feeling confident your decisions. Seventh rank is given to tightness or pain in your shoulders and neck. Eighth rank is given to moody and irritable over inconvenience or delays. Ninth rank is given to dissatisfied with ourselves and our life. Next one, 10th rank is given to answering the phones or avoid social contacts. 11th rank is given to difficulty relaxing on holidays, vacations or time off. 12th rank is given to relaxing on holidays, vacations or time off. 13th rank is given to remembering things. 14th rank is given to last rank. 18th rank is given to difficulty saying no to others. Conclusion. A police personnel plays a very essential role more than anyone does in a society. A good police personnel takes society with him to the regions which are set and he is one of the opens them and let them explore their own and stays with them as a guide. He needs to have command to stay with the society and fills them with a fear which is due to respect and not outstick with he carries. Thank you. Thank you, Anandal.
Thank you so much. Dr. Shanti, you have another presentations, right?
Yes, ma'am. Another one is
Yeah, another one is working conditions of self-financing college teachers.
yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, please go ahead with this presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Screen is audible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible, very much visible.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Next one is working conditions of self-financing college teachers. Introduction. Jobs have always been at least little stressful, included those emotional stresses. The workplace has become increasingly stressful over the last 20 years. The stress at workplace has gained much importance in the minds of stress researchers. Workplace stress can be defined as an emotional state that people experience in situations where they perceive an imbalance between the demand placed on them and their ability to meet these demands. Objectives of the study is to analyze working conditions of self-financing college teachers to know the characteristics of teaching job. Research methodology, sources of data. The research work is mainly based on primary data collected from sample respondents. Sampling method, a sample of 342 respondents will be taken for the analysis based on simple random sampling method adopted from Erode district. Statistical tools used for the analysis, simple percentage method, mean score, weighted average method. Analysis and interpretation, socio-economic profile of sample of teachers. First one, majority of the teachers are females. Most of the teachers are in the age group ranging between 25 and 30 years, showing that they are young in age. Majority of the teachers are married. Most of the teachers are residing in urban area. Majority of the teachers live under nuclear family system. Many of the families have two earning members. Majority of the teachers have more than two dependents in their families. Many of the families have 3 to 4 members in their families. Majority of the teachers' qualification is MPhil. Most of the teachers' salary ranges between 5,000 to 10,000 range. Employment details. Most of the teachers working in the college already have an experience in the same field or any other field. Most of the teachers said that teaching is not their first job. Majority of the teachers' previous occupation is teaching. Low salary is the reason for resigning previous jobs by teachers. Opinion on class strength. Teachers have different opinion on strength of classes handled. That is, first one is most of the teachers have said that undergraduate class strength is 41 to 55. Majority of the teachers have said that postgraduate class strength is up to 25. Most of the teachers satisfied is moderate at undergraduate level. Majority of the teachers satisfaction is moderate at postgraduate level. Type of non-teaching work. Teachers normally have other work apart from teaching in the college. Maintenance of attendance is found to be the prime non-teaching work done by many of the teachers. Convenience of working time. The most of the teacher preparing working time is 10 to 4 p.m. First persons, teachers escape stress mainly by spending few minutes in the day for themselves and by participating in activities with their spouse, parents, close friends, and superiors. Most of the teachers openly speak with work-related problems with their close friends. Preference of colors. Majority of the teachers like blue color. Reason for choosing teaching job. The teaching job is found to be interesting for majority of the teachers. They have assigned first rank to the reason for teaching job is highly interesting. Second rank teaching job is highly challenging. Third rank is given to the teaching job is highly remunerative. Fourth rank is given to the teaching job have lot of lesser hours. Fifth rank is given to teaching job have more holidays. Sixth rank to given to the parents or teachers. Seventh rank is given to could get no other jobs. Characteristics of teaching job. Weighted average ranking method has been followed to rank the characteristics of teaching job. Nobleness of profession is rating first rank. Second rank is given to challenging of nature. Third rank is given to educating students. Fourth rank is given to change to learn more. Fifth rank is given to interaction with students. Sixth rank is given to scope to do work. Seventh rank is given to security of job. Eighth rank is given to recognition of work. Ninth rank is given to salary, and tenth rank is given to promotion policy. suggestions. Continuous classes have to be avoided. There can be one lesser hour between classes. Non-teaching work can be given on a particular day and the classes can be engaged with other teachers. Extra classes after the college timing can be avoided. Coordination among college teachers and management can be made strong by conducting meeting once in a month and arranging family tours on holidays. The approach of the management towards the teachers can be smooth and friendly in nature. Uniform procedures and rules can be followed by the management to all teachers. The salary of the teachers should be revised at regular intervals to meet their needs and demands effectively, and special increments and mementos may given to the teachers in appreciation in their performance. Importance can be given to senior teachers. Pay scale can be raised according to their experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shanti. Let me congratulate you on the topics you have selected. We all know how police personnel has suffered during COVID-19. We have seen them on the TV and the media that what are the sufferings they've gone through. Your topic is very, very nice. Secondly, working conditions. Yes, I would like to talk about it because most of us are academicians and we all know what self-financing teachers who are working in the self-financing institutions, what kind of pressures they go through. So I must congratulate you on the topics you have selected. Okay. There is a one announcement for the participants. You all are requested to send your PPTs on the mail we have mentioned in the environmental toxicol at the rate of visible.com, because one of the judges has just wrote to me to decide on the content, which is the second criteria for the deciding on the best awards. So please share your PPTs there so we can forward it to the judges. Thank you so much. So now we move on the next participant. Dr. Manjumina, are you there? Dr. Mohammed Usman, are you there? Dr. Mohammed Usman? Dr. Meena Maurya? Dr. Meena Maurya, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I am here.
Okay. Dr. Meena Maurya is from SIRT College, Bhopal, UP. And she will be talking about the incidence of fluoride in the groundwater and its potential health effect in villages of Shivpuri district, MP, India. So Dr. Meena, please go ahead with your presentation.
Ma'am, my presentation is visible to you?
Yes, yes.
Okay. The topic of my presentation is incidence of fluoride in groundwater and its potential health effect in villages of Shivpuri district, MP, in India. Fluoride, as we know, it is present in almost all forms of water from trace to high concentrations. Fluoride concentration is a very important aspect of hydrogeochemistry because it has a great impact on human health. And according to WHO, the recommended concentration in drinking water should be 1.5 milligrams per liter only. And fluoride is among the substances for which there is both lower and upper limits. The lower limit is decided to be 0.6 milligrams per liter and upper limit is 1.2 milligrams per liter. Now, if the doses of fluoride is less than 0.6 milligram per liter, it promotes the tooth decay problem in the people who are consuming that water. However, when the concentration is high, it means more than 1.5 milligrams per liter, then it leads to a very deadly problem of tooth, that is dental fluorosis, which is represented by mottled enamels, and excessively high concentration, if it is more than 3 milligrams per liter, then it may lead to another deadly disease of bones, that is skeletal fluorosis. So both of the disease are deadly, and it is only happening due to the presence of less or more concentration of fluoride. So it is a deadly disease. Now, at present, 29 countries are reported to be affected with fluorosis. In India, the problem of fluorosis is more pronounced in Andhra Pradesh, Punjab, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, Bihar, Gujarat, MP and UP. And the severity of this fluorosis, it depends upon the concentration of fluoride in drinking water, daily intake of that water, continuity and duration of exposure and climatic conditions. And one more thing, fluorosis has no treatment. Hence, it is considered to be a deadly disease. Now, what I have done in my this area, in Shivpuri district, this problem of excess fluoride is more prominent, and it has been observed in mainly two blocks, that is Narwar and Karera blocks of Shivpuri district. And generally the problem exists in the hand pumps or dug wells and groundwater. And in those villages, there are only dug wells and hand pumps only as the source of drinking water. So 12 villages were selected from these two blocks for the sampling of potable water. And rainfall and groundwater recharge is the only source of water to them. And the annual rainfall in these areas is near about 1000 mm. More than 30 groundwater samples were collected by me and from various affected villages of Karera and Narwar blocks, and they were analyzed for all the major physical and chemical parameters by using standard methods. EC, pH were measured, TDS was measured, total alkalinity was measured by me, and total hardness contents were also measured, and the fluoride was estimated by using a very well-known method, that is ion selective electrode method. Now, what results I have found? The data from the study area reveals that fluoride content in almost all groundwater samples is more than maximum permissible limit, that is 1.5 milligrams per liter. The result of analysis fluoride are given in the table, that is just I am sharing with you. These are the names of the villages. Hateda, I have collected 3 samples from the village Hateda and found the water content, the fluoride concentration is near about 4.89 ppm. It is more than permissible limit. Then in village Dehreta Sani, Bichi, Phulpur, Baroda, Doni, Gokunda, I have taken the samples from 2 or 3 places in all those villages, and in all the villages it was seen that the permissible limit was exceeded. You can see from the values that are given. And it is being observed by me that the values of pH of the groundwater sample, and that it's seen that the pH of the groundwater sample of the study areas varies from 7.2 to 8.4, and it indicates clearly that alkaline condition is prevailing in the water, and it leads to the dissolubility of fluoride bearing minerals, and this is the cause of the excessive presence of fluoride in these water area, in the water of these area. Then investigations on the fluoride content in groundwater of the affected villages was done, and it was proved that the dental and skeletal fluorosis condition was prevailing. High fluoride content was found in the water resources from the study area from 1.21 ppm to 4.89 ppm, and among 30 groundwater samples that were analyzed, more than 90% of the samples had very high fluoride content than the permissible limit. The highest fluoride content was recorded from a dug well in Hateda village, that is from the Narwar block. Overall prevalence of dental fluorosis was 86%. and the presence and severity of dental fluorosis was recorded in these area. The people are having 0 to 3 grade of dental fluorosis and grade 1 of skeletal fluorosis. And skeletal and dental fluorosis, both of them are very deadly diseases. And the children and the adults both suffer from tooth disorders like mottling of teeth, deformation of ligaments, bending of spinal columns, and early aging problems. You can see the photographs of the villagers who are suffering from dental fluorosis. And this is the photograph that is showing the skeletal fluorosis present in the villages. So again, dental fluorosis. So as a remedial measure, the government has also started a project that is named as Fluorosis Control Project of Shivpuri district, and this defluoridation project, which is based on the Nalgonda technique. In this technique, aluminum salts, lime and bleaching powder are added, which is followed by rapid mixing, flocculation, sedimentation, filtration and disinfection. And one more scheme is started by government, in that the villages who have less fluoride concentration, or you can say accurate fluoride concentration in their waters, the piped water scheme is started from those villages. The villages that are affected by fluoride concentration, the water is being sent. But if we talk about the existing situation, though government has worked so many projects, started so many projects, but still the villagers are totally unaware of the problem. They are illiterate. They don't understand the importance of defluoridated water, and due to laziness, they are in habit of using the fluoride affected water, and hence they are suffering from this fluorosis, dental and skeletal fluorosis. And some negligence of government is also seen. They are not maintaining the defluoridation water plants properly. This is the defluoridation plant that is based at Hatera, and due to ignorance of the government, this is not at all found in working condition. This is the fill and draw defluoridation plant at Fulful. This was found working. And as I told you, the villages which have less fluoride content, the piped water scheme is started, and the water is supplied to the affected villages. But still, due to negligence and ignorance of people, this water is wasted. So the recommendations from my side, the defluoridation plants should be managed properly. Awareness is to be developed in the villages. Poverty should also be eradicated, because the people are very poor in that area. So food rich in calcium, phosphorus is recommended to the population. And if the future boreholes are installed in the villages, so it is suggested that it should be accompanied by the defluoridation techniques that time only. And rainwater harvesting should also be encouraged. So this was the presentation from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Veena Maurya. That was a wonderful presentation, and we all know that how fluoride toxicity is harmful. But the pictures you have shown, and the data you have shared has shaken us badly. And the plants and all which are not in working condition, you can imagine the amount of people are suffering. That was a wonderful topic. Thank you so much for your presentation. Now we have our next presenter with us, Dr. Mini Sharma. Dr. Mini Sharma, are you there? Dr. Moinuddin J. Sheikh from Maharashtra?
Yes, madam. Yes.
He is from Arts and Commerce Science College, Soni, Maharashtra. And Dr. Moinuddin is going to talk about bioaccumulation of heavy metals in the tissues of Labio roheta from Muladam at Rahuri near Ahmednagar, India. So, sir, please share the slides and go ahead with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning to all. I am Dr. Moinuddin Sheikh from Arts, Commerce and Science College, Soni, Maharashtra. I am going to talk about bioaccumulation of heavy metals in tissues of the fish Libio roita from Mura Dam at Rahuri, district Ahmednagar. In aquatic ecosystem, heavy metals are considered as the most important pollutants. Heavy metals are actually non-biodegradable. They cannot be degraded by natural process. They can either be absorbed on sediment particles or accumulated in the body of aquatic organisms. Fish may absorb dissolved elements and heavy metals from surrounding water and food, which may accumulate in various tissues in significant amounts and shows toxicological effects. Fish is generally at the top of aquatic food chain and may concentrate large amounts of some heavy metals from the water. Multiple factors including season, physical and chemical properties of water can play a significant role in metal accumulation in different fish tissues. The gills are directly in contact with water. Therefore, concentration of metal in gill reflects their concentration in water. That is, the heavy metal concentration in water can be reflected from the gills, whereas the fish liver shows the concentration of liver represents the storage of metals in water. How much storage it can be done? It is from the liver. What method and material I have used? Water samples and fish samples of the fish Labioroita were collected from 3 different sites of Mura Dam near Rauri district Ahmednagar. Site 1 was near the wall of dam, whereas second and third sites were 500 meters distance away respectively from the site 1. Site water samples were collected at 50 centimeter below the surface using 1 liter polythene bottle with screw caps. The water samples were acidified immediately after collection by adding 5 ml of nitric acid to minimize absorption of heavy metals on the walls of the bottles. Water samples were analyzed in UV spectrophotometer for detection of heavy metals. Samples of 3 fish, that is Labioroita, of nearly equal size and weight were dissected to remove muscles, gills and liver. The separated organs were put into petri dish to dry at 120 degrees centigrade. The organs were placed into digestion flask and concentrated nitric acid and hydrogen peroxide were added. The digestion flasks were then heated to 130 degrees centigrade until all the material were dissolved. Digest was diluted with double distilled water. The heavy metals like cadmium and chromium were assayed using spectrophotometer. The bioaccumulation, actually what is bioaccumulation factor? It is the ratio between the accumulated concentration of a given pollutant in any organ and its dissolved concentration in water. It is how it is calculated. It is calculated by dividing concentration of heavy metals in fish organs by the heavy metal concentration found in the water. These are the results which I found. Heavy metal concentration in the water sample, that is cadmium and chromium. You can see the amount of cadmium was more than chromium. The regional mean was 0.0069 milligram per liter of water, whereas chromium was 0.059 milligram per liter of water. Actually, the World Health Organization has the given limit for the drinking water, that is cadmium was 0.005 and chromium is 0.05. So both we can see the heavy metal concentration is regional mean is above the World Health Organization limit for the drinking water. Second table shows concentration of cadmium and the bioaccumulation factor in the different tissues of Labioroita, that is the gills and liver. All the 3 sites, the regional mean of cadmium in the gill was 1.51 milligram per kg of dry weight, whereas The regional mean of cadmium in the liver was 1.79. Actually, the World Health Organization limit for the fish tissues is 2.0 milligram per kg of dry weight for the in the gills and liver. So both the values which I got is less than the World Health Organization limits. The third table is concentration of chromium and bioaccumulation factor in different tissues. The regional mean we can see 2.74 is found in the gills, whereas 3.11 is found in the liver. World Health Organization has given the limit for fish tissues for chromium is 2.8 in gills as well as in liver. So the gills shows somehow less amount, but the chromium found in the liver is higher than the World Health Organization limits. It was found that concentration of cadmium and chromium in both the tissues of fish were several times higher than their concentration in water. Cadmium shows highest bioaccumulation factor, that is 280 in the liver, and lowest, that is 208 in gills. Comparatively, bioaccumulation of chromium is lower than cadmium. However, the lowest values of bioaccumulation factor were recorded in gills. Bioaccumulation factor gives an indication about the accumulation efficiency for any particular pollutant in any fish organ. The results suggested the loss of homeostatic capacity of fish and a chronic metal exposure leading to the bioaccumulation. What are the conclusions? The results of this study supply valuable information on the metal contents in water sample and fish organs of the river Mula at Mula Dam. Fish liver exhibit highest tendency to accumulate both cadmium and chromium. The bioaccumulation of chromium in gill and liver is beyond the standard limit of World Health Organization. The result indicates that the heavy metal contamination definitely affects the aquatic life of the freshwater fish. Hence, a scientific method detoxification is essential to improve the life in these economically important fishes in any stressed condition, environmental condition. Thank you. The organization committee, I'm especially thankful.
Thank you, Dr. Sheikh. First of all, apologizing for now pronouncing your name differently. You must understand that we have people from 23 countries, and we are not well versed with every name we are getting. Sometimes we are just struggling to even pronounce the names. So my apologies. Secondly, being a toxicologist myself, let me congratulate you. The topic you have selected, and we both know very well that bioaccumulation and biomagnification is something that humans are most suffering from. And I think Labioroid, I'm not a non-vegetarian, but as far as I know, Labioroida is one of the most eaten fishes.
Edible fish, yes.
Yeah, yes. Edible fish. So we can imagine that how humans are being contaminated with the heavy metals.
Yes.
So this is amazing. Can I ask you one question?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not a judge, but I want to ask one question. What are the technique you have used for the estimation of heavy metals?
The samples were collected.
Yeah.
Tissues were dissected. Actually, the fish was dissected.
Yeah.
The gills, then hepatopancreas, even the muscles.
And then go ahead.
It was made dry in the form of powder.
Okay.
Then it was assessed against the under UV spectrophotometer for the standard.
Okay. And your data is in the form of ppb or ppm?
No, milligram per liter for water. Whereas for the cadmium and chromium, it was milligram per kg of weight of the fish.
Okay.
That's I weighted the fish which I have collected I have taken weight of complete fish, whole fish.
Can I ask you one humor question? What is the biggest fish you have ever met during this work?
Biggest?
Most big fish you have come across during this work? I just want to know that.
This labio,
Yeah.
this fish, it was about 1.750 or around 2 kg.
2 kgs, around 2 kgs.
Yes,
Thank you,
yes.
Dr. Mohiuddin J. Sheikh. I think I'm pronouncing it better
Yeah,
now.
yes, right, madam, right.
Thank you so much for your presentation. A little humor adds, it brings life to the conference. So it was just a
Yes,
simple,
yes,
casual
yes.
talk. Thank you so much once again. Now we have Dr. Mofida. Is she around? Dr. Mofida? So now we have Dr. Muthu Kudan. Dr. Muthu Kudan.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Muthu Kudan. So, Dr. Muthu Kudan,
Muthukudan Vairamuthu.
Vairamuthu, thank you so much
Yes,
for
ma'am.
helping
Yes.
me out.
Yes,
He's
ma'am.
from
Yes, ma'am.
Government Arts and Science College, Shivkashi, Tamil Nadu, India. I would request all the participants, please keep your mic on the mute mode. Dr. Muthu Kudan Vairamuthu is from Government Arts and Science College, Shivakashi, Tamil Nadu, India. And he's going to talk about photocatalytic performance of biogenic synthesis of silver nanoparticles decorated with
Yes, ma'am.
Glumetum Bukham. I don't know how to pronounce it. Gandhi leaves extract using antimicrobial activity. So, sir, please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Slides is visible, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Very good morning to all of you. Myself is Dr. M. Vairamuthu, Department of Botany, Government Arts and Science College and Sivakasi. My presentation topic, photocatalytic performance of biogenic synthesis of silver nanoparticles decorated with Sigesium latum, Gandhi leaves extract using antimicrobial activity. First of all, deeply introduction. The Sigesium latum belong to the family Viridaceae. The leaves are used powder and against stomatitis. The bark is against used for the making of mouthwash and tooth. The nano-sized silver nanoparticles have found tremendous applications in the field of high sensitivity biomolecular detection and diagnostics, antimicrobials,
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Please speak in a very keep some spaces between the words because I just got a message from my judge that they are not
yeah,
able to
okay,
understand.
ma'am, okay, ma'am.
Speak very slowly,
Then,
and we
okay.
will give you enough time. Don't worry, we will not stop you in between.
Okay. The silver nanoparticles AGNPS is one of the most common nanomaterials in the field of antioxidant and antimicrobial activities. My objectives here we are reported for the green method via synthesis of age-doped Sigesium latum leaves extract for the first time, best of our other. The prepared AGNPS were characterized by UV, SEM, Xrd, FTR, TLS, zeta potential and ERAX. The spectrum of the phytochemical analysis were screening of the zeta potential and the Sigesium latum leaves extract and synthesized nanoparticles and hence the antimicrobial activity and the antioxidant activity. The advantages of biological method having tightly controlled and highly reproducible synthesis and biocompatible particles, the avoidance of the toxic surfactants or organic solvents. The description of the plants, Sigesium latum, it the genus Sigesium and species latum, Sigesium latum, Gandhi leaves extract. Materials and method. For the synthesis of silver nanoparticles, Sigesium latum, Gandhi leaves collected from Sadrigericles, podigai, and the extract was used for the reducing and capping agent. The silver nitrates and Muller-Ginton agar medium was purchased from Hymedic Chemicals. The method was plant extract and synthesized silver nanoparticles. The plant extract having Sigesium latum leaf extract 20 gram powder to make up in 100 ml of water of orbital shaker at 115 rpm for 12 hours. And synthesized silver nanoparticles having 20 ml of aqueous leaves extract of Sigesium latum and 100 ml of 1 millimolar silver nitrate solution mixer and stirring with 120 rpm at 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. The experimental, the indicates of the silver nitrate solution softer in 10 ml of plant extract to produce dark brown indicates the color change from pale yellow to dark brown, which indicates the synthesized silver nanoparticles. The UV visible spectroscopy, the figure shows A represent the SBR band resonance at 280 nanometer and corresponding to the P indicates the SBR band response at 420 nanometer attribute the synthesized silver nanoparticles. And then FTR spectrum, the spectrum of the FTR synthesized silver nanoparticles from the leaves extract of Zygesium laetum for the reduction of silver ions into the AgNPS, shown the absorption band wavelength region at 400 to 4000 centimeter minus 1. The strong peak position at the 3423.65 centimeter minus 1 to attributed in OH stretching of alcohol and phenols. This is the antimicrobial flowchart. When the antimicrobial activity of synthesized silver nanoparticles and Zygesium leaves extract, the antimicrobial activity of synthesized AgNPS from the leaves extract of Zygesium laetum with the reference of streptomycin in 100 mg, the highest zone of incubation against gram-positive bacteria as well as Bacillus subtilis, Streptococcus fecalis, the measurement of the 15 millimeter and the lowest zone of incubation as well as fungal one Candida albicans in 10 millimeter. Then DLS and zeta potential analysis of synthesized nanoparticles. The TLS size distribution image of the biosynthesized silver nanoparticles. It is observed that the size distribution of AgNPS range from 10 to 15 nanometer. The distribution of AgNPS ranges from the calculated average particle size of the distribution synthesized silver nanoparticles. The found sharp it big at minus 40.9 MB. The negative value contrasts the repulsion of the particles and proves that the very stable. The figure shows the antimicrobial activity of various microbial pathogens as well as gram-active, gram-negative and the fungal one. Now, same with EDOX, the crystal-like appearance of the synthesized silver nanoparticles morphology is clearly observed in the average length of 20 mm diameter from 20 kV in the nanoparticle size 36 nanometer. And now EDOX, to compare with the EDOX, the elemental analysis of the present in the prepared synthesized silver nanoparticles were analyzed by the EDOX. The strong peak observed at the 3 keV, the synthesized nanocomposite, the silver and the chlorine and the carbon. Now, the spectrum of the Xrd, the synthesized silver nanoparticles was characterized by the Xrd analysis. The Xrd pattern is crystalline nature. In condition, it should Bragg reflection big at 111, 200, 220 and 31 plane. The planes were attributed in the 2 theta values range from 40, 44, 62 and 68 respectively. The diffraction big at Ag metal with standard ICDD data card file number 652871. Now, the photocatalytic activity performance of the first we have synthesized silver nanoparticles, the high peak position at the 50 minutes and the application of silver nanoparticles. The nanoparticles having various applications, non-linear optics, medicines and electronics, catalysis and microelectronics. Now conclusion, the present study included the bioreduction of silver ions through the medicinal plants extract and testing of antimicrobial activity. The silver ions exposed to extract, the synthesis of silver nanoparticles were confirmed by the color change from the plant leaves extract of Zygesium laetum. Thus, the result indicated the silver nanoparticles have a good antimicrobial activity against different microorganisms. And this is the first report on degradation of amorti methyl orange dye using AgNPS as a catalyst. Hence, it is the synthesis process may be green method by a large scale production of nanoparticles. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muthukudan Vairamuthu. We appreciate your presentations and your time. Now we move on to the next presenter, Dr. N. Radha. Are you there, Dr. N. Radha? Dr. N. Radha? Okay. She's from Alagappa Government Arts College, Tamil Nadu, India, and she's going to speak on onion-induced fluorescence quenching of various aromatic aminofluorophores. Ma'am, please go ahead with your presentation. Dr. N. Radha, are you presenting? You are in the meeting and we can see you, but we don't know, are you presenting or you are not presenting? Let's move to the next. Dr. Nannu Shafaktullah from Bangalore University.
Yes, ma'am.
He is going to speak on the isolation and characterization of probiotic bacteria from sheep milk and evaluation of their antagonistic effect on the pathogen. So, Dr. Shafaktullah, please go ahead with your presentation.
Yes, thank you. Good morning to all.
Good morning.
Dr. Nannu Shafaatullah from Bangalore University, Karnataka. Here I am going to present a small research topic on isolation and characterization of probiotic bacteria from sheep milk and evaluation of their antagonistic effect on pathogens. So in introduction, these probiotics, these are the live microorganisms which we administer or when we intake, they're going to give a health benefit to the individual. And these probiotics, we have varieties of genus, including the Lactobacillus, Lactococcus, Bifidobacterium, Pediococcus, and so on. So they have got a special property like survival, proliferation, and colonization in the intestine. They don't have any pathogenic effect, no immune reaction on the individual or the consumers. There's no allergic effect. There is no mutagenic effect or carcinogenic effect on this organism. And we have isolated around 6 probiotic organisms, that is Lactobacillus brevis, Lactobacillus acidophilus, Lactococcus lactis, Streptococcus thermophilus, Leuconostoc mesendroides, and Lactobacillus ferment. And these organisms have shown a good probiotic properties. So in the strain isolation and identification, what we have done is we have purchased a sheep milk, fresh milk we have procured from the local vendors and cultured on the specific media, that is the MRS media. Then the identification of these organisms have been done. Initial identification has been done on morphological characteristics. Then we have done the biochemical characteristics, and finally we use the molecular characterization technique, that is the 16S rRNA sequencing, to finally identify the organism. So in the result is the result of morphological, physiological, as well as the biochemical investigation of all those 6 isolates. This is a carbohydrate utilization pattern. So this can be used for the initial identification of the organism. Then physiological characteristics. So we have seen their tolerance in the maximum NaCl concentration. So this can be used for the storage purpose. So when you're using this probiotics in any food, so when there is increase in the concentration of NaCl, we have to see whether this organism they can survive or not. Then you have seen their temperature as well as the pH sensitivity. Again, it is helping for their storage as well as the processing purpose. Then the important one is to identify their probiotic properties, and these probiotic properties have been evaluated according to the guidelines of ICMR as well as WHO. So in this we have done their acid tolerance. So because since we are intaking this organism, they have to tolerate, or they should survive in the stomach. So in that acidic condition, we have checked their survival ability at pH 3 and pH 2. So they have given a good survival ability. Then the bile tolerance, again, this organism have shown a good tolerance in the bile concentration. So everything we have done in vitro test. Bile salt hydrolase activity has been done. So this will help to reduce the cholesterol level by using this probiotic organism. So they have shown a good bile tolerance activity, bile hydrolase activity. Gastric juice tolerance activity has been done to identify whether they can survive for a longer period in the intestinal tract. So they have shown a good gastric juice tolerance. Then you have studied about their intestinal juice tolerance. Also here also for about 6 hours studied their survival ability in the intestinal juice, and they have survived around 80 to 90% survival has been seen in the intestinal juice also. Then auto-aggregation help for these organisms to colonize in the intestine, because since we are intaking the organism, they should survive or colonize in the intestine for a longer period. So in the auto-aggregation, we have seen a good colonization, auto-aggregation property of this organism. And co-aggregation, so help to eliminate the pathogenic organisms which are present in the intestine. So here also in the co-aggregation, we have seen their good effect on the pathogenic organism. Adhesion is helping for this organism to stick to the intestinal wall for longer periods. So here again you have seen their adhesion properties. Hydrophobicity, again helping for this organism to survive in the intestinal tract for longer period. Then antibiotic susceptibility of this probiotic organism has been identified. So this helps to see whether this organism can survive in the antibiotics. So along with the when we are intaking the antibiotics, so what is going to happen to this organism, the beneficial organism, whether they are going to die or they are going to survive. So that has been found by using this antibiotic susceptibility activity. Then finally, we have done the antimicrobial activity of this organism. So that is an important one to show whether they can eliminate the pathogenic organism which are present in the intestinal tract. Then antimicrobial property in that bacteriocin, lactic acid and hydrogen peroxide activity has been seen. So they have shown good bacteriocin activity also. Then lactic acid production by this organism helping for again elimination of the pathogens from the system, and hydrogen peroxide production. So again it is helping to give antagonistic effect on the pathogenic organism. So in conclusion, we see that all these isolates exhibit desirable properties as potential probiotic strains, including the resistant to bile acid, bile J environment, auto-aggregation, co-aggregation, and addition to the epithelial mucosa. And because of this lactic acid production, bacteriocin production, and the production of hydrogen peroxide, which provide the probiotics increase anti-pathogenic activity. So we finally can say that.
Sorry to interrupt, but from your slides are not moving. Are you moving your slides?
Yes.
None of them has moved. I am on the first. That's why I'm coming and seeing it's the first slide only.
Okay.
शीतल, ये देखो slides move नहीं हो रही है? Come over. Now it's moving. Now it's moving.
Oh, because already I reached to conclusion.
This
is the first slide.
Yeah, you can just talk a bit. Yeah.
This is about the introduction. So in this we have isolated 6 different organisms. Then I have done about the strain isolation and identification. The sheep milk has been taken and morphological identification has been done. Biochemical identification, physiological characteristics, and molecular identification has been done. And this is the result of morphological, physiological, and biochemical identification. This is about the carbohydrate utilization pattern of the organism. This the physiological characteristics of the organism, where they have shown tolerance to the NaCl concentration about 8 to 10% of NaCl tolerance. Temperature as well as the pH tolerance you have seen. So this is the result of temperature as well as the pH tolerance, which is helping for processing purpose of this organism. Then probiotic properties of the organism has been studied. So in this acid tolerance we have done. So the acid tolerance we have studied in pH 2 as well as the pH 3, and these organisms have shown good tolerance to the acidic condition. Bile tolerance has been studied of the organism. Then bile salt hydrolase activity of the organism has been studied. This organism shown good activity. The +1 and +2 means it has shown a moderate bile salt or hydrolase activity. And gastric juice activity has been studied at pH 2 and pH 3. Intestinal tolerance has been studied in pH 8, and the study has been done for around 6 hours, and we have seen a good survival rate of these organisms. Then auto-aggregation, so here also they have shown good survival rate. And co-aggregation helping for elimination of the pathogenic organisms. Then adhesion property of this organism, which is helping for organisms to remain attached to the intestinal tube. They have shown good adhesion property also. Then hydrophobicity. Then we have seen the antibiotic susceptibility property of this organism. They have shown the last organism has shown good resistance to the antibiotics. In antimicrobial property we have studied. Then the antimicrobial compounds produced by this organism. So we have seen the bacteriocin activity, lactic acid production by the organism, and the last one was hydrogen peroxide produced by the organism. So in total I can say that this all isolates exhibited
పైన ప్రోబయోటిక్స్ చదివితే కింద స్టడీ ఉంటుంది.
And finally we can see this the bacteriocin production as well as the production of hydrogen peroxide, which provided a good increased antipathogenic activity to the organism. And these are my references, and thank you.
I would request everyone to be on mute except the speaker. Mute karo, mute her.
Thank you.
అయిపోయింది మా ఇంకా ఉన్నాయి నేనా అవన్నీ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తుంది.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam, you are mute.
My apologies. Dr. P. Uma Maheshwari, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Okay, so we have a next speaker, Dr. P. Uma Maheshwari.
Yes, ma'am.
Sona College of Arts and Science, Tamil Nadu. She's going to speak on a study investigated the impact of digital banking in India on the COVID-19 pandemic. Ma'am, please go ahead with the presentation. Dr. P. Uma Maheshwari.
Yes, ma'am, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Is this visible, ma'am?
Yes, but we can see just a flower.
Is the screen is visible, ma'am?
Yeah, screen is visible. There is a flower on it. So you can start your presentation.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Good morning to everyone present here. So this is Dr. P. Uma Maheshwari, Assistant Professor of Statistics, Sona College of Arts and Science, Salem, Tamil Nadu. So today I am going to present the topic on a study investigator, the impact of digital banking in India on the COVID-19 pandemic. So today the objectives are going to discuss the abstract, introduction, review of literature, objectives of the study, research methodology, finding of the study, suggestions, conclusions, and references. So the abstract is this: in this first case, COVID-19 pandemic is with prospective and severe implications of people's health. So this is a huge problem for our multicultural, economic and healthcare programs. So the pandemic COVID-19 has greatly affected the digital banking market. In the wake of COVID-19, in the rise of online banking activity and the decrease in trips and brick of mortar branches as the current pandemic has posed online banking. So the current pandemic has posed on online banking customers who had once resisted adopting digital banking apps as their new default and moving towards cashless economy. So this can be achieved by the use of debit, credit cards, ATMs, mobile banking, and electronic payment systems such as NEFT, RTGS. So this study based on secondary data and in analytical, the present paper attempts to know the comparative study of COVID-19 impact on digital banking performance in India. So This introduction is banks play a crucial role in economic growth since their evaluation, increasing technical advancement and creating innovation technologies allows banks to move from conventional bank to e-financial. So it should have the same functions as the head office, branch office, online service, bank cards, ATM, POS machines. So this covers activities such as money deposits, withdrawals and transactions, cash checking, financial software delivering, debit processing, bill pay, banking services. So customers who are extremely pleased with their digital experience are 2.5 times more likely than who are marginally happy to open new accounts in their current bank. They're also less price sensitive and produce more favorable word of mouth. So, for example, a survey recently revealed that 35% of consumers had increased use of online banking since COVID-19 crisis, with 17% claiming to have all the facility before the pandemic as well. So around the same time, 30% of customers have explained their use internet payments with a substantial growth of 11% usage of phones across the way. Automated banking infrastructures and truck distribution will continue business despite of the COVID-19 pandemic. So these are all the review of literature. A brief literature study on the research work is carried out in the articles such as Poskovas, Sharma, Rathi, Anthony Rahul Golden, Dr. Arunanso Giri, and Inspector Paria. So objectives of the studies are a comparative study of digital transaction of RTGS and NEFT, analysis of the usage of digital banking in COVID-19, awareness of the digital banking in the pandemic. So these are the research methodology I have used. The study is based on the secondary data collected from the various bulletins from the RBI and research articles publications from the Government of India and authenticated websites. Various studies of the subjects have been referred in this study. So first, let's see the automatic teller machine, that is ATM. I had completed a comparative study on ATM transactions. So this figures exhibits month-wise ATM transactions, and that shows the before COVID-19 there is a decrease of 41% of the month of August to December, and the increase of 59% of the month of June to May. In the POS, that is point of scale, a comparative study has been studied. So in this figure shows the decrease of 41% of the month in the August to December, and the increasing in the month of 59% in the month of January to May. Then the NEFT. NEFT in the sense National Transfer of Electronic Funds is a national-wide payment system that facilitates one-to-one transfer of funds. Individual firms or corporates holding bank branch accounts can use NEFT to transfer funds. Even those individuals who don't have the bank account can also deposit cash with instruction to transfer funds using NEFT at the NEFT enabled branches. So this picture shows the monthly transaction. There is an increase in the month of March and gradually reduced in April. So the study shows that before COVID-19 there is a decrease of NEFT in the transaction of increase in this March. Then RTGS. RTGS stands for Real-Time Gross Settlement System, which can be described as the transfer system in which transfer of money takes place on a real time and gross basis of the one bank to another. Through RTGS, the transfers are constantly conducted on a one-to-one basis during operating hours of RTGS. So this figure shows that which predicts a month-wise RTGS transaction. There is an increase in the month of January and the decrease in the month of April. The study shows that before COVID-19 there is a decrease and then RTGS in the increase of the month of January. Mobile banking uses mobile phones to access bank accounts, receives debit, credit, alerts and statements via SMS. Checks balance and recent transaction by browsing a simple mobile website, conducted basic operations through a menu, or transfers funds, pay bills using a smartphone applications. Mobile can fundamentally change the experience of retail banking and strengthen the relationship between client and bank. So this picture shows in the month-wise banking users, there is an increase in October in this month of decrease in the month of April. So next finding of the study is with an anytime, anywhere banking, the number of customers has increased for banks. As every transaction is being maintained electronically. Human error is calculations and record keeping is reduced and likely to generate reports. The study the data at any point for the various purposes. Digital banking is a safe means to handle financial transaction and the alternative of paying by credit or debit card through online wallets in the much safer options. The usage of ATM POS is decreased before COVID-19 as 41% and the increase after the COVID-19 as 59%. So the transaction of NEFT before COVID-19 is decreased than after COVID-19, and the transaction RTGS before COVID-19 is decreased than other COVID-19. Discover the how banks are responding to the challenge of COVID-19 with a more digital data available in banks. They can take a data-driven dynamic decision by using digital analytics that benefits both customers and banks. So these are all the suggestions I have made. So banks should educate and promote the use of digital banking services during COVID-19 and help to increase more technology adoption. So banks should provide resources like online tutorials and those with telephone support, as well as increase the remote support options available to resolve doubts and queries. So seminars and workshops should be organized by the banking professionals on the healthy utilization of e-banking services. So, compared to the global norms, consumers should be assured of the confidentiality on all transactions with technological adoption. So, this is my finally I conclude. The COVID-19 crisis is now impacting the banking and payment industry. The pandemic will influence in future demand and provide insight into the right approaches for sustaining consumer loyalty in the environment. The steps have taken by RBI or introduced and temporary. So far, they have been very successful in stabilizing an uncertain financial market situation. As COVID-19 continues to spread, the both borrowers and lenders should take appropriate steps to fulfill such obligations promptly. RBI may consider introducing a much talked COVID-19 board console. In the current situation, incentivizing digital transfer further may approach appropriated option despite the also projected to decline dramatically before the COVID-19 vaccine is produced. Nonetheless, consumers do need more banking facilities and only basic in-branch facilities, since not all consumers can turn to the digital platform overnight. So with the improved protection accessibility of digital platform, it acted as a guide of the modern business model developing management consumer relations with the aid of ever-changing technologies that have become part of and parcel of human lives today. So these are all my references have been made, and thank you so much. So I have one more presentation, ma'am.
Yeah, you have another presentation, the study
Yes,
on
ma'am.
online education in the new
Yes, ma'am.
sustainable development era. Ma'am, I would request you to be a bit brief in your presentation because you exceeded the time in the previous one as well. So please be brief in
Okay,
your
ma'am.
presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. This screen is visible, ma'am. Hello, is the screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, very well. Please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am.
But we can see good morning and a flower. So if that is your presentation, we can
Yes,
see.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. So, myself, Dr. Uma Maheshwari, Assistant Professor of Statistics, Sona College of Arts and Science, Salem, Tamil Nadu. So, my study is a study on online education in the new sustainable development era. So, today the objectives are going to discuss in this presentation. The abstract, introduction, review of literature, materials and methods, discussion, conclusions, and references. So let's start with the abstract. Based on the findings of work done during the first wave of the COVID-19 epidemic, the research addresses the topic of evaluating the efficiency of the online distance learning format. The goal of the article is to identify unique issues that students from diverse educational backgrounds confront, and including natural sciences and humanitarian studies. The article's methodology is based on systematic approach and involve both conventional scientific procedures, for example, analysis, synthesis, deduction, and induction, and specific approaches, the method of sociological study as well as the method of statistical analysis are all used in the analysis of the content of scientific literature on the research topic. So this study is based on the finding of work done during the first wave of the COVID-19 epidemic. The essay is devoted to the subject of analyzing efficiency in the online distance learning process. The purpose of this article is to identify specific issues that students from diverse educational backgrounds confront, including natural science and humanitarian science. The purpose of this article is to review the scientific literature on the research issue and to provide the finding of the author's empirical research with two groups of respondents. The article's methodology is based on systematic approach and includes group of general scientific methods as well as the special methods, a content analysis of specific literature on the research topic, sociological research method, and statistical analysis. So the relevance of the research topic is due to the fact that the conditions of the distance learning in the Indian education system. So simultaneously, certain assessments of the experience of the online learning during the early stages of the epidemic have already surfaced in the scientific community, and many academics have found that this format for mass education has more drawbacks and advantages. One of the major issues raised by domestic analysts, teachers, and university professors in the compatibility of the online format with the specifics of certain subjects. So this analysis of scientific literature conducted as part of the research topic revealed that in general the humanities is more adaptable to mass online learning. So these are all my review of literatures. A brief literature study on the research work is carried out in this article. So these issues on online learning are examined in works of authors such as Chu, Ami, Olezo, Tamalo, Rakshit, and foreign history, despite the fact that there is a lot of study on online learning in both domestic and foreign science, there aren't enough empirical studies. So the objective of this paper is give the empirical gathered fact to fill the historiographic gap. So materials and methods. The research methodology follows a synthetic systematic approach and includes both general scientific methods and a number of specialized methods such as historiographic analysis of scientific literature, sociological research, and statistical analysis. The neural designer program, which is a tool for advanced descriptive and diagnostic analytics, which is used to process all the data gathered throughout the empirical research. The research material consisted of the students' responses of two specially designed questionnaires on the issues and benefits of the online learning. A total 170 people were surveyed, 85 humanitarian and 85 students pursuing natural sciences. because the traditional field sociological study is empirical. The setting of the COVID-19 outbreak, the poll was done on various social study networks. The study was done before August 1, 2021. So next is our discussion. This figure shows the total results for two sets of respondents: 84 students in the natural science stream and 84 students in humanities. It is based on the compilation of the specifics of the fields of study based on the results of the student survey. So based on the findings of figure, which students of the natural sciences do not rank online learning very highly during the first wave of the pandemic, and the 10 questions of the questionnaire were given in the average score. At the same time, the only advantage of this training style was the students only valued originality with which the educational material was presented, honoring the professors and efforts during the difficulty period of distance work. The students identified the following issues: the format of incompatibility with the special characteristics, as well as a lack of link between the knowledge obtained the real world applications in the future. So next we came to the conclusion point. So university curriculum must be revised to adjust the load in the online format for a small group work rather than the lecture halls, when the holding online classes and offering assignments on the nature of the students can complete them completely according to the video instructions. It is vital to take into account of the specifics of the specialty itself. In the context of a pandemic, the questions of utility of seminars in the natural science sector of the education arrived, which has yet to resolve. The humanitarian profile is more adaptable to the online format of the education due to the specifics of academic disciplines themselves. Despite some problems of Oath's history, specialties as noted in the Indian historiography, the finding of this empirical investigation will of course require further verification in terms of applying the online format of disciplines with various fields and profiles. Thank you. These are all the references I have referred for this article. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation. There is one announcement for the presenters. See, we have a 50 presentation in this technical session, and we have made the list alphabetically. One or two changes we can entertain, but if out of 50, 20 are asking a change and other people are resisting to it, how can we change? So my apologies to all of you. We will not be able to do any change from now onwards. We will go alphabetically, serial-wise, the list we have published. Thank you so much, and thank you for your understanding. So we move to Dr. Navdeep Kumar from Layalpur Khalsa College, Jalandhar, Punjab. Sir, are you there? Dr. Navya Anthony? Dr. Neha Dikshit?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
So now we have Dr. Neha Dikshit from University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. She would be talking about sustainable development and legal protection of environment in India through judicial activism and appraisal. Ma'am, please go ahead with your presentation.
Ma'am, slide is visible?
Yes, ma'am, very much. Go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. My topic, good morning to everyone. My topic for presentation is sustainable development and legal protection of environment in India through judicial activism and appraisal. I would like to start with introduction. The ecosystem is consist of both biotic and abiotic factor. Nature treats all her children equally, but the human misuse the nature for its benefit. To protect the nature, the legal fraternity is continuously making efforts for protection of the nature. In 1972, the then Prime Minister addresses the United Nations Conference on Human Environment at Stockholm, Sweden, 1972, which is also known as the Stockholm Declaration. At the Stockholm Declaration, the first attempt at the international level of focusing on human interaction with the environment was made. India is a signatory to Stockholm Declaration. Based on that, the constitutional amendments were made in the year 1976, 42nd Amendment, wherein the Article 48A, Article 51A, and entry 17A, 17B in the concurrent list, and Schedule 7 was made. After the above constitutional amendment, the various environment legislation were enacted by the Parliament, namely the Water Act, Air Act 1981, Forest Conservation Act 1980, the Environment Protection Act 1986, the Biological Diversity Act 2002, National Green Tribunal Act 2010. In the preambles of these acts, an attempt has been made to control the pollution of the water bodies from the toxic pollutions. And air pollution due to the vehicles industries are causing the fall in the quality of air index. It leads to the climate change, global warming, and ozone depletion. These disasters are unending, and in the past we have seen the accidents like Bhopal gas disaster 1984. Now the next slide is about the sustainable development. The concept of sustainable development means responsible development. It is the development of human race and society without compromising the environment and its associated elements. It is the development that is inclusive development that reaches all sections of the society. It is the development that benefits all the sections of the society and is not at the cost of the earth ecology. In 1987, the United Nations released the Birthland Report, which included the definition of the sustainable development as sustainable development is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future to meet their own need. According to the same report, the above definition contained within the two key concepts, the concept of the need in particular and the essential need of the world's poor, and the idea of limitation imposed by the state on the technology and social organization on the environment ability to meet the present and the future need. This means the need of all the sections of the society, particularly the underprivileged, are to be fulfilled without threatening the earth biodiversity. At the global level, internationally, the constructive actions by the countries began with the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment in Stockholm in 1972. This led to a Stockholm Declaration and Action Plan with over 100 recommendations on the consequences of unrestrained growth, environment assessment, management, and support measure. The Stockholm slogan was "Only the One Earth." This was precursor of the sustainable development. 20 years after the Stockholm, in 1992, the United Nations Conference on the Environment and Development was held in Rio de Janeiro, that is Earth Summit. It was called Adopted Rio Declaration, and action plan of 40 chapter called Agenda 21 was adopted over 100 nations. Agenda 21 was aimed to achieve sustainable development with the global consensus and political commitment at national and international level. Now comes to the judicial activism. In India, there are the three organs of the state, that is executive, legislation, and judiciary. They combinedly keeps the check and balances on every bodies. The legislature legislate the law, executive enforce the law, and judiciary punishes those who breaches the law made by the legislation and check the legality of the issue. By virtue of the Article 32, the Supreme Court exercises its power, and similarly the High Court exercises its power under the Article 22, 26 and 227 of the Constitution. The concept of the locus standi has been relaxed, wherein the people who are directly affected by any action or inaction on the part of executive can approach the court in representative capacity on behalf of the affected people or the people at large. It is also called the public interest litigation. Around 1980, the Indian judicial system discarded the traditional approach and adopted the proactive approach to protect the environment through the judicial activism. Judicial activism referred the active role played by the judiciary in India by adopting the new and innovative interpretation of the constitutional rights, expanded their ambit. At the same time, the judicial activism played an important role in ameliorating the conditions of the environment. The judiciary took itself the responsibility to redress the environment issue. In one of the first environment cases to be decided by the Supreme Court, rural litigation and entitlement claims versus state of Uttar Pradesh, the court took the cognizance of the illegal limestone quarrying around the pristine hill of the Mussoorie, which was affecting the forest, wildlife, and waterways. The quarrying operation not only led to the tree and hill destruction, but even disrupted the underground water. The court had to do a balancing act of protecting the environment, but at the same time, it could not render the labor unemployed. While applying the principle of sustainable development, the court ordered the closure of illegal limestone quarry but directed the state to engage the labor so employed. In another case, that is MC Mehta versus Union of India. The MC Mehta is a renowned environment activist who took up many issues like Ganga pollution, Taj, trapezium, oleum gas cases, etc. In this case is also famously known as oleum gas leak case. The Supreme Court evolved the principle of the absolute no fault liability, where without any fault of the polluter, it can be made liable for paying the compensation to the victim of such pollution, even restore the degraded environment. In the same case, even applied the polluter pay principle, which is also known as EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility, wherein the polluter of the environment is mandated to compensate the people who have been affected due to that pollution. This is in addition of paying toward the restoration of the environment which is degraded due to the polluter. The Supreme Court interpreted the polluter pay principle as an absolute liability for harm to the environment, extend not only to compensate the victim of the pollution, but also the cost of restoring the environment degradation. In another case, that is Taj trapezium case, the court ordered the closure of the oil factories in the Mathura, which adversely affecting the Taj Mahal. In 1985, the MC Mehta filed a writ petition against these polluting tanneries, which were operating in the Kanpur, UP, disregard of any environment safety standard to restrain the tannery for discharging any effluent in the Ganga without proper treatment. The court issued the show cause notices in the newspaper to the industries, municipal corporation, councils having the jurisdiction over the area, as asking them why the direction should not be issued against them for remaining indifferent and for not taking any measures for stopping the discharge of untreated effluent. In another case, that is MC Mehta versus Kamal Nath, the Supreme Court ordered to stop the construction of the motels at the river bank Himalaya region by ordering the restoration of the natural flow of the river, which was diverted by the motels. In this case, the Supreme Court propounded the doctrine of the public trust, whereby it was laid that the natural resources are the common heritage of the citizen, and the government hold it is in the trusteeship for the benefit of the public. The government is supposed to preserve those resources and use them for the betterment of the society. For the in other case, that is relating to the precautionary principle. The principle
Ma'am,
was
please,
propounded.
sorry to bother you, ma'am. Please wind up because you are exceeding the time.
Okay. In last, I would like to conclude that although the judiciary is playing the vital role in protecting the environment, but at the same time, the appropriate policies, reforms, government programs, schemes, supporting system for capacity building is required to enable the legislative, judicial, executive body to function in a democratic and transparent manner. It is the high time that every human being should treat the environment law with utmost respect and seriousness. We should inculcate the environment sensitive etiquettes in our young generation, including children. The large-scale public awareness programs should be organized to make the public environment conscious. Thus, all three pillars, executive, legislative, and judiciary, should act collectively to realize the dream of pollution-free environment as a fundamental right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Neha Dixit, for a lovely presentation. So now we have Dr. Nimish Gupta from Amity Business School, Amity University, Lucknow. Sir, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yeah, very well. And he will talk about redefining sustainable development and focus on environmental issues, a necessity in post-pandemic situation, a case study of India. So, Dr. Gupta, please go ahead.
Ma'am, good afternoon. And
good afternoon.
At the outset, let me congratulate the Raj Rishi College, Alwar, for organizing such a great event. Taking everybody on the same platform to talk about the environmental and sustainable issues. I'll be briefly talking about the impact of COVID-19 on the environment, in which very brief I'll be taking hardly 2-3 minutes to brief up my paper, because I understand that the time is very tough for everybody because number of presenters are here. So I'll brief talk about that water and air pollution remained a major concern in the last few decades, as these were gradually deteriorating in many spheres. including the hydrosphere and atmosphere. Now, the lockdown resulted in shutting down the schools, industries, colleges, business markets, religious and social gatherings, and kept people at home. It suspended all forms of travel except in case of emergencies and closed national and international boundaries also. Now, the lockdown period was further extended into many phases, and total 75 days lockdown resulted in many, you can say that there were certain drawbacks also, but if we talk about the environment, there were certain good things which came across, which I'll be talking about. So, if we talk about that, while the socio-economic devastation due to COVID-19 has been colossal around the world, which required a wartime plan from every corner of the world, it has also come as a silver lining for the environment. In India, haphazard development has led to various problems such as land degradation and air water quality degradation, mainly in urban areas. Air pollution has become severe problem in various by vehicles, by vehicles and industrial operations, and improper disposal of anthropogenic waste are the root cause of the rapid increase in air pollution. Now, climate scientists have indicated that greenhouse gases concentration could drop to levels not seen since World War II. Highly industrialized cities located in cold climate zones observed a high reduction in air pollution. So, talking about the major findings of my paper, if sorry, ma'am, due to a call, am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, very much. Please go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Very sorry, ma'am. So, if I talk about the major findings of my paper, few are the economic shutdown under the COVID-19 pandemic has had two monumental impacts on our environment. It has improved our air and water quality dramatically and slashed our material consumption, water uses, and waste production. It has improved our air quality, concentration of particulate matter and nitrogen dioxide and sulfur dioxide emission reduced significantly in the lockdown period and forced to curb the novel coronavirus disease outbreak, according to Central Pollution Control Board analysis of 115 cities across the India. The Central Pollution Control Board monitored the cities between March 16 and April 15, 2020, and then later on again for 15 days period. The air quality index of 78% cities was good and satisfactory during lockdown as compared to 44% cities in the pre-lockdown period. So this we can very well see the changes which has taken place during the lockdown period. The drop could be attributed to restricted vehicle movement, halt on construction activities, less road activities, according to the Central Pollution Control Board. So in order to conclude, we will say that we have also learned that environmental degradation caused by human is not totally irreversible. In a period of just 1 to 2 months, recovery of nature is being witnessed by everyone. This is a signal for us to understand and react. Government and policymakers should take necessary steps so that this healing process does not become a temporary thing. At present, when entire globe is struggling to frame proper strategies to combat COVID-19, the early lockdown implemented has shown an absolute way towards restoring ecosystem and environment. So the policymakers are, we can request or we can recommend these findings to policymakers to look at that during the certain periods of time, since this has improved our environment very drastically, so we can obviously think over by putting such kind of restrictions for the time period in order to improve the air and water quality of the environment. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. I truly agree with you that we need to redefine sustainable development. Thank you so much. That was wonderful presentation. Now we
Thank you,
move
ma'am.
on to the second one, next one. Dr. P. Mahendra Bhupati. Are you there? Then we have P. Murali Krishna. Dr. P. Murali Krishna. Dr. P. Pandi Selvam.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Welcome. He is from Ayanadar Janki Ammal College, Sivakashi, and he is going to talk about impact of COVID-19 pandemic on economic crisis on the application of cloud computing. Sir, please start with your presentation. Sir, we cannot hear you.
Yes, ma'am, is my screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, screen
Is
is
my screen
visible.
visible, ma'am?
Yeah, it is visible and we can hear you as well. Please go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. So I am Pandichellam from Ayanadar Janagimal College, Sivagasi. So I'm going to share something about the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on economic crisis on the applications on cloud computing. So the core objective of my work is to highlight and provide the importance of cloud computing during the COVID-19 pandemic. Yes. COVID-19 pandemic is affecting all the business and industries. This leads to reduce the GDP of India to minus 8 percentage. So working from home mainly achieved through the techniques called cloud computing. In COVID-19 pandemic, some of the companies discontinued their employees due to the economic reasons. At that time, the working from the home. The core objective of this paper is to describe the importance and the highlights of the cloud computing in the COVID-19 pandemic on the basis of economic growth. Yes, as we all know, the coronavirus disease 2019 known as COVID-19 had spread out around the globe. It was identified in 2019. In less than a month, the cases of COVID-19 in several countries. The use of cloud computing applications has improved the volume, velocity, variety in the data being generated every minute around the world from various services and applications. To our best knowledge, the COVID-19 related research to the date has tended to focus on socio-economic impact rather than on computing technologies. Impact of the pandemic outbreak races on CCE. CCE means cloud computing environment. Unless a new technology arrives after CCE, the relationship between COVID-19 and CCE is continuity. It makes advantages of data center resources that may be shared thanks to visualization techniques. So on demand, we can pay per use. The cloud computing model is generally divided into two parts. One is a cloud service provider, another one is user. CS provides the service to the user. The service. Security risk in working from home. In market, there are several business models, including business to consumer, business to business, and a business to government. Stay-at-home orders have resulted in a large and ongoing shift in user collaboration, learning, and entertainment options to virtual-only solutions. As a distributed multi operating and
CCE has large infrastructures to the people and the government. Organization will need to relate in the new work. To our best knowledge, the COVID-19 related research to the date has tended to focus on socio-economic impact rather than the computing technologies. Till now, we are facing several challenges to obtain the technologies due to the infrastructures and the resource requirements and the resource sharing. The influence of COVID-19 pandemic on the pace which they empowers technologies and the industries that will most impacted by the technology in the next year. Security challenges relating to the mobile workforce, including workers bringing their own devices to work. We face several challenges to work from the home that are the user, the worker, the employer must have own devices and the network facilities and IoT and so on. These are all listed in the survey report of CIO and the CTO. Still, till now, we are facing several network issues that can be overcome from 5G adoption has accelerated in 52% of cases. AI and machine learning adoption has increased in 51% of cases. So during that survey, 52% of cases need acceleration of 5G, and 51% of cases need AI and machine learning for working from the home. People have been utilizing the program for virtual work, virtual meeting, and remote education, among other things. So at final, I conclude my presentations. We have attempted to demonstrate a real and possible implication of COVID-19 crisis on the cloud computing environment. Some other technologies are also used to live work with the employees from the home. But cloud computing provide a large environment and a large infrastructure and a large space to the companies that are rendering. Okay, due to lack of readiness to deal with such an unexpected emergency, the current circumstance may expose both CCE and its user to many form of assault. So there are some attacks also there that can be rectified by the upcoming technologies. As a result, at home employees may become target for attackers looking to steal. That is, the eavesdropper can copy their works through the online. So that can be obtained and that can be reduced by the novel technologies. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you for your opportunity given. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. It was a wonderful presentation. Now we move to next one, Dr. P. Ravi Shekhar. Are you there, sir? Yes, ma'am. Then we have Dr. P. Sachi Devi. Dr. P. Sachi Devi. Are you there, ma'am? No. Then we have Dr. P. Subhavethi. Then we have Dr. P. E. Shingare. He's here. I'm here. Dr. P. E. Shingare, are you there? Can you hear me? And he's here in the meeting. We can see him in the meeting. He's here. So we can see you in the meeting, but we really don't know if you are prepared to present your paper or not. So I'm asking once again, Dr. P. E. Shingare. Let's move to the next one, Dr. Pradeep Kaur Sandhu. Oh, we finally got in touch with Dr. P. E. Shingare. He is from Marine Biological Research Station, Zadgaon, Ratnagiri, Maharashtra, India, and he is going to talk about importance of size gradation of fry of sea bass, late calcifier for higher survival. Sir, please go ahead with your presentation. Dr. P. Shingare. Sir, I cannot hear you. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Sir, I think you are muted and we cannot hear you. So I'm trying to tell you कि we cannot hear you. Sir, I think your mic is not working. We cannot hear you, sir. No, sir, we cannot hear you. We can see you that you are speaking something.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Listen, sir.
So you'll have to unplug the microphone from your laptop first. Please pull that out.
Please say directly to the laptop, sir. Excuse me, sir. Say to directly laptop. Mic hटाना. Please unplug the mic from laptop. Sir, you can use your mobile. Yes, sir. Yes. Sir, you can use mobile. Sir, you can use your mobile phone.
सर वी कैन नॉट हियर यू, हमें आपकी आवाज़ नहीं आ रही है डॉक्टर शिंगारे. आप अपने लैपटॉप से अपने इसको अनप्लग कर लीजिए, उसको निकाल दीजिए अपने माइक को और डायरेक्टली जो आपका लैपटॉप है उसके माइक्रोफोन को आप यूज कर सकते हैं.
Ma'am, shall we move to the next presenter till the time sir is settling down?
I think that makes sense. Ma'am, please settle it down and please see if you can speak after some time. So we move on to the next presenter. Dr. Pk Patnayak from Nagaland University, Kohima campus. Is you are around? Dr. Pk Patnayak? No. Dr. Pradeep Kaur Sandhu? Dr. Pradeep. Dr. Pradeep.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Dr. Pk Patnayak.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm Pk Patnayak. But kindly give me another 10 minutes. Actually, we don't have power in Nagaland.
No worries. We'll call you.
So kindly give me 10 minutes. I will settle. Then I will present my paper.
Please
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Now
I'm waiting for that.
Yeah. Please mute yourself. Dr. Pradeep Diva.
Hello.
Yes. Dr. Pradeep Diva, are you there?
Hello.
Dr. Patnayak, we will give
Yes,
you
ma'am.
time
Yes, ma'am.
after.
Kindly give me 10 minutes. Actually, we don't have power here. So kindly give me 10 minutes. I'm just going to prepare. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. You take your time. Once you are ready, please text me.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Please mute your mic. Thank you so much. Dr. Pradeep Diva is there? No. Then we have Punardat Veena. Dr. Punardat Veena. Dr. Pyarelal.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Pyarelal, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we have Dr. Pyarelal from Banastari Vidyapeeth, Rajasthan, and he's going to talk about sustained emerging nanotechnology. So, Dr. Pyarelal, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Kalpana ma'am ko phone.
Is my screen visual, ma'am? Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, very much visible, and we can hear you as well. Please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. The aim of my presentation. This presentation's key aim has been to study an analytical attunement on infrared gain characteristics of indium, aluminum, gallium arsenide, indium phosphide in sustained emerging nanotechnological under different types of nanoscale birth layers. This is layout my presentation, introduction, theory details, results and discussions, conclusions and references. Now we define heterojunction. Interface between two different materials is known as heterojunction, and the combination of multiple heterojunction is known as heterostructure. There are three types: Eastern SCS, Green SCS, and Quantum SCS. Now for the details, this is optical gain equation. As a function of photonic energy, it is measured in per centimeter. This is model confinement factor. It is the ratio of optical power of active region to whole region. It always less than 1. This is model gain equation. It is the product of model confinement factor and optical gain. Model gain always less than optical gain. It is also measured in per centimeter. This is differential gain equation. It is derivative of optical gain with respect to carrier density. It is measured in centimeter square. This is differential refractive index equation. It is the derivative of refractive index with respect to carrier density. This is anti-guiding parameter. It is depend on the wave vector as well as differential gain, differential refractive index. It can be 0, positive, and negative. This is Lexon oscillation frequency equation. This is threshold current equation, and this is optical attenuation equation. Here P1 and Pi are the optical power and L is the length of fiber cable. Now result discussions. This figure represents the spectral behaviors of optical gain with lasing wavelength for various quantum layers. The value of photonic wavelength at which the optical gain is 0 is called transparency wavelength. The value of wavelength at which the optical gain is maximum is called peak wavelength. Transparency wavelength and peak wavelength both are decreased as decrease in thickness of quantum layers. The peak optical gain is enhanced as decrease in thickness because increase in quasi-Fermi levels. The peak optical gain enhances from 4000 per centimeter to 16,000 per centimeter at the wavelength of 160 nanometer to 1220 nanometer. The wavelength of 133 nanometer and 155 nanometer have also been useful in the fiber optic telephone systems through the fiber optic cables by method of proton reflection. The inside picture shows the behaviors of anti-guiding factor with carrier density for various thicknesses of quantum layers. It is clear by the value of anti-guiding factor is increase in thickness of quantum layers. This figure represents the behavior for peak model gain with carrier density for various thicknesses of 2 nanometer, 4 nanometer, 6 nanometer, and 14 nanometer of quantum layers. The peak model gain has proportional behavior with current density, but the peak model gain has inversely behavior with the thickness of quantum layers because the energy separation between the energy levels is decreased. This figure represents the behavior of differential gain with carrier density. The differential gain has inversely behavior with the carrier density, but the differential gain has also inversely behavior with the quantum width. It is maximum for the 2 nanometer and the minimum for the 14 nanometer. Last figure represents the behaviors of optical loss with lasing wavelength and peak optical gain with strengths. It is clear by a black graph. The optical loss is maximum at 1400 nanometer, but the wavelength 1330 nanometer and 1550 nanometer, the optical loss is minimum. So these wavelengths is very useful in the optical fiber-based communication systems and optical therapies. Now conclusions. The spectral behaviors of optical gain and model gain with wavelength for various nanoscale weight layers have been computed. The graphical performance of anti-guiding parameter with charge carriers for various nanoscale bit layers have been optimized. The peak optical gain enhances from 4000 per centimeter to 16,000 per centimeter at the wavelength range 1600 nanometer to 1200 nanometer. This wavelength is mostly utilized in the NRI and SWIR applications. The achieved peak of optical gain of wavelengths 1310 and 1550 nanometer have essential contribution in recent future times applications of electromagnetic radiations. Moreover, these type wavelengths have also been useful in the fiber optic telecom systems and optical trappage by the method of total reflections without any attenuation and loss decibel per kilometer of lasing of light signals due to much minimal scattering, dispersions and absorptions. These are references. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Paradal, for a brief, wonderful presentation. Dr. Shringare, can you speak now if we can hear you? No, sir, even still now your issues is not rectified. We cannot hear you.
Ma'am, Dr. Pk Patnayak, now I'm ready. If you give me time.
Okay, Dr. Patnayak, we move with you. He's from Nagaland University Kohima campus and he's going to talk about teachers' attitude towards OER and evaluative study. So, Dr. Patnayak, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Very good afternoon to all of you. It's a great opportunity. I'm very much thankful to the organizer and especially Dr. Mamta Sharma ma'am and principal sir also. They given me time to present this paper in front of this knowledgeable gathering. So thank you very much to all of you. And this is my paper. Actually, my paper is Teachers, Educators Towards OER, an Evaluative Study. Actually, in this pandemic situation, almost all, it may be scientist, it may be doctor, it may be pure science, they're giving a lot of things towards this pandemic. But in social science, it is our responsibility as a social science researcher how we give something to this mass. So that's why we teachers are busy. Hello. Is it audible, ma'am? Hello.
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. So that's why we all are busy in the online classes now. So that's why I thought that I will make a research on this OER. Actually, what is OER and why OER is introduced? What are the teachers' attitude towards OER, especially in rural area and urban area? But urban area, I have taken the sample. So before that, this teacher's attitude actually. Why this teacher's attitude? Actually, by sitting in the classroom, our teachers are making full use of education technology for the success of teaching learning process. Innovations such as multimedia, internet, smart classroom have given a new shape to our classroom. The information is created, stored, processed, transmitted, displayed and shared in digital form and through electronic media. The technology used in the process are informed and communication technology. So these are some of the information we are using as a teacher in the classroom. So, but sometimes it is very difficult for us what type of message we'll download, upload, and what type of message we'll use for the students as a teacher, and what type of message will information will use in the class. That is one of the most important factor. So if you will go through the internet also, whatever the informations are there, they are protected. So it is very difficult for the part of the teachers, students, if they will go with this, that there is different things are there. But in particularly open educational resources is that type of content, that type of software, that type of tool which refers to the educational resources. It may be a lesson plan, quiz, syllabi, instructional module, simultaneously etc. that are freely available for use of reuse, adoption and sharing. So once we'll use that, we can make it also reuse. There is no protection. Is there licensing policy already is there? So it's only the key difference between OER and other educational resources. It's the license. Thus, an OER is simply educational resources that incorporate a license that facilitate reuse and potential adoption without first request of permission for the copyright holders. So from from this OER, I have got my idea that how the teachers are aware about OER. They know OER. If they don't know OER, how they use and these perceptions. So I have prepared a research upon this. What are the teachers' attitude towards OER? Because in this time, all we have very much interested to use these resources. I have gone through different reviews. On the different reviews, I got that in foreign only OER is almost they are using. In India also now it is using. So almost this review, when I have scanned this review, they are giving the positive things that if once OER you will use, then we will, as a teacher, will very much comfortable in our professional matter as well as in teaching and whenever sharing the resources also. So these OER is there like this. So the main objective of this study is to study the attitude of private senior secondary school teachers towards open educational resources. The next objective is to study the attitude of private senior secondary school teachers towards creative common licensing. What are the attitudes? Is it a positive attitude or negative attitude towards common licensing? Then third is to study the attitude of private senior secondary school teachers towards teaching through open educational resources. Then to study the attitude of private senior secondary school teachers towards professional growth. These are the 4 parameters I have taken. And hypothesis I have taken almost all are from that review I have taken, that is positive hypothesis I have taken. So in order to test this hypothesis, before I have prepared some research design. The delimitation is that the study was delimited to teachers senior secondary school working in various education institutions in Delhi. I have taken this sample in Delhi only because I want to know about what is the urban teachers' attitude towards OER, how they know, what they know, and how much they are interested towards this. And here also delimited only private senior secondary schools had been taken in the present study. For this present study, only private senior secondary schools has taken only. Because in private senior secondary school, almost all the things are available. How they are interested. If we will know about that lacuna and everything, then we will proceed to other rural area also. The design of the study, research methodology. Here I use descriptive survey method. Then population, almost all senior secondary private school teachers of Delhi and NCR is some population. A sample I have taken 108 teachers are selected randomly from the total sample. Then I have used a tools which adopted, the researcher is adopted that tools from the research. One is BJ Kumar 2015 in the Open School of Punjab. This study was conducted, but I am adopted that. And statistical research is also percentage is only used for these things. Then my analysis of the data. I have divided this entire questionnaire into 4 parameters. The first parameters is first objective, and what you can say that first hypothesis is the attitude towards teacher open educational research. So what are the different attitudes? So for that I have taken only 9 questions, and on the 9 questions I have taken the response of the students. These are the sum of the response. These are some of the response of the teachers. From this response, I found that from out of 108 respondents, 85% showed their interest towards see the national repository of OER. We have a national repository as there, but that's why out of 108, 85% they are showing interest, and 73% respondents, that means 67% respondents replied that use of OER is easy. That means they are interested, they got the training, so that's why they are telling that it is easy. Then another 95% respondents, that 95 respondents, that means 87.96 replied that using of OER in teaching is enjoyable and stimulating. Then another question when I asked again against the virtual classroom, they are interested this OER you can use in virtual classroom. I think 38% that saying that you can use that virtual classroom, but I think response is not good. As evidence from the analysis, around 57.40 of the total respondents believe that OER has significantly contributed in attitude enhancement of secondary school teachers. Hence,
sorry to Dr. Patnayak.
is accepted.
Dr. Patnayak, sorry to interrupt, but please wind up because time is over.
Just I am giving only that. Only
no worries, please.
Just I am binding up. Okay, ma'am. In the second objective also, that creative license is there. I have given the 7 questions, and on the 7 questions also, in that 7 questions, I have whatever I asked, almost received a response overall 66% favor, given the belief that OER has significantly contributed to an attitude of enhancement of private senior secondary school teachers towards creative common license, because creative common license is one of the important factors. And if you go to the third hypothesis, that is third objective, you can say that is towards teaching through OER. I have taken 5 questions. On the 5 questions, on the basis, we can say that overall response was there. I am not going to detail. 66 responses were favored in the positive of impact of teaching through OER. That means they are giving the impact, good impact. Then in the last objectives, that is which is one of the most important for the private school, that is professional development, enhancement of professional development. Here I asked 7 questions to the teachers and taken the informations. Here also we can say that overall response is more than 74% are satisfied with this OER. So we can say that our overall, if OER will implement to private or government, wherever may be, because it is having no boundaries, no licenses there. As a teacher, we will use it as a professional, as a teaching, and everywhere. So that's in the digital era, it is important for the teachers to get the training regarding the OER, by which we will get the knowledge. Thank you very much, ma'am. This is all about my presentation. Any questions, you can ask me. Otherwise, I will stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Patnayak, for a wonderful presentation. So, Dr. Shingare, I think you are ready with another laptop.
Yes, madam. To karna share. Yes, madam. I am hearing from. Yes, madam. May I audible, madam?
Yeah, very much audible. Dr. Patnayak,
yes.
please stop sharing.
I will talk from mobile. I will present from my colleague, Dr. Sachin Satam presentation.
No worries. Carry on, sir.
Okay. Yes, hello. Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am Dr. Prakash Shingare. I am working as a associate in College of Fisheries, Ratnagiri, Maharashtra, and also working as a senior scientific officer at the Regional Marine Biological Research Station, which is also at Ratnagiri. The topic for the oral presentation is importance of size gradation of the fry of Sibas lattice calcareous blotch for higher survival. Actually, this lattice calcareous is the very important species in the Maharashtra, and it is mainly observed in the coastal region. And the scientific name of this species is the lattice calcareous, and common name is Ascens Sibas. But in Maharashtra, locally it is called Jitada or Khajri. This lattice calcareous is a very costly fish and most important commercial species of the Konkan region. And mainly this lattice calcareous seed, which is available in the North Konkan region, that is the Thane, Raigad and Palghar area. And during the monsoon season, before onset of monsoon and during the monsoon season, this seed is plentifully available in the nearby the creeks. And the farmers which are nearby the creeks, they are traditionally collecting this seed from the creek area, and they are directly stocking this seed in their ponds. So because of this lattice calcareous, though it is the highly carnivorous fish and it is very tasty fish and very commercial high value, but the problem is because of the cannibalistic behavior during the small size, that is at the stage of spawn, fry and fingerling stage, because of the cannibalistic behavior, the survival percentage is very rare. Whatever the experiment we have conducted in the farmer's pond, the survival percentage is about 10 to 20% because of this cannibalistic behavior. So it is very important to have the segregation of this seed at the fry and fingerling level. And once they attain the size of the 10 centimeter size or 8 to 10 centimeter or 80 to 100 millimeter size, once they attain, then the cannibalistic behavior is reduced. So at early larval stages, it is very important to segregate these species to have the maximum production and income of the farming. So our research institute and our college also have worked on the seed availability during the monsoon season, because the Kharland area or the Brackish area which is nearby the creek having the paddy fields. So this seed is also entering in the paddy fields which is collected by the farmers. So the size which is available during the month of May, June, that is very small size, that is 10 to 20 size. And if we rear this size, because of their differences in size, some seed grow faster, some seed grow slowly. So the bigger size seed is cannibalistic work eating the small size piece, and which result in the low survival. So we are conducted so many experiments, and we have observed that the seed should be rare up to the 8 to 10 centimeter size in the cages or in nursery ponds, and we have to segregate this seed according to size, and we have to keep this seed in separate small nurseries so as to have the maximum survival percentage. Next please. Here what we have done, because the this seed larvae, they are having the plantophagus behavior at the initial stage, then they are switching out to the zooplankton, and once they get the fingerling size, then they are able to feed on the small crustaceans or on the small fish size. So the DBSK, Dr. Balasaheb Sawant, Konkan Krishi Vidyapith have conducted so many studies on the species, that is survey of the seed along the coastal region, then morphometric characteristic, then biology and fishery of this lateral caliper in our region. So here what we have observed, to have the more survival, only thing as grading into the different sizes based on the size and quality, and this practice is mainly adopted in hatcheries to increase the growth of these small fishes, because once the even size is there, it affects on the feeding behavior also. If there is uneven size, then bigger size seed will not allow to small seed to have the utilization of feed. So because of the size variability, it affects on the feed also, and because of this the growth is also uneven size. So the sorting or grading of this seed is an important factor which is play major role to have the higher survivability. And also there are several advantages, because once they are reducing the, once grading is done and even sizes seed is stocked in different cages or small containers, then the cannibalistic behavior there will be no cannibalistic behavior. Then feeding, supplementary feeding which is given will be efficiently utilized by the seed, and it will affect the growth and size of the seed.
Dr. Shingari, sorry to bother you, but please time wind up because time is over.
Okay, madam. So next please. So what are the advantage of this size grade? Next please. Here the advantage is the cannibalistic behavior is reduced, then feeding efficiency is improved, and we can stock the sufficient quantity of seed in a particular area for the production, to increase the production. Next please. So here are the grading. We can use the series of the nets. Also we can use the deep nets. Also we can use the square or rectangle grading nets to separate the small uneven size. Next please. So here is a conclusion to the requirement of the artificial feed with the optimum level of protein is necessary to have reduce the production cost. Another conclusion is that optimum stocking density with the even size to avoid the cannibalistic behavior, and if there is uneven size, the size gradation in the cages instead in the pond or in the container is very important to reduce the cannibalistic behavior and have the maximum survival percentage. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and it's so wonderful we could hear you finally. So now we move to next presenter, Dr. Rajaram. Are you there? Dr. Rajaram from Government Dugal College, Bikaner. Dr. Shingare, please go on mute. Dr. Rajaram, are you there? Okay, then we move to next one, Dr. Rama Gandotra. Dr. Rama Gandotra.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes. Dr. Rama, right?
Yeah, this is Dr. Rama Gandotra from Department of Gurdaspur, Punjab.
Yeah, and you are going to talk about COVID pandemic and sustainable rural development. Please go ahead, Rama.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, I have not prepared a presentation slides, so I will
be. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. My topic is, first of all, good afternoon to all of you. And I feel honored to be present in such a august gathering. Although the topic is from a science background, but I am from social sciences background. So I am presenting here on the topic COVID pandemic and sustainable rural development.
So let me interrupt, Dr. Gandotra. It's a pleasure to have you here, and this is totally multidisciplinary, and you are very much part of us. Please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. My paper is on state of health sector in rural India. As we know that India is the second most populous country of the world and has changing socio-political, demographic, and morbidity patterns, which are drawing global attention in recent years. We know that several growth-oriented policies adopted by the government and the widening economic, regional, and gender disparities are posing challenges to the health sector. So in India, we have a three-tier system of healthcare infrastructure. Like we have sub-centers, which are most peripheral contact point between primary healthcare system and community man with one ANM and health worker. Second is the primary health center, and third is the community health center, which is actually a bedded hospital. Healthcare services, those are basically categorized into three comprehensive groups: preventive, emergency, and health centers services. Actually, here I have found that during pandemic, healthcare system in rural India that has proved to be a very degraded system. Actually, it is not a particular occurrence. It is due to pandemic, but it signifies that there are some lacunas in existing policy. The major findings are the major functions of the central health systems are to provide comprehensive coverage of healthcare system to the patients. But as per the government, 49% of sub-centers and 91% sub-centers are located in rural areas. But actually, these sub-centers, these are not equipped with basic infrastructures also. So during pandemic, the most of the patients, those suffered from the respiratory infections, they were prone to death. So there is very less technology available in the rural side. There were most stronger interconnections among people, business, and marketers. So what we want to conclude is that COVID-19 has shaken the economics all over the world. It is the biggest health crisis. The scene so far depicted by the various reports has shown that even developed nations fail to face the pandemic. So in Indian perspective, where the state of rural healthcare infrastructure is very poor, that has resulted into a grave concern. It has realized the significance of the health facilities for the human survival. The government must provide adequate funds for the healthcare sector in rural areas to prevent the rural people from unprecedented situation. So for this purpose, I suggest that NGOs and corporate sector should participate in this rural health sector. Thank you, ma'am. I have given my major findings of the paper.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and it's a pleasure to have you here. And trust me, you have a wonderful voice. Thank you so much. Now we have another presenter, Dr. Rajaram. Are you ready with the presentation? Dr. Rajaram, you just texted me that you want to be the presenter. Ma'am, please stop sharing this isko pin karo. Dr. Rajaram, you there? We move
Yes,
ahead.
ma'am. I am present. I am here.
Oh, yeah, I know you are present. You have been with us since morning, just trying to see if you are technically sound to be with us. So we have Dr. Rajaram from Government Dugal College, Bikaner, and he's going to talk about application of thin layer chromatography for qualitative analysis of transition metal complexes. This topic is very dear to me because being a toxicologist, GLC, TLC, and HPLC is like something I'd always dream for. So please go ahead, Dr. Rajaram.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will start slide my. My slides are visible, ma'am.
Yes, visible, and we can hear you as well. Go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Myself, Dr. Rajaram from Government Dungar College, Bikaner. This college is third time conjugate of third cycle A grade UGC NEC. And my topic is applications of thin layer chromatography for qualitative analysis of transition metal complexes. In research criteria, we see that something is some product, some complexes we synthesize in our laboratories, then preliminary idea that is synthesized yes or no, identified by the TLC. Some types of the chromatography, that is the PC, TLC, HPLC, ion exchange, and GC. In this research paper, I present only two chromatography, that is paper chromatography and thin layer chromatography. These topics are useful for PG, UG, and research criteria. Learning and objectives, definitions of TLC, explain the phases used in TLC, materials and methods used in TLC, applications of TLC, and advantage and disadvantage of the thin layer chromatography. Thin layer chromatography, one of the analysis method that is used to identify the unknown compounds and to determine the purity of mixture. This method is simple, rapid, and cheap. This is the very important in these techniques. This method is very simple. We use only the silica gel, that is the adsorbent, and like as two types of the solvent, like is the organic and inorganic, polar or non-polar, and time is consuming only 10 minutes. And this is all materials is very cheapest, widely used in the pharmaceuticals and the food step industries. In these techniques, two phases are that. One is the stationary phase and second is the mobile phase. Stationary phase is due to silica gel, that is the adsorbent, and mobile phase due to the solvent and solvent mixture. A plate of TLC can be made from aluminium or glass, which is coated by a solid matter as a stationary phase. The coated material has 0.1 to 0.3 mm in thickness, and some of them has been added by fluorescent indicator that will make it fluorescence during the UV light exposure. This is the stationary phase and descriptions and their applications. This is the adsorbent, the silica gel Z254, and cellulose. Silica gel G is the description is silica gel with average particle size, that is the 15 micrometer, containing calcium 13% and calcium sulfate binding the agent. And application of this silica gel, that is the used in wide range pharmacological test. I use in my research work use silica gel for TLC. And mobile phase, the ability mobile phase to move up is depend on the polarity and itself. Volatile organic solvent is preferably used as mobile phase. Mobile phase, that is the solvent hexane, butanol, chloroform, methanol, ethanol, acetonitrile, air, ozone. That is the polarity index in this table. Material and methods. At first upon all, we prepare TLC plate. TLC plate, the help of the silica gel and organic solvent. And after that, these plates put into developing container and chamber, glass beaker. After use pencil for the
and remark and ruler, capillary pipe, solvent, mobile phase, organic solvent, and UV lamp. This is, you see that here is the first step on, you saw that the TLC preparatory, and that is the chamber, and this is the sprayer, this is the storage box, that's a pencil, and this is the desiccator we use as a iodine as a visualizing reagents used in this desiccator, and this is the UV chamber. At first, developing container preparation. Solvent is transferred into the container with 0.5 to 1 centimeter in depth from the bottom. Number 2, TLC plate preparation commonly obtained with 5 cm is to 20 cm in size. Prepare your size when necessary. Line 1 centimeter from the bottom with a pencil as a part of should be spotted. Spotting of the TLC. Here you see that in this diagram, spots. Make sure that your sample is liquefied already. Stick is usually capillary pipe and spot onto the line you have made. This is the line. Develop of the plate. After spotting, put the plate inside the chamber in the ascending position. Make sure that the depth of solvent doesn't touch the spot, because spots have a...
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Rajaram. Please try to conclude fast. Time is over.
Okay. Let us develop to the 1 centimeter from the top of the plate. After the detection of the point, we use the visualizing reagents and detection of the spots. After that conclusion, conclusion's RF value. RF value is the important for the TLC. That is the, what do you mean by RF value? RF value is the sample distance traveled solute upon distance traveled by solvent. RF value is oftenly less than 1. Here you see that the measuring of the RF value. These slides prepared in GCRC by research scholar. Quantitative depression of the unknown samples. Done the scratching spots using spatula. Extract compound using the suitable solvent. The liquid extract can be determined containing using after methods such as the spectroscopy. Some problems in this techniques. The spot shape is too broad. The movement of solvent should be straight up, and sticking form is caused by too concentrated sample. Advantage is that TLC methods is very cheap, simple. The developing can be monitored by visually able to use various chemical as detector. It is used to determine the position intact in living human beings. Disadvantage, practically hands should be good. Keen observation, not suitable for a volatile gases phase, only preliminary method for the analysis. This is the techniques and this is the reference. Thanks to an acknowledgement by GCRC members, scholars and my supervisor, Professor Dr. Narendra Bojak. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Rajaram. I have a special connection with Bikaner. I started my services from Government MS College. Anyways,
good. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Now we have Dr. Ritu Singh. Dr. Singh, are you there? Dr. Ritu Singh from Madhya Pradesh. Okay, we move to Dr. Ruchi Agarwal. Dr. Ruchi Agarwal from SS Jain Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya Jaipur.
Yes, ma'am. I am here.
Okay, welcome, ma'am. So we have Dr. Ruchi Sharma from Ruchi Agarwal from Dr. SS Jain Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya Jaipur. She is going to talk about relations among nations after COVID-19. Ma'am, please go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, ma'am. You missed my name, Richa. I've been waiting, 39 number.
Dr. Richa Kapoor Mehra?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I already highlighted. That's why I missed you, because I think I was supposed to call you. Sorry, Ruchi, you have to wait. There was a mistake from my side. We have to call Richa Kapoor first. She's like 39 and you are 41.
It's okay, ma'am.
No worries. So I'll, with a lot of adherence, I would call Dr. Richa Kapoor Mehra from Amity University, Noida. She's going to talk about Jaina's ideology, a close affinity with the environment. Ma'am, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Very good afternoon to one and all present
Good
here.
afternoon.
I would like to congratulate Raja Rishi College for organizing this international conference and giving me this opportunity to share my presentation today. So I will not take too long, just a sec. Just 2 minutes and I'll be sharing my presentation. I think I have I've shared my screen. I hope it is visible.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am, it's not visible.
Okay, just a sec. All right. So the topic is Jaina's identity, a close affinity with the environment. So my stand is basically I'm going to talk about Jaina's ideology and in the teachings of Jainism, how environment plays a very important role and how in ancient texts, scriptures, Vedas, Upanishads, Puranas have been talking about the relevance and closeness of human beings with the environment. So Indian culture, which has been gifted to us from scriptural texts like Vedas, Upanishads, Puranas, is impeccable. Indian philosophy is one of the branch of philosophy discipline elaborately explain the goal of human existence on this earth. So we have been talking about roles, responsibilities of individual. We know that this life has been given to us as a precious gift, but somehow there are problems which we know that they are occurring in present scenario, and people are, we human beings, we do not act responsibly, and because of which environment is facing lots, there are environmental problems and which we are facing. So the biggest threat to the contemporary society is ecological disequilibrium. The outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic is the most unfortunate consequence of this disequilibrium. The COVID-19 outbreak projected on the requirement of repractice the teachings and principles practiced in ancient India. In this paper, my aim is to revisit the teachings of one of the most significant Indian school of thought, that is Jainism. I intend to highlight a close affinity of human beings with the environment as expounded in teachings of Jainism. So as I said in the beginning itself, I will not go into too much of detail, but I'm going to just highlight major ideologies of Jainism. The present crisis situation of pandemic is the time when existence on the cosmos is a feeling of big achievement by human beings. One of the major lessons we humans have learned from this pandemic is the value of healthy environment. We humans are part of this striking cosmic reality. Many a times we fail to understand the close bonding that exists between us and the cosmos. The close relationship between nature and humans have been a significant topic of discussion since inception. Even from religious perspective, numerous attempts have been made to explain the close association between cosmos and human beings. I intend to showcase how environment has been a very essence of human existence and how this affinity has been explained in Jainism. So, according to Jaina's ideology, reality is divided into two kinds, living and non-living. Reality, according to Jainism, is defined to have existence which undergoes numerous changes and modifications. All living beings consist of jiva or soul or spirit. No matter how imperfect its body may be, it means the conscious spirit. A jiva consists of inanimated objects. It means the unconscious, and it is also known as non-spirit. So entire cosmos, according to Jainas, is broadly divided into jiv and ajiv. Ajiv includes not only matter, which is can be said to be in a loose terminology, one can use a body as a synonym, which is called Pudgal in Jainism, but also space, time, motion, and rest. All these are included, are part of Ajiv. The five non-living entities together with living being total six are aspects of reality in Jainism. They are known as six universal substances or realities. These six entities of the universe are eternal but continuously undergo countless change. During the changes, nothing is lost or destroyed. Everything is recycled into another form. So, then they are also dividing, after dividing, they are talking about jivas are divided into liberated and bandh, non-liberated. The bound souls are further divided into mobile and immobile. The immobile live in the atoms of earth, water, fire, and air, and in the vegetable kingdom, and have only one sense, that of touch. So the mobile souls are again classified as those who have two senses, like worms, three senses, ants, four senses, bees, etc., and five senses, higher animals and human beings. By categorizing conscious beings into mobile and immobile parts, one can understand how Jain philosophy is closely connected to the environment, thus giving rise to the belief of preserving all jivas as they are pluralistic in nature. So each and every soul, each and everything that exists in reality needs to be preserved. That has been showcased in the ideologies of Jainism. Thus, according to Jain ideology, all jivas, whether of one sense organ, five sense organs, need to be protected. For them, it is the duty of each one to preserve and secure everything that is part of this cosmic reality. To strengthen this position, Jaina laid the foundation of five-fold spiritual discipline, and because of time constraint, I will not talk about these disciplines in detail, but briefly, they are disciplines like non-violence, truthfulness, and these disciplines have been seen practically implementing in Gandhi's philosophy. Mahatma Gandhi has also elaborated and practically emphasized on the teachings of spiritual teachings of Jainism. So I'm concluding, thus one can say that there exists a close affinity of human beings with the nature. This realization became more evident to mankind with the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. Due to the outbreak of pandemic, people realized the significance of nature. They realized how important it is to breathe fresh air, enjoy chirping of birds, and started valuing every petty thing that was given to us by nature. But we used to take it for granted. Now, since we have learned a lesson, it's time to pledge to save and protect our mother nature and value each and everything that is given to us as part of this cosmic reality. So I would just like to end with this quote by Chief Settle: humankind has not woven the web of life. We are but one thread within it. Whatever we do to the web, we do to ourselves. All things are bound together. All things connect. And these are my references. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mehra. I think you have added another flavor to this conference. Thank you for being with us. It was lovely presentations. I will get in touch with you again for something more. Have a
Definitely.
great day.
My
Yeah.
pleasure. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Thank you. Now, finally, Dr. Ruchi Agarwal, please go ahead.
I'm here. Hello, everyone. I am just presenting my slides. Please just a bit. Is it visible, ma'am? My slides are visible.
Yes, ma'am, we can see your slides and we can hear you as well. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I am Dr. Ruchi Agrawal, Assistant Professor in Political Science from SS Jain Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Jaipur. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to all of you for giving me the opportunity to express my views on this platform. As you see, my topic is relations among nations after COVID-19. I am just show you points about my topic. The first topic, my is introduction. Now, COVID-19 has turned the world upside down. Everything has been impacted. Every aspect of our lives has been affected at the same time. It also greatly affected international relations. Now, what is international relations? International relations is the interaction among countries. International relations in the 21st century is both an academic discipline as well as a field of activity that deals with relations between and among sovereign states as well as with transitional global actors, issues and problems. If we hear the name of coronavirus today, then the first thing that comes to the mind is quarantine or isolation. This isolation is not only happened at the level of individual or society, but also happened at the level of borders of different countries in the event of this global disaster. While rescue efforts are being moved on a war footing, on the other hand, the era of acquisitions and counter-acquisitions at play started among the first world countries, that is, developed countries regarding of this virus. COVID pandemic has affected international relations and caused diplomatic tensions. Now the question arises, how does COVID-19 impact the pattern of international relations and what will the post-pandemic world order be like? The COVID disaster has knocked a changing world order where, in the midst of acquisitions and counter-acquisitions efforts are being made to build a global image through politics of generosity as well as politics of powers. Everyone talks about international cooperation, but most of the big countries follow the policy of I first. Nationalism or hyper-nationalism can be expected to increase in the post-corona world. Although the competition between the US and China is not surprising to anyone, however, the increase in this tension due to the epidemic has shown the world a glimpse of possible to Cold World order. The new world order is expected to revolve around this axis. America has already blamed this crisis on China by calling COVID-19 a China virus. China has strongly opposed these allegations. China has foiled a US attempt to discuss the virus in the United Nations Security Council. Competition between the US and China has increased the risk of disintegration of the world order. The trade war between China and America was already going on, but the coronavirus has increased the tension between the two countries. The confrontation between the two global superpowers like America and China in the shadow of the corona crisis is being feared to have a serious impact on global politics. The politics of the corona disaster has exposed America's weakness and China's irresponsible attitude to the world. This has increased the global role of countries such as India, which have a better image as soft power and in recent years have come to be seen an important economic, military and technological power. आफ्टर कोविड-19 इंडिया की ने जो अपनी पावर दिखाई है और इंडिया ने जो अपना रोल दिया है उसकी वजह से इंडिया की लिए सिंपैथी और इंडिया का रोल बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हो गया है इंडिया ने अपना महत्व बहुत दिखाया है in any international scenario the expected fulfillment of its nation interest is considered a measure of success of a country's foreign policy in the mindset of the corona crisis, it is also natural to ask how our Indian foreign policy has affected by it and how it has affected global and regional politics. America became India's biggest trading partner, leaving China behind due to corona caused disease. And together with countries like it, India has given a message that it can no longer remain a mute spectator to China's immoral moves. India is trying to give a stronger base to its image as a soft power. India has won the trust of even those nations with its intelligent steps, which have been opposing India from time to time because of their opportunistic mindset. There is no doubt that during the corona crisis, India was successful in leaving a different mark. Despite being a country with a large population, India set an example in the form of better COVID management. India also played medical religion. India has tried to prove by giving medical aid to the world community that sees global health as a global human right. At present, India is in the process of supplying hydroxychloroquine on as aid and commercial basis to about 55 countries along with their neighborhood countries like Afghanistan, Bhutan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, etc. These are affected by the coronavirus. India has also sent this medicine to countries like Myanmar, Brazil, Indonesia, including America, Seychelles and Mauritius. All these countries have expressed their gratitude to India. But today, India's vaccine diplomacy is making a splash all over the world. India's vaccine is reaching from the anonymous countries of Africa to the Caribbean country of St. Lucia. Neighboring countries have been taken care of on priority in the supply of vaccines. The corona crisis also exposed many international organizations, among them the name of the United Nations Security Council, that is UNSC, will come at the top. This institution could not even pass a resolution against this calamity.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Agarwal. Please wind up.
Yeah.
Please try to wind up.
Okay, but ma'am, only for a few minutes. Okay. This institution could not even pass a resolution against this calamity, which has created a ruckus in the mud. The Security Council of the United Nations is said to be largest forum of the management of global security. But the challenge that has come before the world in the form of pandemic of COVID-19 and on an occasion where the UN Security Council was expected to play an active role in ending the crisis. COVID-19 pandemic has also had a paramount impact on the environment. The COVID-19 pandemic has a severe impact on global health and the economy too. The COVID-19 health crisis should be seen as a clarion call to fundamentally rethink our relationship with natural ecosystems and chilling biodiversity, the UN Culture Agency chief said on the World Environment Day. Now, I am going to my conclusion. Today, the outbreak of the diabetic pandemic continues and countries around the world have one priority to stopping the rapid spread of the virus as well as addressing other global issues that manifest themselves through the behavior of nations around the world. It is important to note, presently the whole world is going through a serious crisis. This is not the time to blame each other but to show solidarity. The global superpowers, while making optimum use of their resources, should make all efforts towards prevention of this epidemic. This is no doubt that a superpower that handles this crisis properly will play a major role in the changing global politics. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal, for the awesome presentation. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Ruchi Sharma. Welcome back, ma'am. You have been our chairperson too. She's from Jagran Lake City University, Bhopal, and she will be talking about aligning COVID-19 recovery process towards environmental sustainability. So, ma'am, please go ahead.
Yeah,
It's pleasure to have you back with us.
Thank you, Dr. Mamta. Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to each and everyone present here. I will be doing my presentation. I have based my presentation on proposing the model, trying to study. Let me first share the slides.
Yes, we can hear you. You can share the slide, ma'am. Yeah, we can see your slide as well.
Okay, so the topic of my research paper is aligning COVID-19 recovery process towards environmental sustainability. The objectives of my research paper is to understand the impact of COVID-19 on environment and also to understand, to know what could be the recovery process. The research methodology which I have used is the data which I have used is secondary data, and I have gone through the journals, research articles to bring out a model which I will consider as an innovation in my paper to suggest the model as how we can cope up with the recovery phase and can come back to, I wouldn't say that it would be again coming back to normal, but yes, new normal. The environmental changes are the most vital and severe challenge of the 21st century. The outbreak of coronavirus disease 2019 created disruptions in the ecosystem and society. The COVID-19 pandemic has become a major concern worldwide, not leaving a single country aside, which had great impact on environmental sustainability and social responsibility, also on people's quality of life. The environmental sustainability has been highlighted in United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Climate Agreement, as well as by the Global Sustainable Initiative. Environmental sustainability is balancing the resource and services needs of current and future generations without compromising the health of the ecosystems that provide them. It improves the quality of our lives, protects our ecosystem, and preserves natural resources for future generations. The global disruption caused by COVID-19 has brought several effects on the environment and climate. Global lockdowns have drastically altered the demand and have caused an economic downturn, but at the same time have provided an upside, cleaner global environment. So it has both positive as well as negative effects. The positive effects include the behavioral change. As various researchers have shown that there's a positive behavioral change among the people. Like for example, food waste, where an economy, storage and leftover consumption strategy occurred. It has also reduced the noise pollution. So overall, COVID-19 lockdown had lessons of economic activities, resulting in reduction of noise pollution around the globe. The third is reduction is water pollution. That is, during the lockdown period, the major industrial sources of water pollution is stopped. And as a result, we can find even in India, River Ganga and Yamuna, they were much cleaner at that time. The air pollution has also reduced because of the lack of transportation activities and the industrial activities. Even we can see that in the tourist places, because of the lockdown, tourists, they didn't visit the beaches, islands, national park, mountains, desert and mangroves. As a result, the cleaner and greener environment was seen there also. But at the same time, there were certain negative environmental effects also. The increasing use of health-related single-use plastic items, including personal protective equipment, popularly known as PPEs, has been essential to contain the COVID-19 virus, but added to the plastic pollution problem. Polypropylene is the substance which is used to make N95 masks and Tyvek for protective suits, gloves, and medical face shields, which can persist for a long time and release dioxin and toxic elements to the environment. Since the outbreak of COVID-19, medical waste generation has increased globally, which is a major threat to public health and environment. Even the reduction, because of the lockdown, the reduction of recycling processes, it is stopped. The extensive use of disinfectants, which were used to kill non-targeted beneficial species, which may create ecological imbalance. Various researchers have shown that. So now what? It seems a dark tunnel with no light at the end. But the catastrophic consequences of climate change need to be countered. And as a human species, they are being said to be the most enduring, most creative and innovative species. We cannot sit keeping our hand or just sit like that. So we need to think about, so my paper focused more on the post-recovery phase, where we are, it is like no doubt, the catastrophe on the planet Earth, the humans have always won, and the pandemic has also stopped the economic growth. So now, as the major focus is on the health improvement as well as to compensate the economic loss, but at the same time, we should not just focus on being economically developed at the cost of environmental degradation, because ultimately it will be going to have an adverse impact on our society. So the prevalent antidote till now, it was reduce, reuse, recycle. That is the 3 R's, which were always being referred to whenever we are talking about as how to counter the climate change, the environmental change. Now, coming out of the tunnel, we are at the end of the 2021 in the month of December. Moving ahead, we need to think of something more constructive, where we need to talk about inclusive framework, which is required for the effective implementation, and for it the social change is required, and that is being proposed in my model. So the model, it doesn't say that earlier 3 R's are not used, but yes, along with it, 3 R's, whatever is the past, we need to continue with it, adding more into it, that is including 4 R's. So my model is including 4 R's in earlier existing 3 R's, that is reduce, reuse, and recycle. So the 4 R's which are suggested here are, and these 4 R's are based on the various studies done through various secondary sources. The first is resocialization. Resocialization is the process by which one's sense of social values, beliefs, and norms are re-engineered. So we need to learn, and we need to unlearn many things which we have earlier doing, and accordingly we need to bring the change in our behavior. Second R is the responsibility, which is suggested, and here responsibility doesn't lie just only on government. We are talking about, it is the people's responsibility, that is us. We should share this collective responsibility. We should be inspired by the young climate activists like Greta Thunberg, even from India, Lisi Priya Kangujam, the youngest climate activist. These people are playing their roles, so why not we all can come together and play the role to bring the changes in the environment and make it more sustainable for our future generation. The third R is the resilience. Resilience is the ability to anticipate, prepare for, and respond to hazardous events, trends, disturbances related to environment. We should understand that climate risk cannot be reduced to zero. So accordingly, we need to be resilient in our approach. So building resilient foundations with rapid and inclusive development. And finally, the fourth R is review. Review is essential to prioritize according to the needs and monitor the alignment of development to environment sustainability. The impact of climate change is increasing and cannot be predicted exactly, and there is no exact formula to prevent it. So review is essential to make us better prepared and respond, so that the social, economic, and environment sustainability can be taken care of without compromising any one particular segment. So lastly, I would like to conclude, in order to have the brighter, cleaner, greener future, we need to be more focused on the recovery process, which should be environment resilient, and it should not be at the cost of the economic development, exposing society to the various vulnerabilities. So moving ahead from 2021, let us think of a brighter, cleaner and greener future of for our environment, and so that we can come out from the tunnel in which we are there, that is the darkness can end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for that wonderful presentation. I would like to add that you were absolutely correct. 2 years back, the white rhino went extinct. A species that survived millions of years could not survive mankind. That is the state we have given the world. That is how we live now. That is the kind of destruction humans have caused. So if we are to survive, you're right, we have to be resilient towards the environment. We have to take care of it. We have to move forward that way. And I hope that all the people who have joined us, when we enter 2022, we keep these things in mind and the conference bears fruit. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. We would now like to move on to our next presenter, Dr. S. Shamshad. Are you here with us, sir? Dr. S. Shamshad? Okay, I don't think he's here with us. Let's move on to our next participant, Dr. S.K. Verma. Sir, are you here with us?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there and
Okay,
I'm
sir.
ready to present my presentation.
Okay, sir,
So,
let me introduce you.
may I now proceed, ma'am?
What, sir?
May I now proceed for my presentation?
Yes, sir, let me introduce you, then you can begin with your presentation, sir.
Yes, sure.
Okay. We now have Dr. S.K. Verma from Government Dungar College, Bikaner, who is going to give a presentation on synthesis, spectral, and antimicrobial studies of novel transition metal complexes of an OO donor ligand. The stage is yours, sir.
Sure, ma'am. So, Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. S.K. Verma, and the title of my presentation is Synthesis, Spectral, and Antimicrobial Studies of Novel Transition Metal Complexes of OO Donor Ligand. So this is the research plan that we have synthesized one bioactive ligand, which is OO donor active ligand, which is 2-hydroxynicotinamide. We have made complexes with 4 of these metal ions, and using the green synthesis method, using by applying micro radiations, and finally we have also evaluated antimicrobial properties by this diffusion method. So why we have synthesized this ligand? The reason is very obvious, that it is 2-hydroxy derivative of potential compound nicotinamide, and nicotinamide, these are the properties of nicotinamide which inspired us to synthesize this ligand and to use as ligand to form the metal complexes. Scope and objectives of the present work. The prime objective of this study was to design micro-assisted synthesis and to find out the biochemical utilities of this ligand and its metal complexes with Mn, Cu, Ni, and copper metals. Also to find out the coordination behavior of this ligand, and also to understand the bonding in transition metal complexes, and also to investigate biochemical properties of the complexes, because it may provide screening towards the development of novel drugs. So this is experimental scheme to synthesize the ligand that we have used conventional method to synthesize 2-hydroxynicotinamide, as well as we have applied micro irradiation to synthesize the ligand as green method. We can obviously compare here that in micro irradiation method, only 3.5 minutes in the short duration we were able to synthesize this ligand. This is the scheme for synthesis of metal complexes. The same pattern we have adopted, that via conventional method as well as with the microwave irradiation method. So these are some photographs when I was working on this project, and this is the scheme for microwave irradiation method for synthesis of metal complexes, that we have made the slurry of reaction mixture that was exposed in microwave reactor at 600 volt, maintaining different time intervals and with the occasional inspection of TLC data. The mixture, then it was cooled at room temperature and poured into ice chilled methanol and dried into vacuum or P2O5. So this whole synthesis microwave irradiation part has been done at Green Microwave Bioreactor at Green Chemistry Research Center, Government Dongar College, Bikaner, which is run by Dr. Narendra Bhojak sir. These are the physicochemical data of ligand and complexes of 2-hydroxynicotinamide. So we can easily compare the percentage yield of the complexes and of the ligand via both the methods, conventional method as well as micro method, and we can easily conclude that the micro method is better in terms of reaction period and also in terms of yield percentage. These are the vibrational spectral assignments, IR data, where by comparing the amide 1, amide 2nd, and amide 3rd bands, we can easily find out the bonding pattern of the ligand with the metal complexes, that the carbonyl group of the ligand is involved in the bonding pattern or forming the coordination bonds with the metal ions. These are the electronic spectral data, RF values, magnetic moment data, and the tentative assignments with respect to the electronic spectral bands are there, and expected geometry is there. In case of Mn complex and MnCO and Ni complex, the expected geometry is octahedral. In case of copper, it is distorted octahedral because one unusual feature, asymmetric broadband, is noticed in the electronic spectral data. One very unusual feature of our ligand that we have synthesized, we have observed through our FTIR data that it shows keto-enol tautomerism, and this is not confirmed still. We are studying on it. We are moving further on this point, but here we can assuming that on the basis of IR data, the ligand show the keto-enol tautomerism. This is the structure, tentative structure of all the 4 metal complexes, and you can easily find out that the ligand is behaving as OO donor ligand. This is the scheme for characterization of Mn second complex, comparison of electronic spectra, comparison of IR spectra and their tentative assignments, and with the help of magnetic data of magnetic moment, we can easily find out the octahedral structure. If someone has please keep your microphone off, please. So these are biological investigation on ligands and their metal complexes. Organizers, please, of the unwanted microphones are on during my presentation.
I would request everyone to be on the, except the speaker, please everybody be on the mute.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So biological activity of bioactive ligand and the complexes investigated using nutrient-agar medium. The standard disk diffusion method has been employed, and we have on the bacteria E. coli, S. aureus, and B. subtilis. The study indicates that bioactive ligand and the complexes possess at least one type of biological activity up to substantial level. These are some photographs from the antibacterial activity. These are comparison of metal complexes on different bacteria that we have taken, graphical representation of the same observation. These are the conclusions of this research work, that the complexes of this ligand with MnCO and Ni have octahedral geometry, and with the copper it has distorted octahedral geometry. All the prepared bioactive ligands and the complexes have effective antibacterial activities against E. coli, S. aureus, and B. subtilis bacteria. Microwave assisted synthesis method that we have used as green method, we found it is an efficient method for synthesis having high yield and less reaction period. And future work that we have planned, that is X-ray crystallography and antimicrobial activity against fungi, and also to proceed the docking studies. This whole research work has been done at Green Chemistry Research Center, Department of Chemistry, Government Dongar College, Bikaner, Rajasthan, which is the only college that has been accredited 3 times consecutively, 3 times with A grade by NAC. So thanks to this team GCRC and my Department of Chemistry, Government Dongar College, Bikaner, and also to CRO UGC Bhopal to award me the TRF Teacher Research Fellowship for this work. Now queries are invited, please.
Any questions? Oh, thank you, Dr. Verma, for awesome presentation. Now we move to next one, Dr. Saifuddin Ansari. Are you there? Dr. Saifuddin Ansari.
I think my slides were also not visible because someone has shared his mobile screen. We can see the name. So, okay.
No, 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 I think your slides were very much visible, Dr. Verma.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very
okay. Now we have Dr. Saifuddin Ansari. Are you there, sir? No. Dr. Sandhya Tambekar. Dr. Sandhya Tambekar. Dr. Sangeeta Devi Sharma. Dr. Sangeeta Devi Sharma. Dr. Santosh Mehta.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm ready.
Dr. Santosh, right?
Yes, yes. Dr.
Welcome,
Santosh.
Dr. Santosh. So he's from Marine Biological Research Station, Ratnagiri, Maharashtra, and he is going to talk about ghost fishing concern to the ecologist. So Dr. Santosh, please go ahead with your presentation.
इथे दिसत नाही कसं आहे? Hello, my screen is visible, ma'am.
Your screen is visible from which you are speaking, but your slides are not visible if you have any.
Yes, I will try again.
Okay.
Ma'am, may I interrupt here, ma'am? Dr. S.K. Verma is from Dungar College.
Yes, sir, tell me.
Ma'am, Dr. Inder Singh Meena has sharing his screen. That's why everyone is not able to share here. So please ask Inder Singh Meena to stop a presentation.
Ma'am,
stop sharing.
It is visible now.
Doctor, now it's visible.
Okay.
I think,
no,
no, it's not visible. Dr. Inder Singh Meena, please stop sharing your slides.
Now, see?
Yes, very much visible.
Oh, okay, thank you, everybody.
You can click on the first slide.
Yeah, it is first slide only.
No, sir, you come to the slides. You come on the screen.
Now,
click it. No, it's not happening. Call Sheetal.
Okay, I will read it out. Okay, no issue. Actually,
it's visible. It's visible. Please go ahead.
Okay. Actually, my topic is ghost fishing, concern to the ecologist. As ghost fishing is a term used for the lost or abandoned fishing gear that continue to catch fish. It is environmental deteriorate, and fish also caught in this particular gears are wasted. The issue of ghost fishing was first brought to the attention of the world at 16th session of FAO Committee on Fisheries in April 1985. Ghost fishing mostly occurred with the passive fishing gear such as long line, gill nets, entangling nets, trammel nets, traps and pots. But some minor portion also contributed to the active fishing gears like trawl nets and shin net, as you've seen in my particular screen. Okay, these are ghost fishing gears. First, pots and traps, and gill nets and trammel nets. The pots and trap contribute more to the ghost fishing because if they are detached from the boats and they are continuously fishing over the period of some years. Okay. These are long lines and pole-end line. These are also contribute to the ghost fishing. These passive gears, they continue to fish long after they are lost or abandoned. Once the bait is lost, the catch rate decreases to zero. Ghost fishing to one of the most serious consequences of capture fisheries all around the world, especially the concern their efforts have been taken to remove this ghost nest, in particular to Western countries and mostly, but in India particular, the awareness is not there among the fishermen. It caused tremendous damage to the aquatic biota and major concern to the ecologists all over the world. In addition to ecological loss, they are also a danger to the fishing vessel by jamming propeller of the craft. So retrieving lost gear or lost fishing particular gear on the surface can be hazardous to other fishing vessels which are passing through the area. Uh, First, we'll move toward the traps and pots. These are the major ghost fishing gear. Okay, they are moved on the bottom with the line and float to mark their position. The aquatic animal are usually attracted to the trap or trap pots by means of bait. Once this trap or pot, they target species as well as other species cannot escape from this trap. They do die immediately, but once the food supply run out, it may starve and die. That is, starvation is a main problem in traps and pot. It contributed 9 to 45% of all ghost fishing all around the world. Second is nets. There are different type of nets, majorly gill nets and trammel net. They are worldwide used in a variety of commercial and artisanal fisheries in marine, estuarine, and freshwater area. They are non-mobile fishing gear with floating head lines with buoys and weight or anchor put ropes forming vertical mesh wall on the water column. This lost net continued to ghost fish from 58 days to over 20 years. You can imagine their impact. And the mortality rate of the fish and other aquatic animals, including turtles, whales, and endangered animal, they are very high. That to 73 to 100% if they caught in this net. The loss rate estimate also vary greatly from 3 to 7 panel per year per boat to several thousand per year per boat from different nets from in different region of the world. So they are accounted 30% are actively involved in ghost fishing. Next gears are long line. Long lines are derelict gears and they do damage more than the gill nets and traps. Additionally, the bait is used for catching the fish or attract the fish. They are most likely to catch more organism in this particular gears. So this is summary of the estimated ghost fishing gears and their impact. So traps and pots, they catch 0.04 to 0.5 animal per trap per day. And nets, they catch 67 to 100 kg of the fish per day. So you can imagine their impact. And mortality rate is more than 90% in traps and almost 100% to gill nets. So duration of the capture is 7 years in traps and 20 years in nets. And loss rate are already told. So a portion of derelict gear, they generally active in this particular segment is 66% and 30%. Okay, how to prevent this ghost fishing? First measure is prevention of this particular gear. Avoiding loss is the best ghost fishing prevention. So we have to avoid this ghost gear into the system. Second is gear adaptations. So environmental friendly gears, biodegradable gears you have to use to reduce ghost fishing. Then cleanup and removal program. This is very important. If the net or particular gear is lost, immediate action need to be taken. So survey is often required to determine the extent of the problem and where to focus this cleanup and removal effect. This can be simple. Some technology like side scan sonar to map the bottom and identify this lost gear and clean up or recover this gear is very important so as to reduce environmental damage they cause over the period of year. So conclusions from this particular my topic is there are many countries in the world including India with no estimate on catch rate, loss rate or mortality rate for ghost fishing are available, making actual impact of this ghost fishing is impossible. Research is also needed on the way to improve loss rate, ghost fishing rate and removal program. Integrated remote sensing method at multiple scale could help to identify this submerged ghost fish gear and prevent important biodiversity loss to our aquatic system. Lastly, economic, social, and value chain analysis can help to identify cost and impact of this ghost fishing that is very common all around the world, and India it is very particular because our nation is gifted with huge biodiversity and there are so many people depend on the fishery and related activity. So government and our research institutes should give more attention to a particular ghost fishery that is carried out all over the world and India in particular. Okay, these are my reference. Thank you very much for giving me time to present my this particular presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Santosh, for such a nice presentation. Now we move on to the last presenter of this session, Dr. Savitri Yeragudi. Dr. Savitri, are you there? Dr. Savitri Yeragudi? So, okay, with this, we come to the end of this session. No, so I will ask the chairperson of this session, Dr. Kalpana Soni, to kindly conclude the session. Ma'am, stage is all yours. Take a minute. Put on.
Thanks, Dr. Mamta. I am Dr. Kalpana Soni, Associate Professor and Head of Department Zoology at Raj Rishi Govt Autonomous College, Alwar. I would like to thank Dr. Jaswinder S. Sandhu for a wonderful presentation. He spoke on converting CO2 produced from coal powder thermal plants into plant biomass, which is very appropriate in saving the environment, which the mission of the conference. I would like to congratulate all the delegates for the efforts they have put on in preparing and presenting the papers. I sincerely hope that this conference will deliberate on various issues related to sustainable development and environment and offers a unique forum for all stakeholders to learn from each other practice, knowledge, sharing exchange, experience and establish personal contacts. I am sure that the discussion on multidisciplinary components of core and applied science by eminent scientists would strengthen the interaction. Once again, I am happy that you all to taking part in this conference and making the conference a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was wonderful. So with this, we come to an end of this session. Now I will pass the baton to my coordinator, Muskan Data, to continue with the next technical session. Muskan, take over. Thank you so much. I'll see you again.
Just give me a minute, everyone. Okay. So good afternoon to all of you. And we are now entering technical session 4. After such a brilliant and insightful session hosted by Dr. Mamta Sharma, I would again like to present a hearty welcome to our respected chairpersons and distinguished delegates to the second half of our conference, that is the 4th technical session. I'm Muskan Data, the conference coordinator and your co-host of the day. Some people have already been with us on this amazing expedition, and I hope they enjoy the session today as well. It's now time to introduce our chairperson for technical session 4 of the conference. It's none other than Dr. Rani Jha. Dr. Rani Jha presently is Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology, Arunachal University of Studies, Namsai, Arunachal Pradesh. By profession, a synthetic organic chemist, she has done PhD from CSIR National Chemical Laboratory, Pune, and has been working in the field of green and sustainable chemical technologies, agrochemicals, drug development, global climate change, carbon capture, polymer chemistry, and nanotechnology. Over 15 years of experience working in Germany, USA, and India in academia and industry. Dr. Jha has guided more than 30 postgraduate students and 2 PhD students, published over 50 articles in conference papers, US patents, scientific reviewer to several international journals. She's an elected member of the state-level Expert Appraisal Committee, SEAC, Arunachal Pradesh, constituted by the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, Government of India, New Delhi. She has organized many national and international conferences in USA and India on climate change and natural resource management. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today and becoming a part of our conference. We are very glad to have you with us. And thank you for waiting for so long. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Muskan. It's a pleasure for me to be here, and I would like to first say to the Rishi Raj College for giving me this opportunity to chair a technical session. With wonderful sessions going on since morning and for the last 2 days, I wouldn't be taking much time, and since already we are way above the scheduled time, I would request all the participants, all the speakers of the session to kindly stick to their time limits so that we can finish. We have got 50 participants in this technical session. Yeah. We really would like to finish all on time today. At least to some extent. So kindly stick to your time limit. Thank you. We can go ahead with the presentation. Muskan, please.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Before we commence, I would like to remind all our participants that they must join the conference 5 minutes before the designated time so that it does not take time when they join, and ensure proper internet connectivity while they speak. We request that during presentation, all other delegates must keep their mics off. Each delegate will be given 7 minutes to give their presentation. Kindly do not exceed your time limit, as the judges who are watching are deducting marks. They are doing negative marking for people who have extended their time limit. All participants who have prepared PPT presentations must be prepared beforehand. Today, we will do a roll call live, like in this session, and it will be done via text on the technical session WhatsApp group as well, so that you can be aware. We would call the name of the presenter twice for their turn. If we don't get a response or the person is unavailable, we will move on to the next presenter. If that person joins or wishes to present, they can inform our team through text, and then we'll make the necessary arrangements. We are also going to present an award for best paper presentation and another one for best innovation. So I hope everyone is on their best game today. The 3 criteria on which the presenters will be graded are: first, way of presentation; second, content; and third, innovation. That is, how innovative is your idea. So, well, it's finally time to end the wait for our delegates for session 4 and mark the beginning of our technical session. Our first presenter, Dr. Sebastian Therapeutic Joseph. Are you here with us? Dr. Sebastian Therapil Joseph? Okay, I think he's not here. Let's move on to the next. Dr. Shilpa Yadav?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm here.
Okay, okay. Dr. Shilpa Yadav is from Government Dungar College, Bikaner, who's going to give us a presentation on conventional uses of Pinus roxburghi in Western Himalayas. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Ma'am, your screen is visible. Let us pin you.
Good afternoon to one and all. Thank you for providing me opportunity to present my work. My today's work is on presentation is on conventional uses of Pinus roxburghi in Western Himalayas. Forests provide a wealth of beneficial products and they are termed as ecosystem services, which significantly enhance the quality of life of human societies worldwide. There are various types of forest worldwide. The forest vegetation play a major role in economy as well as the culture of the human societies which reside near them. The coniferous forests have played an important role in human life in the Himalayan region and also have become a part of their folklore and mythology. Pinus roxburghi, commonly known as long-lived leaved pine or cheer pine, is one of the most important conifers in the Himalayan region. It is a tall evergreen tree with spreading crown. It is found in Himalayas from Kashmir to Bhutan, Afghanistan, and also in the southern Indian hills. It is also planted in the gardens for the ornamental purpose. It is a monoecious tree. Male and female, both reproductive parts are grow on the same tree but on different. We identify Pinus roxburghi from its other counterparts like Pinus walchiana, Pinus gradiana, etc. because it has a reddish brown bark. These are a few photos taken from my study area. The study area is Sirmaur district of, which is the southernmost district of Himachal Pradesh in northern India. It is largely mountainous and rural. 90% of its population live in villages. According to the FCR report 2019, the district-wise forest cover of Himachal Pradesh shows that Sirmaur district covers 2,825 square kilometers area, out of which 130.22 kilometers is very dense forest, 689.96 square kilometers is moderately dense forest, and 570.69 kilometers are open forest area. That makes total of 1,390.8 square kilometer of the total area is covered by forest cover in Sirmaur district. The percentage of geographical area, if calculated, is 49.23% of the area. The methodology that I have used is stratified random survey and semi-structured open-ended questionnaire. The cheer pine is a dominant tree species in the area, so the local people, they can easily identify it and have over the time discovered several uses for their daily household chores. There are several indigenous uses which we will discuss in our next slide, but notable thing is that Pinus roxburghi has an oleoresin which yields turpentine oil. The Indian turpentine oil has comparatively low pinin and high carine content and chiefly used as a solvent for paints and varnishes. It is also used in perfumery industry, in manufacture of synthetic pine oil, disinfectants, insecticides, and denaturants. Now let's move on to the indigenous uses or conventional uses which we were talking about. The nature and frequency of major uses of cheer pine were decided by the survey report, where Q, that is quite frequently mentions, and that people have agreed to use this Pinus in this form within 3 months. If they have used it within 1 year, we have considered it sometimes, and if they have rarely used it, it is because they say they haven't used it in 3 years. So, firstly, wood for timber, wood bark, cones and needles for fuel wood, Twigs for religious purposes, cones and twisted wood for decoration were quite frequently used, while seeds as edible source or source of oil was rarely used. This is a very notable point that forest, the Pinus roxburghi forest is used for medicinal purposes. But how? Because of the presence of resin in Pinus, it produces an aroma. If somebody breathes in this aroma treats asthma. Then leaves and needles are quite frequently used for livestock bedding. Resin we have discussed that oleoresin is very important. Cones as fire starters, resinous wood for lighting of torch are rarely used. Use of needle cones and branches for toys, and the medicinal use of wood for cough, fainting and ulcers were also rare. Needles were used for making muskets. This was also rarely used. Jukti, this is a very important and interesting term. Although it is less used in Himachal Pradesh and is more common in Uttarakhand, the old dry tree wood, in the old dry tree wood, the hardwood covers the whole wood with its resin, and it becomes yellowish red and glossy. Because of this high resin content, it becomes an amber. So it is kept as for keeping the keeping the fire for burning purposes later, and because it burns for a very long time. This type of wood that is converted into amber is known as jukti. So, to conclude, I would like to say that keeping in mind these traditional uses of cheer pine, the pine forest should be conserved appropriately, and during the afforestation drives in Himachal Pradesh, cheer pine should be given priority. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation. Let us now move on to the next presenter. Dr. Shweta Srivastava, are you here with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Dr. Shweta Srivastava, yeah, you're audible. Dr. Shweta Srivastava is from Arka Jain University, Gamharia, Saraikela, Kharaswan, Jharkhand, and she is going to give a presentation on natural compounds inhibits human triple-negative breast cancer cell invasiveness by downregulating beta-catenin signal cascades and reversal of epithelial mesenchymal transition. Okay, ma'am.
So my presentation is visible to everyone?
Ma'am, it was coming, but now it's gone.
Now?
No, ma'am. Kindly, please, Dr. Indra Rahu Ahirahu, kindly don't present. Ma'am, kindly click on that arrow present at the bottom of your screen, the arrow that is pointing upwards. Click on that, select share full screen and click on share. Ma'am?
Yes. Actually,
ma'am, click on, yeah.
From means like in my screen it's showing to means like I'm able to share my screen to the means audience.
But it's not showing to us. Okay, that Kanish, find that Shweta. Yeah, pin that. It shows, but it is not presenting, ma'am. The presentation icon is there, but it's not presenting.
Okay. So please continue with other presenter. Let me correct this one, and I will join the second.
Okay. Next, we have Dr. Sonia Sharma from Lovely Professional University, Punjab, who is going to give a presentation on COVID-19, a recovery period for environment to lead sustainable development, a literature review. Ma'am, you were here with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I really thank you because I was having my classes from 3 to 5, so I will not take much more time. I will try to be brief out my paper. So, as ma'am has informed that the title of my paper is it's that COVID-19 COVID-19 a recovery period for environment to lead a sustainable development, a literature review. So through my this paper, I have gone through a number of papers, and some of the papers they were related with the case studies, and through that papers, I just come to know that no doubt that each coin is having two sides. If we are having some benefits, then we are also having some negative points also. But COVID-19, with respect to environment, if we just talk about that, it is really given a time to heal our nature. Okay, our nature has been healed during this period. Let's say in case of quality of air, then quality of air has also improved during this period. And in case of noise pollution, if we talk about that, noise pollution has also reduced during this period. And in case of soil, pollution, that is also found through the researchers. I'm not saying this thing. This things has been stated by the number of the studies that the impact of COVID-19 with respect to environment has given a kind of recovery period to our environment. And through this through this period, we just come to know that now this is really time to be work on our environment also, and somewhere sustainable goals. How can we combine this period with the sustainable development goal? The things we never imagined that we can shut ourselves, we can close ourselves in some rooms and we will not go outside. But this thing has this pandemic has realized us that we should control ourselves. If we want to control, if we can minimize our unnecessary exposure, then we can also improve our nature. So through this paper, I just want to highlight the things. So before that, I would like to ask positive and negative environmental impacts on pandemic. Global carbon dioxide emission has been decreased for the last 10 years during this period. And in case of air pollution, quality of air has been increased during this period. In case of particulate matter, then particulate matters they have also reduced during this period. These are the some of the studies which has been done worldwide in China, Russia, as the USA, Canada, then Australia. They have worked especially with respect to environment on during this period. So waste management, if we talk about waste management in case of if we talk about medical waste, no doubt that has been increased, because during this period, so especially the health workers, which safety measures they were used to wear, that thing has been increased during this pandemic. But otherwise, if we talk about, then number of waste has been reduced. In case of human interferences with the biodiversity, if we talk about that during this period, this pandemic is one of the things that was directly entering to some kind of viruses in the human bodies. So that study during this pandemic, it has also highlighted the impact of viruses on human bodies. Okay, number of studies has been done in that case. So meantime, our government also await that how can we have to use certain kind of policy perspectives, why there is we need to work, okay, which areas are there where we have to work. So green recovery measures has been initiated by most of the government. Okay, so these are the some of the things which has been highlighted through the different administration level. So I have also studied some of the case studies in case of related with which are exploring that definitely that during this period nature has inhaled itself. So in the short, because of the paucity of time, I would like to conclude my presentation by saying this thing, that this COVID-19 has really given one thought to us, that we should love towards our nature, and we must minimize the overuse of natural resources, and we should stop pollution, and we just try to be satisfied within us, because when we are satisfied, definitely we will let our nature to heal. So with that, with this, thank you so much, ma'am. So it's almost done from my side. uh, uh, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
It
Thank you
is
so much.
so shocking to think that when humans were closed, nature was blooming. Are we the kind of species who don't even think about our own self? Like our own world, the world that feeds us, that environment that gives us air to breathe, we don't even think about that. That's how selfish we humans are. And that's very sad. That's very sad. So I think the one thing that we can do is be a little selfless, not start, we should start small. Not throw plastic packets or non-biodegradable waste. Just like that, eating something and throwing away, kya farak padta hai? हमारे एक के करने से क्या बदलेगा, right? That's what we think. But I think हमारे एक के करने से एक एक करके पूरा world बदलेगा. So this is what we should try to achieve. So thank you so much, ma'am. Moving on to our next. Yeah, thank you so much. Moving on to our next.
Yes, can I? I would like to tell the presenters, in case if someone is not able to present through their mobile or computer or whatever, Muskan, can they send the slides to you?
Ma'am, they can. Yes, of course, ma'am, they can send the slides.
Okay, so if any presenter is having any issue, I would ask them to, like ahead of time, they can also send it to Muskan and she can share it from her screen. So that will save.
I'm sending the ID. I'm sending the ID on which you can send on the group, on the call messages, on the call that is going on, and then you can send it on that.
Excuse me, ma'am. Please tell Inder ma'am to stop sharing the screen.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, we've constantly been telling her. Dr. Inder Singh Meena, kindly not share your screen. Dr. Inder Singh Meena, if you can hear us, kindly stop sharing your screen. Dr. Inder Singh Meena, can you hear us?
Otherwise, we can't present the screen, no?
Yeah, I know. What we're going to do is we're going to find a way through this. Just let me send you the ID and then we'll sort this problem as well. Our next presenter is Dr. Sumit Khokar. Are you present here with us, sir? Dr. Sumit Khokar, are you present here with us? I've sent the mail ID. Okay. We have received several requests from person asking, ma'am, can we present now? Can we present now? I would like to reiterate again that the numbers, the presentations will go according to the numbers only. We're not making any changes now because we have done this a lot and then it doesn't get a good result for us. So we are going to do it in order only. Mr. Imran, you have sent us your PPT. Do you want us to play them when you give your presentation?
Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah. Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, when I'm presenting my presentation, please share my screen from your side, ma'am.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, sir, we will.
Thank you so much. I have two presentations, ma'am. I have
yes,
two
sir, I know.
presentations.
Yes, sir, I know. Yes, sir, I know.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, so now, Dr. Shweta Srivastav, is your presentation working or should we move on further?
Ma'am, after this presentation, I will do.
Okay, ma'am. So, Dr. Sumit Khokar is not here with us. Let's move on to the next one. Dr. Sushil Kumar Yadav, are you here with us? Dr. Sushil Kumar Yadav, Government Dungar College, Bikaner, are you here with us? Okay, moving on to the next. Dr. T. Lavanya?
Yeah, I am here, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Dr. T. Lavanya is from KVR Government College for Women, Kurnool. He is going to give us a presentation on different extracts of Psyllium viscosa by HPLC analysis, antioxidant and anti-diabetic activities of Psyllium viscosa with reference to in vitro studies.
Good afternoon, all. Today I am presenting different extracts of Psyllium viscosa by HPLC analysis, antioxidant, anti-diabetic activities of Psyllium viscosa with reference to in vitro studies. Medicinal plants are the bioresources given by natural world used to cure a group of human diseases by evaluating their probable sources for new drugs. Plant pots have been a typical source of medicine from ancient times and have been the primary source of drugs in Indian system of medicine and other ancient systems in the world. Phytochemicals are the natural bioactive compounds present in plants. The most considerable bioactive constituents of plants are alkaloids, tannins, flavonoids, steroids, terpenoids, and phenolic compounds. Free radicals are highly reactive and unstable molecules which attacks healthy cell components to take an electron to become stable. This process produces a chain reaction of free radical formation which results in oxidative stress and causes damage to the cell membrane, proteins, blood vessels, fats, or even to DNA. Increased oxidative stress leads to diabetes mellitus, cancer, myocardial infarction, atherosclerosis, and neurodegenerative diseases. The natural antioxidant compounds help in controlling and curing of oxidative related disorders and protect the ROS damaged biological system. Hence, we have chosen Cleome viscosa plant for the present study. The main objectives of the present study is to evaluate the antioxidant activity of Cleome viscosa plant extracts with reference to in vitro studies. And second objective is to evaluate the antidiabetic activity of Cleome viscosa plant extracts with reference to in vitro studies. And third objective is to screen the antidiabetic compounds in Cleome viscosa different extracts by using HPLC. Here you can see the different methods that were used in this study. Coming to the results, in vitro, the Cleome viscosa plant extracts at different concentrations has shown significant results compared to their respective standards for antioxidant and radical scavenging activities such as DPPH, ABTS, hydrogen peroxide, hydroxyl radical, superoxide radical, and phosphomolybdate assay. Here you can see the graphical images of the results. So in all cases, our plant extract shown better activity. Here you can see the IC50 values of in vitro antioxidant and free radical scavenging activity. Next, coming to the in vitro anti-diabetic activity, different plant extracts of Cleome viscosa at different concentrations has exhibited maximum alpha amylase and alpha glucosidase inhibition activity, followed by methyl extract, aqueous extract, ethyl acetate extract, and NHN extract. Here you can see the graph of the alpha amylase inhibition assay. Methyl extract shown highest activity. And here you can see alpha glucosidase inhibition assay. Here you can see the IC50 values of the 4 various extracts from Cleome viscosa. The HPLC analysis of methanolic extract shown totally 15 peaks with the retention time of 25 minutes. The peak at the retention time 2.15, 2.88 and 3.68 were the major peaks. These peaks indicates the presence of highly polar compounds. And the HP analysis of aqueous extract has shown 16 peaks with the retention time of 25 minutes. Among the 16 peaks at the retention time 2.07, 2.77 and 3.50 were the major peaks, and also these peaks indicates the presence of highly polar compounds. And the HPLC analysis of ethyl acetate extract has shown 7 peaks with the retention time of 25 minutes. The peak at the retention time of 2.76 was the major peak, and this peak indicates the presence of highly polar compounds. And the HPLC analysis of nhexane extract shown 8 peaks with the retention time of 25 minutes. Among these peaks at the retention time of 0.81, 2.28 peaks were the major peaks, and also these peaks indicates the presence of highly polar compounds. Based on the in vitro results, methanolic extract has shown the better antioxidant and anti-diabetic activities than other extracts in all assays. The results of HPLC study were also indicates the methanolic extract contains the highest amount of potentially active secondary metabolites at 3 different retention times. These active secondary metabolites are maybe the reason for the better antioxidant, anti-diabetic activities of methanolic extract of Cleome viscosa. The N-hexane extract had shown the lowest content of secondary metabolites in the HPLC study. So here I can conclude that this study suggests that methyl extract of Cleome viscosa is a potential source for natural anti-diabetic and antioxidant compounds and could have potential use in the management of diabetes. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this wonderful presentation. And it was amazing that you didn't exceed the time limit and you finished in time, even though you gave us so much information about it. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, next we have Dr. U. Srinitha. Are you here with us, ma'am? Oh, okay. We had Dr. Shweta Srivastava. Ma'am, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Next, we have Dr. Shweta Srivastava from Arka Jain University, Jharkhand, who is going to give a presentation on natural compound inhibits human triple-negative breast cancer cell invasiveness by down-regulating beta-catenin signaling cascades and reversal of epithelial mesenchymal transition.
So, my presentation is visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, so my topic, thank you so much for considering my presentation. So topic of my presentation is about natural compound. Especially for this study, we have taken the account of cardamom. So this cardamom inhibit human triple negative breast cancer proliferation by down regulating WNT beta-catenin signaling cascade and reversal of epithelial mesenchymal transition. So coming to talking about triple negative breast cancer, this is one type of breast cancer in which there is lack of estrogen receptor, progesterone receptor, as well as human epidermal growth factor receptor 2. Because of a high propensity for metastasis and poor prognosis, TNBC is considered the most aggressive of all breast cancer. So major problem is like its treatment option, and it include by treating with chemotherapy because of absence of specific targeted therapy. So coming to about epithelial mesenchymal transition. So this is a process which is characterized by loss of epithelial characteristic and acquisition of a mesenchymal phenotype. So we have taken this cardamom, which is a type of chalcone and derived from Aplenia species. So this cardamom means like in literature, so many authors reported about its anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, vasoreactant, relaxant, hypoglycemic effect, but mechanism involved in the anti-epithelial mesenchymal transition, which is correlated with triple negative breast cancer progression, is unknown. So in this study, we have investigated the role of cardamom in inhibiting the epithelial mesenchymal transition and correlated its regulatory effect on the EMT with WNT beta catenin signaling pathways in TNBC. So these are the method which we have used for this study, like cytotoxicity study, LDH colony formation assay, assessment of cell morphology by phase contrast, or acridine ethidium bromide staining, annexine 5 binding assay, cell cycle analysis, cell adhesion assay, and different Western blotting for apoptosis marker, as well as all the proteins which is involved in that WNT beta catenin signaling cascade. So directly coming to this result and discussion. So we have taken account of both normal cell line as well as breast cancer cell line. So this MCF10A is normal cell line, normal breast cancer cell line. MCF7 is breast cancer cell line, whereas MDMB231 and BT549 is triple negative breast cancer type. So in this we have concluded like this cardamom is very sensitive for triple negative breast cancer, and this is selectively killing the proliferation of triple negative breast cancer cell line. With this dose response curve, we determine the IC50 value of cardamomene in different breast cancer. So we have taken this BT549 and MDMB231 for further study. So they have shown the typical characteristic of apoptosis like membrane blebbing, chromatin condensation, either in this phase contrast microscopic image or this acridine ethidium bromide staining. So same theme is depicted with annexine 5 binding assay. Like this, cardamomene with treatment induces apoptosis, and that is dependent on concentration as well as time. So this cardamomene inhibit the proliferation of triple negative breast cancer in G2M phase. So further, we examine the effect of cardamomene on apoptosis marker protein like BCL2, BAC, cytochrome C, cleaved PARP, caspase-3, and PARP. So this cardamomene decreases the expression of BCL2, whereas it increases the expression of BAC, cytochrome C, and because this cytochrome C is component of mitochondria, so this cytochrome C released from mitochondria, actually this cardamomene interfere with the mitochondrial membrane potential. So by interfering with that, this cytochrome C is released from mitochondria, and this causes cleavage of this caspase-3, and this PARP is also cleaved with the treatment of cardamomene. So we can say that cardamomene induces apoptosis. So this is JC1 dye staining, and we can see here this cardamomene causes disturbance in mitochondrial membrane potential. Same thing, like DNA fragmentation is also a peculiar characteristic of apoptosis. So we can see here, like with the higher dose of cardamomene, DNA fragmentation is more. So we have checked the basal beta catenin expression in MDMB231 and BT549. So we have found that beta catenin expression is more for BT549. So that is the reason this CD cardamomene has higher sensitivity for BT549. So for next study, we have included only BT549 for examining the effect of cardamomene on epithelial mesenchymal transition. So E-cadherin, N-cadherin, vimentine, beta-catenin, slug, and snail. These all are markers for EMT. So we can see here, like on treatment or upon treatment with cardamomene, E-cadherin expression is increased, whereas N-cadherin expression is decreased. Same with vimentine and beta-catenin. So this slug and snail. So this cardamomene decreases the expression of vimentine, beta-catenin, slug, and snail. Directly means associating the effect of GSK. These all are downstream molecule or protein of beta-catenin pathway. So cardamomene decreases the expression of cyclin D1, CMYC, BEGF, CDK4. And we also examine the effect of cardamomene on beta-catenin expression in nuclear and cytosolic fraction. So this cardamomene decreases the cytosolic as well as nuclear fraction of beta-catenin, and in presence of this ligand, WNT3 is a ligand for beta-catenin pathway. So in presence of ligand, beta-catenin expression is increased. So in this, by using the cardamomene as well as WNT3A, so this WNT3A stimulate BT549. So in that case, expression of beta-catenin is more. Okay, so when cardamomene is treated along with this ligand, we can say like here, like the third column is with cardamomene and fourth is cardamomene and WNT3A. So this cardamomene inhibit the expression of beta-catenin in presence of WNT3A. So we can say this WNTA shows its anti-proliferative effect in triple negative breast cancer by inhibiting WNT beta catenin signaling cascade, and that is correlated with this GSK3, glycogen synthase kinase 3 beta isoform. So this is main regulator of this WNT beta catenin signaling. So this cardamonin decreases expression of beta catenin by modulating the activity of GSK3 beta. So here we can find this cardamonin with increasing concentration decreases the expression of phosphorylated GSK3 beta expression. So this is the summary of my presentation. Like cardamonin inhibits the proliferation of triple negative breast cancer by inhibiting the activity of WNT3A ligand, as well as this inhibit the expression of protein kinase B, that is AKT, especially this serine 473 position. Cardamonin induces apoptosis by causing disturbance in mitochondrial membrane potential by releasing cytochrome C, and this cytochrome C causes cleavage of caspase 3, and this cleaved caspase 3 activate path. So in summary, we can say like triple negative breast cancer is not a common breast cancer among women, but is the most aggressive type of breast cancer. Cardamonin is a chalcone which inhibits breast cancer cell invasiveness by downregulation of WNT beta catenin signaling cascade. So cardamonin extremely showed favorable cytotoxic profile on TNBC, and it offers novel therapeutic opportunities for both prevention and treatment. And this study will eventually enable us to discover more effective strategy for cancer treatment to reduce triple negative breast cancer resistance, recurrence, and to improve patient survival. Thank you so much for
That was really innovative, and that was a wonderful, wonderful presentation. You exceeded the time limit, but I didn't have the heart to stop you. Believe me.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, next we have you, Srinitha. Are you here with us, ma'am, now? Okay, moving on to the next presentation. Dr. Uma Rathore, are you here with us? Dr. Uma Rathore?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
1 second, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Dr. Uma Rathore is from Government Dungar College, Bikaner, who is going to give us a presentation of on misceral volumetric analysis and biological investigations on nickel 4-diethylaminobenzylaldehyde thiosemicarbazone complex. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. My topic is आपने बताई दिया micellar volumetric analysis and biological investigations on nickel. Oh, sorry, ma'am. मैं screen share का कोई option है, ma'am? Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Ma'am, ये screen share के लिए कोई option है?
Yes, ma'am. You see the button, arrow button on your screen. जो नीचे buttons हैं, उनमें arrow button दिख रहा है आपको? उस पे क्लिक करिए.
Yes, ma'am.
शेयर फुल स्क्रीन, आप अपनी फुल स्क्रीन को सिलेक्ट करिए, उसमें ऑप्शन को फुल स्क्रीन ऑप्शन.
Yes, ma'am. Share. Okay, ma'am.
And click on share.
Okay, ma'am. Share.
Ma'am, yes, it's coming.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. My topic मैं जैसा बता चुकी हूँ. Now the solution study on the complexes have been carried out in different micellar system as SDS, HTAB, TX100 system at 25 degrees centigrade temperature. Stability constant have been determined in 60% ethanol by pH metric study. Proton ligand stability constant and metal ligand stability constant have been determined by potentiometrically. Antibacterial investigation have been carried out against E. coli, SRS, and B. subtilis bacterial strain. Antimicrobials have great biological activity as anti-tumor, antimicrobial, antibacterial, antimalarial, antifungal, etc. We know there are three types of surfactants:
कनिष्का मेरे को ममता मैम को कॉल लगा के देख बार
anion, anionic, cationic, and neutral surfactant. Now, the importance of micellar chemistry. Surfactants are widely used in production and processing of food, agrochemicals, pharmaceuticals, personal care, laundry product, petroleum, oils, fuels, additive, lubricant, paints, coating, adhesive, photographic film, biological system, medical applications, soil remediation technique, other environmental health and safety application. Micellar system give an opportunity to further investigation in this field. The solution study of micellar system have been used in several fields as chemistry, biochemistry, pharmaceutical, medicine, and industry. Micellar study depend on the nature of surfactant and their concentration. In present study, we have synthesized our ligand by conventional method. We also determine the RF value in benzene and alcoholic medium. Now the methodology: pH meter used for pH measuring the pH. For this, we prepare three type of solution. First solution KNO3 plus HNO3 plus KNO3. In second solution, we added ligand solution also, and in third solution HNO3, KNO3, and ligand solution plus metal ion solution. Volume of all these reaction mixture was made up to 25 ml using 40% aqueous ethanol, while for the titration in micellar medium, Xrd, SDS, HTAB, alcohol, and alcohol plus water was added separately in each set of above the reaction mixture before making up the volume and titrated against a standard pH solution. Now the biological study. A solution for biological study, a solution of nutrient agar high-rich broth was prepared in doubly distilled water and it was autoclaved. This is autoclaved with other apparatus and patty plates for 45 minutes and poured into patty plates in lamina. This one is the lamina. After solidification of loan of bacteria, as Escherichia coli, Staphylococcus was applied against the antimicrobial activity is to be investigated. A separate paper disc was soaked in each sample solution for 10 minutes. Thus, paper disc was placed into patty plates and finally prepared patty plates were kept in incubator for 24 hours. After 24 hours, patty plates were removed and checked for measuring zone of inhibition. Now the result and discussion. Potentiometric study Pk and log K were determined by using Irving-Rossetti technique. For determine the stability constant, proton ligand stability constant, metal ligand stability constant, and PL were determined by using this formula, and graph were also plotted. Proton ligand stability constant Pk can be determined by ligand formation curve, and this curve indicates average number of hydrogen ion Na bar attached to the ligand. We also plot a graph between Na bar against pH. The value of pH where Na bar 1.5 and 0.5 corresponds the value of Pk1 and Pk2 respectively. Metal ligand stability constant log K were determined by metal complex formation curve. This curve indicates average number of ligand attached to metal ion. For this, we plot a graph between N bar and PL. The value of PL at which N bar 0.5 and 0.5 correspond to the values of log K1 and log K2 respectively. This is the table. This value represent for Pk1 and log K1. in micellar and non-micellar medium. Here we found that in TX100 medium, lower pK value is obtained by using lesser quantity of alkali solution. Now the antibacterial study, from using these samples, highest antibacterial activity has been screened by ligand in alcoholic medium against B subtilis. Almost equal zone of inhibition has been shown by SRS and B subtilis in HTAB medium. Moderate biological activity has been exhibited against SRS in TX100 medium. These are references. Thank you. Thanks, JCRC, Dumur College, Bikaner. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful and explanatory presentation. Thank you for joining with us.
Thank you.
Dr. Yeah, I would now like to invite our next presenter, Dr. Uma Sinha. Are you here with us?
Yes, ma'am, I am there.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Dr. Uma Sinha is affiliated with the Varun Dhaka Institute of Technology, Krishan Vihar, New Delhi. She's going to give a presentation on COVID-19 and its impact on environment. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Ma'am, can I present the
Dr. Uma Rathore, kindly mute your mic. Dr. Uma Rathore, thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you can begin.
Wait, ma'am. Good afternoon, all. Myself, Dr. Masina. Today I'm going to present on the topic COVID-19 and its impact on the environment. In this paper, we will discuss the environmental impact. Ma'am, it's visible? Hello, ma'am, it's visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible, but it's not working. Like you're speaking, the screen is visible, but it's not opening.
Ma'am, it's audible now?
Yeah, you're audible.
Ma'am, your presentation is not visible.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying as well, ma'am.
Okay, not visible. Okay, ma'am, then wait.
The screen has been shared, it is open, but the presentation is not working.
Now my PPT is visible, ma'am?
No, ma'am, it's not. It's stuck on some screen.
Okay, ma'am, wait. Let me share again. Now visible, ma'am?
Let us. Yes, ma'am, it's visible now. Yes. Press F5 so that it can be full screen.
Now it's okay now, ma'am? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Dr. Uma Sinha, Associate Professor, Varun Dhaka Institute of Technology, which is affiliated to Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, New Delhi. Today, my topic is COVID-19 and its impact on the environment. Now, see what is the objective of this my paper. In this paper, we will discuss the environmental impact of the COVID-19. And the methodology we will use here, secondary data collection, collecting data that is already exists in the published book, journals, and our online portals. These are some environmental factors which help in the transmissions of the SARS-CoV-19, like temperature, humidity, air transmission. It is also transmitted through the insect and through the surface contact. Now we can see the situation of the Earth before COVID-19 and after COVID-19. The revolutionary changes came in the Earth. So Mother Earth get relaxed during the COVID-19 lockdown. It improved the water quality, control noise pollution, peaceful wildlife, and cleaned up air. What is the environmental effects of the COVID-19? The global disruption caused by the COVID-19 has brought about several effects on the environment and climate. Due to movement restrictions and a significant slowdown of the social and economic activities, air quality has improved in many cities with a reduction in the water pollution in different parts of the world. Besides increased use of PPE, their hazardous disposal and generations of a huge amount of the hospital waste have a negative impact on the environment. This one we can see that positive effects and the negative effects of the lockdown. The positive effect, we can see the clean beaches, decline in the air pollutions, decline in the nitrogen dioxide concentrations, and reduction of the environmental noise level. And negative effect, we can see the global health, economy, and reduction in the waste recycling. So during the coronavirus, we had used the hand washing, soap and sanitizer, mask disinfection, then PPE like gloves, face mask, body cover. And this have a major effect on the component of the ecosystem. Like in the water pollution, it disturbs in the aquatic flora and fauna, increase the wastewater, pollutions of the lake, river, and ocean, pollution of the subsurface, then aquifer through the leaching. And in soil pollution, plastic pollution, pesticide and other chemical pollution, deteriorate soil quality and effects on the plant. And on the air pollution, it causes the airborne disinfectant. This is a major effect on the, we can say in the water pollution, soil pollution, and in the air pollution. So there are some environmental changes witnessed in the India during the lockdown period. Concentration of the particulate matter and nitrogen dioxide and sulfur dioxide emission reduced significantly in the lockdown period and forced to curb the novel coronavirus disease outbreak, according to the Central Pollution Control Board analysis of 115 Indian cities. Data from the Central Pollution Control Board and the Uttar Pradesh Pollution Control Board show that the Ganga water biochemical oxygen demand has correspondingly fallen, along with the concentration of the total coliform, which is a testament to improve the water quality. Most remarkably, we can see the nationwide lockdown has considerably reduced municipal solid waste generations. In a city like Pune, daily tonnage of the MSW has fallen by 29%, while Chennai and Nagpur have dropped by 28% and 25% respectively. Even in the city like Delhi and Mumbai, one can expect a similar drop owing to a shift in the consumer demand and behavioral changes toward the sustainable consumption. Here are some proposed strategy for sustainability of the environment: sustainable industrializations, ecological restoration and ecotourism, use of green and public transport, use of renewable energy, behavioral changes in the daily life, and international cooperation, waste recycling and reuse. So this one we can use for the sustainability of the environment after lockdown also. At conclusion, we can see that the lockdown period minimized environmental pollution, which improved the water and air quality and brought reduction in the noise pollution due to shutdown of the industrial process. COVID-19 taught us to improve the healthcare system for future and provided a clue to achieve 2030 agenda of the UN SDGs. Environmental sustainability can be achieved by the use of green and clean energy, sustainable industrializations, well-organized waste management system, wastewater treatment, and its reuse. Though the impact of the COVID-19 on the environment are short-term, united and proposed time-oriented effort can strengthen the environmental sustainability and save the Earth from the effect of the global climate change. So according to the WMO Secretary General, he said that the COVID-19 pandemic is not a solution for a climate change. However, it does provide us with a platform for more sustained and ambitious climate actions to reduce the emissions to the net zero through a complete transformation of our industrial energy and transport system. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to present on this platform.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
We would now like to invite Dr. Vanita Rose. Are you here with us, ma'am? Dr. Vanita Rose? Okay. On Dr. Varsha Ahuja. Ma'am, are you here with us? Dr. Varsha Ahuja? Ma'am, are you going to present? Okay. Next, Dr. Varsha Chaudhary. Dr. Varsha Chaudhary. Dr. Varsha Chaudhary. Okay, not here as well. Dr. Ved Prakash Gupta. Okay. Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Mishra.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Hello.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening. Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I like to gratitude Raj Rishi College, Alwar, for giving us this opportunity and a platform to present. Topic of my paper is environment, sustainability, and role of government. Environment is everything that affects living organisms. It is made up from a Greek word which means surrounding. A lot of in last two technical sessions about environment and its sustainability. The main emphasis of my paper is on the sustainability of environment and role of government in it. Sustainable means continuous. Sustainable development concept was described in 1987 in Brundtland Commission as the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. There are four dimensions of sustainable development: environmental, economic, and environmental, which is correlated. I think there is a difference between sustainable development and sustainability. Sustainability is often thought of as a big term of goal, while sustainable development refers to the many processes and platforms to achieve it. So when we talk about the environment sustainability, which aims to improve the quality of human life without putting unnecessary strain on it. Here I want to talk about the role of government in environmental sustainability. There are two primary ways to achieve sustainability. One is by the individuals and second by the government bodies. Although it is our ethical duty to protect the environment for all human, for present and future generations to come. But issue of conservation of environment is on one side, and the other side, the issue of human needs and development is there. So there is a requirement of such policies to create a balance between the needs of growing population and the economic development or the environment protection. The government and legislative bodies on all level plays an important role in it. They can make the efforts made by the government on the international, national or the local levels can easily implementing sustainable development goals. As government can develop and maintain strategies, policies, programs and laws for well-being, education and healthy environment or sustainable economic strategies. As far as the environment issues and the sustainability concern, laws made by the government plays an important role. As we talk about the India, nature worship in our culture. In Indian Constitution, Article 48 requires to state the to take responsibility for the protection and improvement of the environment and protection of country's wildlife and forests. It occurs the prominent with the laws made by the amendment by the government time to time. Some of the important laws made by the Indian government are, on which I emphasis in my paper, is the Wildlife Protection Act 1972, the Forest Conservation Act 1980, the Motor Vehicle Act 1939 and amended in 1988, Water and Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974 and 1981, the Environment Protection Act 1986.
Dr. Indra Rao, kindly mute yourself, please.
And the Environment Policy 2006 MEP. All these acts plays an important role in environment protection in India, but there are some issues related to the environment emphasis in my paper are high population, illiteracy, poverty, social customs and rituals, lack of institutional capacity, need of economic and technical development, lack of public awareness, as well as these issues are important and facing Indian government as the developing country, and also they are the consent in the environmental sustainability or the uh, enactment of these laws. Uh, but nowadays, and my conclusion in this paper is that although issues are there, but after COVID-19 pandemic or the lockdown we have faced, public is more aware about these environmental protection act. In lockdown period we have learned a lot for the sustainability of environment. So I think there is a big need of public awareness, and now public is awareing. And before last 2 days I read in newspaper Dainik Bhaskar that most many cases in this lockdown period regarding the environmental in newspapers to public is aware about the environmental sustainability. So government plays an important role as well as the public awareness is more important. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful oral presentation. I would now like to invite Dr. Vitthal Eknath Darandale. Are you here with us, sir? Dr. Vitthal Eknath Darandale. Okay, moving on to the next presenter, Dr. D.B. Jani, as he's here with us. He's from Gujarat Technological University, Gujarat.
I am there, madam.
I know, sir. I know, sir. I know you're there. He's
Okay.
from Gujarat Technological University.
Now.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Please confirm my screen is available.
Yes, sir. It's starting now. Yes, we can see your screen. Kindly press F5 so that it can go full screen.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. So today I am going to present on topic study on use of hydrogen as a potential renewable energy source as one of the promising option in automobile. Myself, Dr. D.B. Jani, completed my PhD from IIT Roorkee, currently working as Associate Professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Government Engineering College, Dahod, Gujarat, India. So in the present era, whatever may be the fossil fuel based fuel like petrol, diesel is going to be depleted at exponential rate as far as the selling increase in the rate of two-wheelers, four-wheelers and the transportation vehicles. The sources of fuel has become important to prevent occurrence of energy crisis. As we see here in the last month, energy crisis due to the crisis of all support in big thermal power station resulted to blackout in the China. So we see that hydrogen is not the source of energy, but rather it is a carrier of energy. It is useful for mostly time currently used the battery and fuel this. But nowadays various methods introduced as well as many researches going on the production technique and storing technique of hydrogen so that it make it a niche market that's slowly gaining the popularity on the use of hydrogen. There are many combustible properties of hydrogen, such as low ignition energy required, its wide range of flammability, smoke quenching distance, high auto ignition temperature will not made auto ignition at low temperature, resulting determination of auto ignition at a low temperature, its high flame speed at automatic ratios, high diffusivity and low density. So whatever may be the numerical property for the different fuel, for the process of comparison, we may that auto ignition temperature of hydrogen is almost highest among the rest of the fuel described in the table. So if we compare hydrogen with the gasoline, energy storage value will be taken as same 6.64 10 raised to square megajoule. Fuel mass will be less in case of you can say petroleum, but tank mass should be less to be required in case of a gasoline. Total fuel system mass will be slightly higher as comparison to gasoline, but the volume to be handled in liter will be more. So what will be the process to occur in the combustion chamber when you burn hydrogen instead of mixing or you can say in blended form with the gasoline kinds of fuel. So this fuel describe what happen when pure gasoline will be burnt when we mix some hydrogen in percentage can get vary. Different types of observations will be there for fuel air energy to be for the different blended compositions. So what will be the change in the engine design to be required? Most of time when you use hydrogen, unburnt hydrocarbon is one of the major issue. Therefore, you may have to require certain exhaust emission so that it can percolate the same. Ignition system lean ratio 130 to 180 and its flame velocity is reduced considerably so that the dual spark plug will be required in case of ignition of hydrogen fueled vehicle. Crankcase ventilation is one of the major issue to be while using the hydrogen. So pressure relief valve should be provided prior to its supply to the engine chamber. So this picture denotes location as well as size of the pressure relief valve. What are the emissions? Because hydrogen, when mixes with the oxygen, can produce the water fumes. So when it gets burned in presence of oxygen and nitrogen, can generate most of nitrogen oxide. And the nitrogen oxide formation mainly depends upon many factors listed, such as compression ratio, speed, and ignition timing. So this graph will show you what will be the pressure in PHI with respect to emissions to be produced in case of NOx. So you find that it will be maximum at 1 psi, and as you compare it with the development in the engine exhaust with the production of CO as well as hydrocarbon. So power output will be 15% more when you use a hydrogen blended mixture instead of the pure gasoline. So current station, most of the car manufacturers now, instead of producing gasoline and diesel-based car, can be switched over to the hydrogen-powered internal combustion engine by providing some tank for carrying the hydrogen in its liquid storage from. Some buses may be totally be running nowadays on basis of hydrogen. Some pickup van is also there. So this is all about the introduction of the hydrogen as one of the promising alternative fuels for the case of automobiles. Thank you, madam, for providing me opportunities for my presentation.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. It was very informative and thorough. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, madam.
I would now like to invite Dr. Prakash Rajaram Chavan. Are you here with us, sir? Dr. Prakash Rajaram Chavan. Okay. Moving on to the next. Dr. S. Sangameshwaran. Dr. S. Sangameshwaran, are you here with us? Dr. Seema Garg. Dr. Seema Garg, are you here with us? Okay. Ms. Isha Dwivedi. Ms. Isha Dwivedi, are you here? Ms. Isha Dwivedi? Okay. G.E. Adilek. G.E. Adilek, are you here with us? G.E. Adilek, are you here with us? Next, G. Shabana, are you here with us? G. Shabana, are you here with us? Okay. Gayatri N. Gayatri N, are you here with us? I had seen earlier Gayatri N. Okay. Dr. Mufida, you will get your turn, sir. You were in technical session 3. I have to complete technical session 4 so that you can present your paper. You will get a chance, so please kindly wait.
Yes, thank you.
No problem, ma'am. Dr. Geetanjali Malhotra.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. I'm not a doctor yet, so this is Miss Geetanjali Malhotra.
Okay.
I hope I am
Miss
audible.
Geetanjali Malhotra. Yes, ma'am, you're audible. So Miss Geetanjali Malhotra is affiliated with Jamia Milai Islamia University, who is going to give us a presentation on preparing learners for sustainable development, some reflections.
I hope my screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible. Yes.
Okay, so a very good afternoon to all. This paper is jointly presented by me, Geetanjali Malhotra and Professor Ijaz Masih. So preparing learners for sustainable development, some reflections. So I hope my PPT is visible, right?
Yes, ma'am, it is. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am,
okay,
it is
okay.
visible.
So among the many challenges that the globe is facing today, environment, specifically natural environment, is the major factor that has affected people's lives to a great extent. Along with protection of environment, there are many other challenges that have been faced by the world, which are reflected in United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. These are the 17 goals about which all of us are aware. So the issues highlighted through the Sustainable Development Goals are interrelated, and environment is a key factor that directly affects other concerns reflected in SDGs, that is Sustainable Development Goals. For instance, quality environment supports good health and overall well-being, that is SDG 3. With good health, one can be financially more secure, which would help in leading towards no poverty, that is SDG 1, and zero hunger, that is SDG 2. With financial security, one can support education of their children and provide a conducive environment for learning, which would be a step towards quality education, that is SDG 4. But what is the current condition of our environment? So it has been said that we are going through environmental crisis, and some of the issues to the environmental crisis are noted by Hedgie Chambis and Rees, which are loss of biodiversity, climate change, ice melting, plastic pollution, ocean acidification, desertification, extended air pollution, and environmental health problems. So how does this affect us? So simply we can see that we have to buy the resources required even for our survival, like clean water, quality food, and other things. So, and another thing is human beings' interference with the nature is visible. So there is a term Anthropocene, which is floating in the literature. It was proposed by Paul Cruzen. This refers to Earth's most recent geologic time period as being human influenced or anthropogenic, based on overwhelming global evidence that atmospheric, geologic, hydrologic, biospheric, and other Earth system processes are now altered by humans. So we have altered the nature itself. So how aware are the citizens towards the environment? This is a picture which was quite viral on social media, which showed that some people were taking selfies while standing in the toxic region of Yamuna River. So it reflects that we need environmental citizenship, which is the need of the present time. And what do we mean by this term environmental citizenship? It basically refers to the responsible pro-environmental behavior of citizens who act and participate in society as agents of change in both private and public spheres at local, national, and global scale. How? Through individual and collective actions for solving contemporary environmental problems, as well as preventing the creation of new environmental problems, and for developing healthy relationship with nature. So it reflects that we need to practice our environmental rights and duties, as well as we have to identify the underlying structural causes of environmental degradation and environmental problems. So willingness and competency for critical and active engagement is required. Civic participation is required to address those structural causes and to act individually as well as collectively within democratic means, taking into account inter and intra-generational justice. So this was a definition given by European Network for Environmental Citizenship. And what are the attributes of an environmental citizen? So in the literature, from various definitions, the attributes of an environmental citizen can be seen as these. One who has sense of belongingness with the environment, one who is sensitized about the environmental problems, feels obliged about the conservation of the environment, has at least functional knowledge about the environment and science, has skills, competencies, as well as attitude to actively respond to the environmental problems, questions decisions made regarding the environment, is aware about his or her environmental rights, as well as responsibilities and duties towards the environment, has values that are conducive to environment, thinks about others' rights, and believes in common good of the society. So preparing environmental citizens, in order to prepare environmental citizens, we need to focus on three basic questions, which are: what knowledge, competencies, and values are needed to be imparted among learners to lead them towards environmental citizenship? How to impart them through education, and how to prepare teachers who are responsible for imparting such knowledge, competencies, and values among the learners. So if we talk about education for environmental citizenship, as we have already said that knowledge, competencies, and values are required. So knowledge of the disciplines of science and environment, policies and commissions, rights and duties, the injustice that the human species has done to the environment, major movements related to environment, best practices towards conservation of environment and sustainability practices. The learner needs to have knowledge of these things. Then the learner has to be competent for making informed decisions related to environmental problems and emerging issues, for acting responsibly towards the conservation of environment, to ask questions and to critically think and creatively think towards the solution of environmental problems. And what kind of values are required from the learner? Equality. So they have to believe that others also have the right of living in a pollution free atmosphere, and others also have their right on natural resources. Even the coming generations have these rights. And one has to have the sense of responsibility. One has to have harmony with nature, empathy, sensitivity, and respect for the nature are some values which are required from environmental citizen. So based upon the definition that we have discussed earlier about environmental citizenship, so this model is basically based upon that. It was given by Heji Chambis and Paris Keva. So it basically reflects that learners need knowledge, attitude, skill, competences, and behavior. They need collective, individual, as well as collective actions in private as well as public spheres at local, national, and global scales, and it will help in preventing environmental problems, solving environmental problems, and so on. We have discussed these qualities earlier. So here are some reflection and suggestion that a lot of harm has been caused to the environment. A way out of this is to prepare the citizens who participate in protecting the environment. The protocols, declarations, and commissions will be of any use only when learners are prepared for sustainable development and environmental citizenship. And the best way to prepare such citizens is through education. Education is required for different age groups, not only for those who are studying in schools and universities. Also, formal, non-formal, as well as informal education is required for environmental citizenship. Learners should be provided scientific knowledge related to environment. Learners should be provided knowledge of local community and their practices related to gardening, farming, cleaning, and other related practices. Students need to know about how to deal with the current damage that has been caused to the environment and how to stop new environmental issues from emerging. Also, if we talk about teacher preparation, because teacher is responsible for preparing such citizens, so teacher education programs need to prepare pre-service teachers with various pedagogies that support environmental education and sustainable development. Also, different issues that teachers need to tackle in classroom should be portrayed as an integrated whole, and related pedagogy
Ma'am,
should be
sorry to
combined.
interrupt you in between. Ma'am, your
Yeah.
time is up. Kindly wind up quickly,
Okay,
ma'am.
only 2 points are left, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So pedagogy should be combined through some framework. Pedagogies for sustainable development need to be integrated in different disciplines related to sciences, social sciences, humanities, and arts, because environmental citizenship involves environmental, social, political, and other dimensions. And the best practices related to pedagogies for environmental citizenship and sustainable development should be discussed in the teacher education program. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. I would now like to invite Dr. Varsha Ahuja. She was absent before. She's present now. Ma'am, are you present now? Dr. Varsha Ahuja?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, kindly give your presentation.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Dr. Varsha Ahuja is from Sri Satya Sai University, Sihor, who's going to give us a presentation on drinking water contaminants and health implications in Sihor district. Ma'am, are you able to share your screen? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, before you start, I would like to make an announcement. We've just received news that all those people who have missed out on their presentation time, because we are doing a live roll call and a roll call on WhatsApp group, they will not be allowed to present now. They will present at the end of the meeting only. Those people who are coming in between, who are not present at the designated time, you will get the chance to present at the end of the session only. Thank you. Ma'am, you can present now.
Yes, ma'am. My topic is study of physicochemical parameter analysis of drinking water of selected area of CO district with reference to health impacts. Water is the simplest thing and it is part of our survival system. Water has become contaminated due to population, urbanization and rapid industrial growth. It is estimated that more than 70% of India food production come from irrigated agriculture in which spring water play a key role. Most groundwater from well contain
Ma'am, we
high
can't see
concentration.
your presentation. You have shared your screen, but kindly open your presentation also so that we can see it.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, you stopped sharing only. Ma'am, when you start sharing, kindly press the center button. Don't stop it. Kindly press the center button and then go to your presentation and open it.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, we can see it. We could see your presentation, ma'am. You have closed it now. Ma'am, you have closed your presentation. Now we can't see it. We were able to see it, but you have closed it again. Ma'am, if you're having some issue, let us move on to the next presenter. Then you'll have to present at the end only.
Ma'am, orally present, I give oral presentation.
Okay, ma'am, you can, yes, ma'am, you can give oral presentation, yes.
Okay, ma'am. Water is the simplest thing and it is part of our survival system. The water become contaminated due to population, urbanization and rapid industrial growth. It is estimated that more than 70% of India food come from irrigated agriculture in which spring water play a key role. Most groundwater from well contain high concentration of salt and their constant use for irrigation negatively affect crop yield and yield to soil degradation. This require constant monitoring of spring water to assess achievable damage to soil health caused by salinity and pH. Water quality problems are often the most important element in assessing an improved water sources during mensuration. Acceptability quality indicate the production of the beverages in terms of its physical, chemical, and medical parameter. Field of study. Sihor is located 37 km away from the state capital Bhopal in the southwest on the Bhopal-Indore highway. The study focused on the physical and chemical parameter of drinking water in Sihor region. Next content is material and method, physicochemical parameter. Monthly water sample were taken at different sampling station throughout the year. The analysis according to the standard method described by AFA. Water sample were collected from 25 locations in the immediate vicinity of the water sample area. Isolation, detection, and microbial counting. Various methods are available for isolation and enumerating microorganisms, bacteria, fungi, actinomycetes, protozoa, algae, mycoplasma from oral food sample. This method is based on the principle when growing material containing microorganisms, each viable microorganism will develop into a colony. Therefore, the number of colonies on the plate is the number of living organisms present in the sample. The number of colonies appear on the dilution plate were counted, average and multiplied by dilution factor to find the number of cell. Identification of microorganisms by staining. First, gram staining. Differential gram staining was developed by Danish physicians Dr. Hans Christian in 1884. So, gram staining is very useful stain for identifying and classifying bacteria into two main groups: gram positive and gram negative bacteria that retain the primary stain. Do not discolored when stained with the gram method are called gram positive, while those loose crystal violet and stained with saffron on the contrary, they are called gram negative bacteria. Difference in staining of bacterial response to gram stain. Result and discussion. Water bodies are vital and vulnerable freshwater systems that are critical to the livelihood of all life. Water quality in these systems threatens their sustainability and therefore is a matter of concern. The study was carried out to assess the quality of water in the reservoir of the Sihor region as well as in the Jamunia reservoir by examining the physical and chemical aspect of the reservoir. The procedure was used to collect a sample. This chapter discusses the spatial and seasonal distribution of physicochemical parameters such as temperature, conductivity, pH, TDS, hardness, sulfate, chloride, phosphate, nitrate, DO, COD, and BOD. TDS at different station of the Jamunia reservoir, Sihor region of Madhya Pradesh and other reservoir from 25 sample in 2016, the maximum amount of TDS was found 0.829 and the minimum value was found to be 217 milligram respectively. In case of 2017, the maximum TDS was found to be 0.875 milligram and the minimum was found to be 221 milligram. And for 2018, the maximum TDS was found to be 0.790 milligram and the minimum value was 221 milligram respectively. The change in the TDS concentration in the corresponding water sample for each year at different station of the Jamunia reservoir in the Sihor region of Madhya Pradesh indicate no damage to the aquatic environment. BOD. At different station of Jamunia reservoir and other reservoir from 25 sample, the maximum BOD was found to be 12.80 milligram per liter and the minimum value was found to be 3.6 milligram per liter. In case of 2017, it was found that the maximum BOD was 13.2 milligram per liter and the minimum value was found to be 2.9 milligram per liter. And while for the 2018 sample, the maximum BOD amount was 13.6 milligram per liter and the minimum value was 3.2 milligram per liter. Variation in BOD value in the corresponding sample for all the reservoir station in Jamunia and other water bodies are graphically represented in the graph. Indicate that the presence of organic matter in a very small amount which is harmless, while increase in BOD value in the sample indicate the wastewater is discharged upstream of the plant. Total hardness. Hardness is very important parameter for reducing the toxic effect of a toxic element. The hardness of all the sample from the Jamunia reservoir and other water bodies in the range of 410 to 12.5 milligram per milliliter in calcium carbonate. Electrical conductivity. The maximum electrical conductivity of various stations in the Jamunia reservoir and other water sample is 1.629, while exceed the standard limit of 0.8 mho. Some of the sample have minimum electrical conductivity than the standard limit of 0.8 mho centimeter, which is 0.290 mho centimeter. In case of 2017, the maximum amount of electrical conductivity was 1785 mho per centimeter and the minimum value was found to be 0.291 mho centimeter. Conclusion: the definition of various parts of the Sihor water bodies was largely determined by several factors. This study examines in detail of all the different water bodies of Sihor, the local environment with the pond and the spatial distribution of pond water over the landscape, separating their respective effect, and the local condition in each pond and tube well were mainly characterized by the use of physicochemical analysis within each water body. Monitoring of environmental parameter, natural and artificial, is a key activity in environmental management, remediation of polluted environment, and predicting the consequences of anthropogenic changes in the environment. Calcium was found in the same quality and comparatively higher both in summer and during monsoon season, while lower in winter. Winter season. The high sodium content in the form of fluoride and sulfate make the salty taste of water, which make it unsuitable for human consumption. Uh, but these three parameters were found in smaller quantity, which indicate the tolerance of the water in the pond. Sodium amount range from 14.75 to
Ma'am, kindly wind up. It's
18.75
sorry to interrupt you, but ma'am, kindly wind up. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Please kindly wind up. You've exceeded your time limit.
Okay, ma'am. Suggestion: selected reservoirs are a source of drinking water for the civilized population of Sihor. Therefore, they must be clean and free from any contamination, be it biological or chemical. Therefore, in order to keep it fit for drinking and consumption by human and animals. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, ma'am. Next, we welcome Girija Gugan, who is from Bharatidasan University, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu, who is going to give us a presentation on impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the change of the environment in India. Ma'am, kindly give your presentation.
Ma'am, screen is visible, ma'am?
No, ma'am, it's not. Right now, it's not. Ma'am, click on the arrow present below. Click on it. Click on the arrow present below the screen. Yes. Yes. Now go to your presentation. Yeah. Now your screen is visible. We can see your presentation as well.
Okay, ma'am. Good evening to everyone. I'm Girija Gugan. I would like to present my paper on impact of COVID-19, the changes of environmental activities in India. The pandemic resulted in a tragically large number of human lives being lost. As the countries already implemented necessary quarantine and social distancing practices preventing pandemics the whole world. Both direct and indirect impact effects of COVID-19 are reflected on the environmental and climate change. The year 2020 marks a significant shift in the global response to the climate change. As the result of coronavirus epidemic, people face an enormous international crisis. Countries are frantically attempted to protect their citizens and livelihoods. To stay up the changes, the industry are learning the new methods of working. The environment has altered in short month of times. Due to the outbreak, the annual UN Climate Summit meeting, which has set for November 2020 in Glasgow, has been postponed to November 2021. The following mementos of 2015 Paris Agreement, countries were expected to set up their climate objectives, making it a pivotal time of the climate debate. The economic challenges posed by COVID-19 outbreak should not be used to embed bold climate section. Each year considered the deadline for boosting nationally determined contributions. The implies that amidst the postponing of the Glasgow summit, the governments are expected to increase their goal action during this critical climate period. These are the impacts of pandemic times. During the coronavirus outbreak, wild populations and endangered species are at risk. The protection of the environment stopped at national parks and inland coastal preservation regions in nations are mandated to stay at home on lockdown, leaving these places unsurvived. In their disappearance, deforestation, fisheries, and animal hunting have increased. The ecotourism has came to halt, putting natural habitats at risk, unlovable harvesting and encroachment. Ecotourism is often a key economic mainstay in many areas, raising unemployment as the result of the crisis may push many households to unstable harvesting the resource from the vulnerable habitats as they look for alternative source of food and money. Since these changes resulted in the enormous economic and social disruptions as today total supply, demand, and the employment rate is plummeted, it also associated with significant reductions in air pollution and greenhouse gas emission. As a result, in March and April, the air quality in the world's main sites improved considerably. Carbon dioxide and nitrogen oxide and other related zone generations, as well as practically particle matter emissions from factories and road traffic, all enhanced the air quality. Global air traffic fell by 60% during the same period. These reducing emissions have resulted in a temporary drop of carbon monoxide emissions from pre-crisis standard, giving some hope our social system will be capable for lowering emissions of greenhouse gases in future, run to avoid imminent global warming. Traffic concessions. Due to the corona epidemic, countries around the world are implementing lockdown, which has resulted in the sharp drop in travel and economic activity. Reduced traffic means the fewer pollutants such as carbon monoxide. Naturally, once non-essential employees are permitted to come back to work, traffic congestions and pollutions will increase. The outbreak in the late 2019 in Wuhan, China, which provides one clue. Even though the restrictions have been relaxed and the employees have returned to work, traffic still 50% of late March. The air travel has also the major hit thanks to order the shelter in place and the greenhouse gas will predictably decline too. The aeroplane emissions, the carbon dioxide reached over 900 million tons in 2018, are projected to triple by 2015, according to the United Nations Aviation Body. The issue is that even the airlines are becoming more fuel efficient, increase in demand for projected to overweigh these gains. In the 3 months of 2020, 60 million fewer passengers inflow Europe compared to the year before. Aftermath of the pandemic, there was a significant demand for disposal the medical supplies such as single-use gloves, surgical masks, and empty four bags, resulted in a flood of medical waste. The use of specific types of medical goods such as disposable masks and gloves has exploded in the healthcare facilities, resulting in a rapid growth in the medical waste. It is critical to appropriately manage this issue, in part of prevent this trash from becoming another source of virus contamination. The growth of solid medical waste is only beginning of the effect of United States, not only the concern for the environment, but it is also the threat of 404,67,000 workers employed in the garbage collections and disposal industry in the United States. But the still does not solve the rubbish and recycling that both Sikh and asthmatic people generate at home. I conclude my paper. The majority of coronavirus pandemic's environment effects, such as the reductions in carbon emissions and increase in medical waste, will to be transist. The true lessons can be found in several already established climate-friendly trends that have been accelerated. International trade may also, as countries realize that reliance on the global supply systems, have to develop their commodities. The COVID-19 should undoubtedly result in the significant loss of life. There is nothing to rejoice in the aftermath of such heinous crisis. Learning from what has happened and applying to combat the climate change, the slow future global warming is potentially little and against such a reality. The pandemic's environmental consequences is that there is concentrated global effort, people could make a difference. It's inspiring to see how residents in sites high level of air pollution from Los Angeles to New Delhi are realizing how much better the air and life conditions would be. It was reduced to cost and polluting company activities where lower air quality is mostly like to blame for accidental reports favor of asthma and heart attack events in emergency rooms. One lesson to learn is how productive most professionals may be working at home with the right technology. Thank you. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation. I would now like to invite Harshit Gupta. Are you here with us? Harshit Gupta? Okay. Uh, Girija Gugan, kindly mute yourself. Next, we have Harshita Sharma. Are you here with us? Harshita Sharma? Okay. Hemashri S? Hemashri S? Next, we have Hilal Ahmed Bhatt. Hilal
Yes,
Ahmed
ma'am.
Bhatt, are you here with us?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Hilal Ahmed Bhatt is affiliated with Barkatullah University, Bhopal, and he's going to give a presentation on assessment and evaluation of ecological riparian habitat quality of Kolar River, MP, India. The
Ji,
stage
ma'am.
is yours, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving me a chance to present here. As you have told about the topic, my topic is assessment and evaluation of ecological riparian habitat quality of Kolar River. Kolar River is as for myself is concerned, I am Hilal Ahmed Bhatt, research scholar, Department of Environmental Science and Technology, Barkatullah University, Bhopal. As for I have sent the abstract, and in the abstract, you may have seen all the things which I have going to present here in this paper. And the abstract, I have concluded all the things which I have done in my research in the abstract. The present study was conducted between a stretch of 60 kilometers to assess the ecological riparian habitat quality by using QBR index. QBR index has been used to determine the riparian habitat quality of Kolar River. The stretch has been divided into 8 different sections, and these sections have been represented by section 1, S1, S2, S3, and so on. As for the riparian is concerned, the word riparian is derived from Latin word riparius, meaning land adjacent to the water body, means the catchment area of the water body. As a riparian area is defined as the transitional zone between a river or stream and the adjoining terrestrial upland ecosystem, including both the stream channel itself and the surrounding land that is influenced by fluctuating water levels. Materials and methods which I have used here. First of all, I would like to give a little introduction about the study area. The present study area was conducted on Kolar. The present study was conducted on Kolar River. The Kolar River arises in the Vindhya range of Sihor district and flows in a northwesterly direction to meet the Narmada River near Nasrullah Ganj in the Sihor district of Madhya Pradesh. Its total drainage area is 1347 square kilometers, is spread across the two districts. The upper part of the river basin lies at an elevation of 350 to 600 meters, and much of it is under tropical deciduous forests. The river debouches into the plains near Joliapur. Methodology. In the present investigation, the riparian habitat quality of Kolar River were assessed by using QBR index, which have been already used Munni et al. In 2003. The QBR index is an easy to use field methods for assessing ecological quality of riparian habitat. The QBR index is based on 4 categories of riparian habitat, viz. Vegetation cover, cover structure, cover quality, and channel alteration. Each category includes several attributes. The scores for each category range from 0 to 25, being 100 the maximum total score assigned to the highest quality and representing 5 classes table first, which are given here in table first in the next slide. Besides this, computer software applications has been used for the data interpretation, and among the computer software applications, MS Word and MS Excel has been used here. This is the next slide. Table first, which shows when there should be the QBR score greater than 95, it will indicate blue color, and if there should be 75 to 90 score, it indicates green color, 55 to 70 indicates yellow color, 30 to 50 indicates orange, and 25 less than 25 it indicates red, which means it is red signal for the area. Results and discussions in the present study: riparian habitat quality of Kolar River were assessed. Table 2, which comes on the next slide. During the present survey, riparian habitat quality for Kolar River S1 and S5A comes under good habitat quality, scores 80 and 85 respectively. On the basis of QBR index, while for S6 fall under bad riparian habitat quality, only scores 25, and S3 and S7 fall under poor riparian habitat quality, scores 30 each. This is the area. This is the total score from the study area, which has been divided into 8 sections: section 1, S1, S2, S3, and this is the score of the total riparian cover structure, cover quality, cover channel alteration, etc. And the final score is just below, on the below line: 80, 45, 30, 65, 85, 65, 25, and 30. And among these, the riparian cover at S1 and S5A showed good quality due to the presence of trees on both right and left side of the banks, and anthropogenic activities were not found on the banks of these sites. On the other hand, the riparian cover of S6 comes under bad quality, while as the riparian cover of S3 and S7 fall under poor quality due to the influence of anthropogenic activities. Means there is being pasture, the land is being used for the pasture land, human settlements, agricultural activities, and in this river riparian zone. The cover structure, the second one, which is in the QBR index, it is based on the 4 components. One is riparian cover, second one is cover structure, and now the second cover structure of S1 and S5 shows good quality, as large number of trees, shrubs, etc. are present on the both of the banks. S6 shows bad quality. S3 and S7, according to the QBR, shows poor quality structure, as forest cover was replaced by human settlements and grazing activities on its banks. The cover quality, which is the third component of the QBR index, is based on the geomorphology of the river. It includes slope form of riparian zone and percentage of hard substrate, which designs the geomorphological characteristics of stream. The cover quality of S1, S5A shows good quality, while as S6 was found bad. S3 and S7 shows poor cover quality also. The channel alteration of S1 and S5A showed good quality due to the unmodified river channel. On the contrary, S6 shows bad quality due to the river bed with rigid structures, while as S3 and S7 has intermediate quality due to channel modified by discontinuous rigid structures along the margins. And conclusion, the overall riparian habitat quality of S1 and S5A comes under good quality, as the presence of large number of trees and shrubs were observed on both the banks of the river, whereas the riparian habitat quality of S6 represents bad quality of riparian habitat, while as S7 and S3 and S7 of Kolar River shows poor quality of riparian habitat due to the presence of less number of trees and more anthropogenic activities on the banks of the river. It has been found during the study that agricultural and other anthropogenic activities were responsible for decline in the quality of riparian area. S3, S6, and S7 of Kolar River. It was concluded during the study that riparian vegetation needs improvement and plantation on the banks of S3, S6, and S7 catchment area. Also, this study clearly predicted that the land use pattern and riparian conditions have profound effect in assessing stream riparian habitat conditions. Further, it is advised to the government of Madhya Pradesh that the catchment area belonging to the S3, S6, and S7 locations need to be cleared. These are the references, and thanks.
Are you done, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation, sir. It was very informative and thorough. I would now like to invite Heather Ali Rathar. Are you here with us, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Heather Ali? Okay,
Yeah.
sir. Do you wish to present?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Heather Ali Rathar belongs to Rabindranath Tagore University, MP. He's going to give a presentation on water quality assessment of Bhoj, Betel and Bhopal by using water quality index. The stage is yours, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Hilal Bhatt, kindly stop presenting so that Heather Ali Rathar can present.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, there isn't seen any option.
Sir, can you see the arrow button present at the bottom of the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Click on that arrow button. Select share full screen. And click on share.
Ma'am, this doesn't shows.
Sir, the arrow button at the bottom, click on that.
Yes, ma'am.
What options are you getting now?
I am getting options, your entire screen, a window and a tab.
Yes, yes. Click on your entire screen. Click on your entire screen.
Yes, ma'am.
And now click on share. आपके पास option आए होंगे नीचे. Click on share.
Ma'am, it doesn't shows share option. It shows share option, but it is not highlighted.
Sir, click the entire screen window, sir. Excuse me, sir. Click the entire screen window. Then this will be highlighted. Sir, select the window.
Sorry, ma'am, this doesn't get highlighted.
Sir, select the window.
Select the option.
Sir, select the window, then highlight. Can I proceed with my presentation, please?
Yeah, can I give oral presentation, ma'am?
Mr. Isaac, right now it's not your turn. Kindly wait for it.
Please?
Ma'am, can I give oral presentation?
Yes, sir. What you can do is you can send us your presentation and we'll present it for you.
I have already mailed this, ma'am, presentation.
Okay, okay. If you've already sent it, then we can help you present it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can I proceed, ma'am? Title of the presentation, sir?
हैदर अली के नाम से कोई इमरान अहमद के नाम से.
Can I proceed?
Mr. Isaac would like to tell you that it is not your turn right now. Kindly wait for it. Kindly wait for your turn.
Sir, what is the title of presentation?
It is PPT, Hyder PPT.
Adi?
Yeah, it is. I have sent it on Hyder PPT name.
Hyder PPT.
Yes.
Wait, sir, wait. Hyder PPT के नाम से कोई presentation नहीं है.
I have sent from it.
Sir, have you sent it on ENV Toxicol or Mamta 810?
No, ENV
He
Toxicol.
sent on ENV Toxicol, sir. I'm sending you.
Please, I reiterate. Can I proceed with my topic of discourse, please?
Sir, I would like to tell you again that it is not your turn. It is Heather Rath's turn. Kindly wait for your turn, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
I would like to ask anyone else who is having an issue with their presentation to kindly send it to us beforehand so that we can present it for you, so that we don't have any delay.
respected ma'am, I have sent on Muskan ma'am, on Muskan ma'am's mail. Please
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've
confirm.
received it.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes, Heatherly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. As ma'am already introduced that my topic is that is water quality assessment of Bhoj Wetland Bhopal by using water quality index. Myself, Hyder Ali Rath, resource scholar, Department of Life Science, Rabindranath Tagore University, Raisan, Madhya Pradesh. Next slide, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
As introduction, that is water is an important component for survival of life on earth. Lakes and surface water reservoirs are the planet's most important freshwater resources and provide innumerable benefits. They are used for domestic and irrigation purposes. They have important social and economic benefits as a result of tourism and recreation, are culturally and aesthetically important for people throughout the world, SADI 2015. The indiscriminate release of chemical fertilizers, pesticides, industrial effluents are causing heavy and varied pollution in the aquatic environment, leading to the deterioration of water quality, which in turn depletes the aquatic biota. The use of the contaminated water by human population results in water-borne diseases, so that the quality of water must be tested for both the chemical as well as for microbial contaminants. Sorry, sir, there isn't a scene, there is some.
Excuse me, sir.
Mr. Rathod, is there any issue?
Yes, ma'am, there is some. The third point, that is the use of the contaminated water by human population results in water-borne diseases, so that quality of water must be tested for both chemical as well as for microbial contaminants. The present study investigates physico-chemical characteristics of Bhoj Wetland Bhopal to assess the degree of pollution caused by input waste from catchment areas which affects the water quality. Now, study area which I have studied during this study, that was the study area selected was Upper Lake, located in the city of Lakes, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, India. The Upper Lake is an east-westerly elongated urban lake which receives water from the direct rains both during rainfall months, which is the main source of drinking water for the residents of Bhopal. The lake was formed by constructing an earthen dam across the Kolans River in the 11th century by Raja Bhoj of Dar. The catchment area of lake is 31 square kilometer and the water supplied area is 30.72 kilometers. Its mean depth is 13.16 meter while maximum depth is 11.64 meter. The excess water from Upper Lake flows into Kilyasot River, which further meets Betwa River and finally gets drained into Yamuna River. The altitude of Upper Lake is about 503 meters above mean sea level, and it is situated to this latitude and longitude. It is an east-westerly elongated shallow lake bordered by human settlement on the eastern and northern boundaries, while its western margins are intensively used for agriculture. On the southern margin lies One Vihar National Park. The sampling and analysis. During sampling, the samples were collected from Bhoj wetland, which were collected during two seasons, that were pre-monsoon and also post-monsoon seasons during the year 2019 to assess the water quality. The samples were collected in a polyethylene bottle from 4 selected sites and were analyzed for physico-chemical parameters, namely air and water temperature, pH, total dissolved solid, dissolved oxygen, electrical conductivity, chloride, total hardness, calcium hardness, nitrate, and orthophosphate by using standard methods as mentioned in the workbook of limnology that is given by Adoni et al. 1985 and APHA 2009. Water quality index. Based on the range of water quality values, water is grouped into 5 categories. That is, water quality index less than 25 up to 25, water is not polluted and it is fit for human consumption. And it is quality, which we called it is excellent. Water quality index between 26 and 50, that is slightly polluted, good. Water quality index between 51 and 75, it is moderately polluted, that is poor quality. Water quality index between 76 and 100, it is polluted, very poor. And water quality index above 100, it is excessively polluted and unfit for human use and is unsuitable for drinking. Now results. By the help of this water quality index employing 10 parameters show that 25.2 38.2, 16.2, and 14.2 for sites that were selected. Site 1, Site 2, Site 3, and Site 4 during pre-monsoon, and also during post-monsoon. 4 selected sites were taken, and water quality values were shown: 31.8, 47, 43, and 42.2. The states of water correspond to water quality is categorized into 5 types, which are given in below table. That is one. It will be shown later. From this table, it is evident that the surface water samples of Steady Lake are falling under a very good category, so that water quality index analysis showed that water of lake is in good condition for drinking purpose, but increased values warn us about future consequences. This is the table through which water quality index classification of surface water was shown, so that during pre-monsoon, Site 3 and Site 4 shows excellent water quality, but during pre-monsoon, Site 2, Site 1 and Site 2, and post-monsoon season, Site 1, Site 2, and Site 3, 4 shows good water quality. Conclusion: the present study was conducted to assess the water quality of Bhoj wetland Bhopal. The water samples were collected from pre and post monsoon seasons. The samples were analyzed for physicochemical parameters, that is air temperature, water temperature, pH, DO, TDS, TH, CL, NO3, and phosphate as per standard procedures given by Adoni in 1985 and APH in 2009. The results obtained through water quality index analysis showed that the water of lake is in good condition for drinking purpose, but increased values warn us about future consequences. These are the references which I have mentioned during my paper which I have selected. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you, ma'am.
He is going to talk about. Sir, are you done with your presentation, sir?
I was not audible, ma'am.
So you were audible. That is what you were confirming. As the slides, you didn't ask for the slides to go to the end.
I was audible during my presentation.
Yes, sir, you were audible during your presentation.
I was using my PPT from my laptop side, ma'am.
Yeah, but you didn't tell us to shift it down for you.
Sorry for that, ma'am.
It's okay. It's okay. No worries. No worries.
Okay, thank you.
Next in line, we have Peter Ejidike, who's going to present on review on tree barks as biomonitors and bioindicator of heavy metals, environmental practice and perspective. He's affiliated with College of Science, Engineering and Technology, University of South Africa, Florida. Sir, give us a minute to share your presentation. If you're able to share it by yourself, then do it. Otherwise, we'll help you.
Yeah, good afternoon. I just sent my presentation now to
Okay, sir. So just give us a minute. Let us present it for you.
Okay. Okay.
Sir, we've got it. Just wait 10 seconds and we will be done with it and we'll share it for you. Yes, sir, it's on the screen.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe yes,
No
it's
problem at
correct.
all, sir. No,
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. I really
it's
appreciate
okay, sir.
the International Conference Coordinator for giving us opportunity. Dr. Peter Ejidike, all the way from Nigeria, Lagos, presenting to you live from India. The topic is actually a review on the use of tree bags for monitoring heavy metals and for environmental purposes. In time past, please, slide one. Next. In the introduction, there have been a lot of problems associated with our environment. In time memorial, environmental pollution has been assessed using various analytical methods, but around 1970s, the issue of tree bark started to gain researchers' attention due to its availability and to its readiness to be used for heavy metal indicator. These tree barks has two functions they can do. One, they can bioindicate, that is, they can indicate. Two, they can also be used as a biomonitoring. And I would say the use of vegetation biomonitoring to evaluate air quality has been investigated throughout the world. It's not a new thing. It has been done every time and every year. And truly, this biomonitoring can be defined as the use of bioorganisms to acquire information about environment. Researchers use organisms, but in this area, we just focus on the use of plants. Slide two. Indicators. What is bioindicators? They generally refer to what? To organisms that provide information on the environmental factors around us. They tell us the information around us and give us kind of information that we need to know in order to predict, to tell us what is happening in the environment. Biomonitoring help us is actually a passive method and provides a measure of integrated exposure over a period of time. And that's actually why this thing has been used. It's very simple, it's quick, and it's interesting to actually use this simple material. The use of biometer, which is actually cheap to collect and have high concentration of information. For example, if you want to use your rainfall, just putting your sample outside, you collect the rainfall, you can analyze to tell the amount of pollution around the environment. Also use of plants. Plants can also take either the leaf, the shoots, or the root of that plant then to tell you the kind of information around that environment. Next slide, please. How do we select these biomonitors? Though plants work as biomonitors, but yet they need to be selected. So there are criteria for selecting these biomonitors and bioindicators. So we call that this third slide, this called selection criteria. In practice, being that that's our topic, for us to be able to select and say this plant can be used as a biomonitor or as an indicator, such plant must be able to tolerate pollution. Two, it must be readily available. Three, that plant must have variable biological activities. It must be able to understand the background environmental factor, and it must be able to sense elements of interest. Since we want to talk about zinc element, different type of heavy metals in the atmosphere, such plants must be able to identify such element. That's why before we can say this plant can be used as a bioindicator. Suitable bioindicator meet requirements for continuous use. Next slide. For plants, for plants to be used as bioindicator and biomonitoring, for plants to be used as bioindicator and biomonitoring, such plants are living entities that can respond usually the organismal level in characteristics and reliable ways to physical and chemical factors in the environment. Two, the occurrence, distribution, and appearance of these plants must be known very well. For plants to be used as bioindicators, such plants must be able to compare to litmus paper. And that's actually why we said these plants need to have some property or some before they can be used as bioindicators. When plants when plants are also used on other side, They provide quantitative estimates. They also kind of us information about what we are talking about. When that happens, it says that those such plants can actually be used as, let's understand, we are talking about the use of plants as bioindicator and biomonitoring. This is just a review. People have worked on this thing in the time past. We are just talking about how plant has been used to state environmental factors, how plant has been used to know the information of your environment. All these things can be true, but in this review, we are talking about the use of plant, which is cheap, which is easy to collect, and the likes. And that's actually what we have done. In the environment, we have every metal. How do we test our every metal in the environment? How do we analyze the test of every metal in the environment? We have different ways of testing environmental. People collect water, but in to test for in the environment. And that's actually what it's all is. Tell us that we can use plants to analyze the presence of heavy metals in our environment. Thank you very much. And also, the use of heavy metals have been analyzed in time past. We have reported a paper in 2015 where we used different species of of plants, and we analyzed heavy metal, and we got the different quantities of heavy metal present in the atmosphere. In 2019, Sulaiman also reported using Turkish red pine, and they also reported different variation of heavy metal. In conclusion, in conclusion, virtually every country, every nation need to analyze or investigate the amount of heavy metal present in their environment, because heavy metal have irrelevant data to the body. Therefore, we must test all these things every time. And thank you very much for your time. I appreciate. We have concluded our presentation. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for giving us updates. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the amazing presentation. You are right that using bio indicators as a method for monitoring heavy metal contamination is much more cheaper and much more nature friendly rather than choosing more expensive machinery or investing millions of dollars in that. You're absolutely correct, sir. We would now like to move on to the next presentation of the day. Ikshula Arora from University of... Sir, kindly wait your...
Hi, yes, I'm here, ma'am.
Guys, and it's right now Ikshula Arora's turn. I've been constantly saying that to you. We now have Ikshula Arora from University of Delhi, who's going to give us a presentation of sustainability and literacy, the impact of emergency measures on the environment.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, your screen is visible.
So I'm going. Thank you, first of all, everyone, for having me here. I'm going to speak on the politico-ecological impact of analysis. On the state response to COVID-19 and how it may, in the long term, impact sustainability. I'm Ikshla Arora. The key idea of the paper is to understand complexities that have unfolded in the context of literacy and sustainable development, considering the implementation of emergency measures by governments of the world to deal with the pandemic. With the world turning virtual, there are several reports doing rounds indicating towards the increase in school dropout rates. The paper will focus on how this lack of education or inaccessibility due to unavailability of devices or stable internet connections, etc., during the formative years for students can lead to severe environmental impacts in the long run, undermining the sustainable development goals. So, particularly, I'm focusing on literacy and sustainable development and how emergency measures that the state has, throughout the world have been imposed because of the pandemic. Those measures may have long-term impacts for the environment. I'll begin with discussing a correlation between literacy and sustainable development. There is ample research to point out to the fact that there is a positive correlation between literacy and sustainable development. Literacy plays a key role in eradicating poverty, increasing job opportunities, improving family health, protecting the environment, inducing sustainable habits, promoting ecologically sustainable lifestyles, and democratic participation. In his address to the on World Literacy Day, former United Nations Secretary General Kofi Annan noted, literacy is a key lever of change and a practical tool of empowerment on each of the three main pillars of sustainable development: economic development, social and development, and environmental protection. He emphasized that literacy is at the heart of sustainable development. Literacy and sustainability. Literacy is imperative in developing sustainable and inclusive societies, says Arne Carlson, the director of UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning. Education and literacy are key to creating a world that is sustainable, peaceful, and liberated from the need to accumulate. It is indeed education about the environment, the constitution, etc., that train populations to be better citizens. Quality education also ensures better chances in life, greater employment opportunities, and increased and aware participation in political processes. Moreover, reading ability is an essential skill upon which the acquisition of other skill sets depend. It is therefore difficult to gain any critical thinking skills without quality education. This is the reason for which it is commonly said by international organizations that sustainable development goals can be achieved through a 100% literate world population. The significance of the development of human capital is needed to be fully acknowledged for the sustenance of social, economic, cultural, and political development of any nation. There is a need to recognize the importance of availability and access to equal literacy opportunities to all the citizens. What are the sustainable development goals that all of us are talking about? It was on the 25th of September 2015 that the United Nations postulated 17 SDGs overriding the previously proposed 8 Millennium Development Goals. Why was it done? Because the Millennium Development Goals failed to achieve their targets. 17 SDGs are all interlinked, they are interdependent global goals, and they are designed to achieve a sustainable future for all. And unlike the Millennium Development Goals, they are targeted towards every nation of the world, whereas the MDGs were only targeted towards the developing countries. What do the SDGs include? Goals like alleviation of poverty, end to global hunger, quality education, gender equality, availability of clean water and sanitation, responsible consumption and production, etc. So these are the SDGs. I'll keep this short. The development of a literate society is a prerequisite for any country that seeks to align with the larger goals of sustainability. Without sufficient investment in and promotion of a well-established education system, these goals will be bereft of citizens' participation, experiences, and contributions, which make them unattainable. There are various studies that point to this positive correlation between literacy and sustainability. One can also understand the relationship between literacy and sustainability in the fact that only an educated citizenry can uphold values of a democratic constitution, since India has witnessed numerous movements for conservation of the environment since decades that have made an impact. One must acknowledge that awareness about the right to protest peacefully is a fundamental right, comes from education, reading abilities, critical thinking skills, etc. Therefore, it equips the citizenry in democracies to register dissent against political regimes if they are imposing environment unfriendly policies. Education becomes the backbone of any constitutional democracy, empowering citizens and the civil society. Therefore, there are interrelated democratic abilities enabled by education which can have a direct impact on sustainability. Now, I'm coming to the second part of the paper, which is the state response to COVID 19 and how that response can have an impact on sustainability. Right after the spread of COVID 19 in the world, we know that at the beginning of 2020, the response of all states was to impose an indefinite lockdown to prevent gatherings and the spread to prevent the spread of the virus. Began in China and at in the end of 2019 and kept on going on indefinitely. In March 2020, even India followed this model and a lockdown was imposed. The impact was most severely felt by the working class. It is not that other classes did not face economic repercussions of the lockdown, but it is the working class which is most marginalized and therefore proportionately more impacted. A recent survey by school children's online and offline learning shows catastrophic consequences of the prolonged school closure. According to the survey, 75% parents feel that their child's reading ability has massively declined, and almost all of them want physical classrooms to immediately reopen due to limited access to online classes because of limited resources. Almost 48% of the surveyed poor children in rural areas were not able to read more than a few words, while in urban areas the figure was at 42%. Jean, a part of the team that conducted the survey, pointed out that in states like Jharkhand, there was no surety on when schools will reopen, even though there is no rationale behind keeping them closed any longer. Closed schools are impacting not only literacy rate but also their health and well-being. The survey also reveals that online schooling has no benefit for students in rural India, as only 8% have access to it. Now, there are some political philosophers who have also reacted to these emergency measures being imposed. A most radical response coming from Giorgio Agamben. So I've seen varied stands. I'm only taking Agamben's position to put my point across. The most radical response came from author of State of Exemption, Giorgio Agamben, to this situation. Agamben intervened with a press release titled The Invention of an Epidemic, where he emphatically spoke against the measures that were imposed by states within the response to this health emergency. In this publication, the Italian philosopher described the
Ma'am,
response.
kindly wind up. You've exceeded your time limit.
Okay, so Agamben just considered this to be something that the states are imposing emergency measures, and that would eventually become permanent. That was his claim, that you're in the name of security, in the name of national emergency. We have seen this before. We have seen this happening during America's war on terror, etc. So that is what he proposed. So I'm cutting short all of this, and I'll come to my conclusion. That all of this is, of course, beyond the scope of my paper to get into deeply, but the idea is, the larger point is that the impact of these extreme measures adopted by states, specifically on shutting down of schools for the past 2 years, and its resultant impact on the will have resultant impact on the environment. It is sufficiently clear that sustainability rests on literacy, and to achieve long-term targets, a literate and informed citizenry plays a key role. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. We
Thank
would
you.
now like to invite Imran Ahmed from Nidza Bioventure Hyderabad, who's going to give a presentation on bioethanol from microalgae, a new generation fuel technology.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. Hello, am I
So we
audible?
are, yeah, sir. Yes, sir, you're audible. We are going to play your presentations
Yeah,
if
ma'am.
you're
Yeah,
unable
please.
to do them.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, please.
Okay.
Ma'am.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir, just give us 1 minute.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you can begin.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity. This side Mohammad Imran Ahmed, Research Associate from Nirja Venture, Hyderabad. Now I am going to present my topic, bioethanol from microalgae, a new generation biofuel technology. Next slide, ma'am. Yeah. My contents where I conclude what is bioethanol, history of bioethanol feedstock resources, special features of bioethanol, process of converting biomass to bioethanol, advantage and disadvantage of bioethanol, top ethanol producer countries, and conclusion. Next, please. Yeah, thank you. We all know the bioethanol is the energy source for fuel cell that is made from the conversion of carbon-based feedstock, where wood biomass and feedstocks and microalgae is also mentioned. It is produced from the fermentation of various feedstock that contain mainly fermentable sugars or carbohydrates. This principal fuel used as petrol substitute is bioethanol. Bioethanol fuel is mainly produced by the sugar or cellulose fermentation processes. Ethanol is a high octane fuel and has replaced lead as an octane enhancer in the petrol. Bioethanol is an alternative to gasoline for flexible vehicles. Next, please. Yeah. Bioethanol production worldwide, here is the figure 1. You can see the USA produces more than 50% of the all bioethanol, and while Europe's shares represents only 6%. Only 6%. Only also each country's share is less than 5%, while Brazil is the second largest bioethanol producing country. And where you can see the figure number 2, ethanol producing in Asian countries and potential ethanol production in India. And that is not so good yet now, but it will be increasing day to day. Next, ma'am. Yeah. Bioethanol feedstock resources, you can see here. There are 4 feedstock resources of generations. The first generation bioethanol feedstock is mainly food crops such as rice, wheat, barley, potato, corn sugars, sugarcane, vegetables, etc. In the second generation bioethanol feedstock, mainly lignocellulose biomass, forest residues, woody biomass, non-food crops, municipal solid waste, etc. Third generation biofuel feedstocks, algal biomass, that is microalgae and microbes. And fourth generation bioethanol feedstock, industrial waste, carbon dioxide, etc. Next, please. Here is some of the special features of bioethanol that I conclude here in my presentation. Colorless and clear liquid. It has a high octane level. It is similar to gasoline. For using it does not require engine modification. It is also regarded as a renewable fuel that does not have CO2 emission. It has a low cost production, lower toxicity level as much and much more environmentally friendly. It can be made at home at low cost production than fossil fuel. The physical characteristics of bioethanol in its pure form of soluble in all proportion with water and also with ether, acetone, benzene, and some other organic solvent. And its characteristic chemical function and dominated by the OH group, which can readily help reactions in chemical industries such as dehydration, halogenation, ester formation, and oxidation. Next, please. Yeah, ma'am. Process of converting biomass to ethanol, bioethanol production workflow is that grinding to small particles of the size, and where you can use different kind of feedstock like first generation, second generation, third generation, and separate the cellulose from hemicellulose and lignin, saccharification with the add of cellulose enzyme, fermentation of free sugar glucose xylose to ethanol by yeast modified microorganism, produce distillation, hydration, dehydration, and bioethanol, where you can see the sugar fermentation from the sugar cane and dry wet lignocellulose algal biomass, and where you can I can conclude that one thing, Here is the name mentioned is the SSF, HSF, SSCF. That is the separate hydrolysis and fermentation, simultaneously saccharification and fermentation, simultaneous saccharification and co-fermentation, and the consolidated bioprocessing. All are the fermentation, and that are dried fermentation process in which biomass feedstock are presented, hydrolyzed, and then they fermented into the ethanol. Next, ma'am. Yeah. These are the fermentative production of bioethanol. Raw material, sugar cane. Brazil is using sugar cane in very wide extract. Corn is using USA. Wheat, corn, sugar beets in Europe, and alternative lignocellulose material microalgae, where you can see the sucrose is by the alcoholic fermentation from the yeast, sucrose to the ethanol, ethane, and then it has to committed to the CO2 emission. Then we can produce bioethanol products. Next, ma'am.
Sir, we would like to go, like you to go a little bit fast because you're reaching your time limit.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, these are the advantages that exhaust gases of ethanol are much cleaner, and ethanol blended fuel such as the E85, 85% ethanol and 50% gasoline is reduced up to the 37.1% of the greenhouse gases. And also the emission produced by the burning ethanol are less reactive with sunlight than those produced by burning gasoline, which results in the lower potential forming ozone. And also go for the disadvantage. Please go disadvantage, please. Biodiversity, a large amount of the arable land is required to grow crops. Natural habitat would be destroyed. Food versus fuel debate due to the lucrative prices of the bioethanol, and the farmers may sacrifice food crops for fuel biofuel production, which will increase food prices around the world. And the greenhouse gases emission also production of the bioethanol is compared to the emission of the internal combustion of the engines. These are the microalgae which have a very good potential of carbohydrate and lots of things in it. And these are the products of the microalgae, where you can see the biomass, pigment, phycobilin, protein, carotenoids, bioactive compounds, and also you have seen the simple molecules. We have ammonia, hydrogen, alcohol, and these are some of the ethanol yield of the various crops, where you can productivity liter per hectare. And microalgae have a potential source of carbohydrate, as some of the strains you have used in for the carbohydrate production. These are my conclusion. And renewable fuel and energy are the vital demand of the human being when fossil resources are exhausted, and the global warming at the end of the alarming level. Microalgae have long been recognized as potential good source of biofuel production because to their relatively high oil content and the rapid biomass production. And this is also called the future fuel of India also and in the world also. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
the
ma'am.
next presentation is by you only, right?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
Sir, let's just give us a minute.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, you can begin.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you so much again. My next presentation is the future research and prospect in fuel technology using microalgae. These are my outlines, please. General outlines of the presentation. What is biofuel? Why microalgae we are using? Biofuel types. Advantage and disadvantage. I am also in concluding in the first slide. Also, first presentation. Current status and challenges. And these are the containments of futurism, where competitive fossil fuels alternative investment in biofuels. Future role of biofuel depends on the profitability and technology and the companies producing biofuel, and hope for the 2050 vision in India biofuel production. Introduction, you have to see In the demand for fossil fuel is anticipated to grow 40% from the 2010 to 2040. Solar, wind, and biomass are the major renewable energy resources. Biomass derived from a biological precursor has been used in the to produce biofuel and the bioproducts over the last few decades. And you can also see biofuel will likely to be a part of a portfolio of the solution of the high energy practices prices, including conversion more than efficient and energy use and use of other alternative fuels. Next. Yeah, ma'am. Biofuel is defined as a fuel whose energy is obtained through a process of the biological carbon fixation. And here you can see ma'am, my slide is running now.
So you're talking about biofuels only, right?
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you. Biological carbon fixation, a carbon fixation that converts carbon dioxide into organic molecule found in living organism, and any hydrocarbon fuel that is produced from organic matter, living or once living material in a short period of time, days, weeks, or even months, is considered as a biofuel. This context with biofuels, fossil fuels, which takes millions of years to form, and with other types of fuels which are not based on the hydrocarbon, nuclear methane, or instance. The types of biofuels. Next, ma'am. These are the types of biofuels where wood is the most basic form of fuel that is derived from organic matter. Then biogas. This is the gaseous form of biofuel. Biodiesel. This form is liquid in nature. Ethanol, methanol, and butanol. And why we choose microalgae? That is the very common question in that why we choose microalgae. Slow growth of higher plants, high fresh water requirements of higher plants, and high cost of land for growing higher plants. No competition with food supply. Next, ma'am. Yeah, these are the different group of algae. Various options are available here. You can see you can use the different kind of microalgae strands here to your work, where you can see the carbohydrates and the protein lipid contents which are very highly in nature in this microalgae. And advantage and disadvantage you can see here: the efficiency, cost, genetic engineering of biofuels, durability, easy to access resource. These are the very good advantages of the microalgae, and there are some certain problems with that, and that is the variation of biofuels and technical challenges, problems with the climate changes and all. These are the several problems are concluding in this disadvantage of the microalgae production. Next, ma'am. Yeah, this is the graph. You can see the water footprint biofuels from different crop liters per liter. You can see the bioethanol to biodiesel, and these huge land capacity of the this kind of products, and the wheat, sugar beet, potato, sugar cane have a very good source of biodiesel and biomasses, but it gains a very large amount of water also. Next. Current status and challenges in this bioprospecting for microalgae produce economically affordable biofuel includes identify high lipid producing microalgae from diverse habitat according to the temperature location. And this is a very good thing that you are know. I am going to share you with you. The biofuel production process could be associated with other environmental application, including bioremediation, wastewater treatment, electricity or heat production, biofixation, CO2 removal, which is a very harsh condition in nowadays all over the world in CO2, biofertilizers, animal fodder, health and food products also is from microalgae. Algal biofuels might seem unstable and too expensive, and their production needs a lot of water, nitrogen, phosphorus, and CO2. But we mentioned previously, they are environmentally friendly with no competition on land or water resources. Next, ma'am. Yeah, you can see here uh, you can see here the strain of the several kinds of options are available of the microalgae types of strain choice, the water sources, cultivation method, growth mode, and person population process and bioenergy products. Microalgae or cyanobacteria strain selection, water type, cultivation, growth mode. You have to know about the conditions where you can grow the microalgae as well. Next, ma'am. Yeah, the investment in biofuel, the rise in oil prices is most important factor boosting the competitiveness of the alternative biofuels, including biofuels now in India also. And while these adjustments may be eventually lower of oil prices, definitely most forecast do not show real prices falling below the $50 per barrel. And unlikely previous high prices period, the current oil market is driven by the stronger demand side factors. These factors includes robust economic growth and rising oil demand from rapidly growing middle income economics, where consumer and the demanding of the higher standard of living, exhibiting big appetites for energies. Next, ma'am. Yeah, future role of biofuel depends on the profitability and new technologies. Where you can see the technology advantage nowadays is very high, and efficiency gains, higher biomass yield per acre, and more gallons of biofuel per tons of biomass could steadily reduce the economic cost and environmental impacts of the biofuel production. And biofuel production will likely be most profitable and environmentally benign in tropical areas where growing seasons are longer. Per acre biofuel yield are higher, and fuel and other input costs are lower. And you can also here you can see the future of global biofuel will demand on their profitability, which depends on a number of interrelated factors. Technology will be the central boosting and role of biofuels. If the energy of the widely available cellulose material could be economically harnessed around the world. Companies around the world producing biofuels, Alginol, United States, Blue Marble Energy, United States, and some of the also Chinese companies is here with the Fusion Zhuang Energy, and these are some of next please. Some Indian companies are also producing biofuels. Yeah, please, down. Yeah. Universal Biofuel Private Limited in Hyderabad, Indian Bioenergy Bangalore, Imami Biotech West Bengal, and some of the later on, it's all gone in the biofuel production. A Hope Vision for 2050 promotes the sustained production and use of biofuel, link countries with agriculture potential to countries with production capacity and technology, promotes environmentally responsible biofuel production, which is very necessary, set industry in the standards, biodiesel standards rating very dramatically from region to region, and the developed zone management standards where technical expertise and the facilities partnership is very જરૂરી. And in this slides, my conclusion is that for my studies, algae are the alternative source of feedback for biofuel production, biodiesel, biogas, bioethanol, pharmaceuticals, nutraceuticals, and other valuable products can be obtained from algae. And it is also renewable, biodegradable, and environmentally friendly. Algae possesses many desirable features such as rapid growth and high lipid content. And carbohydrates including micro and macroalgae represents the biggest group of algae with application of the bioremediation, water treatment, food supply, pharmaceuticals, and energy production. Thank you for your patience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
हो चालेल मग तिथे म्हणा मग त्याकडे तू काढत ना आपण तिथे तुझ्याकडे दिसले
Hi everyone, sorry to barge in. Just a little intro about me. I'm Dr. Mamta Sharma.
organizing secretary for this conference. So I welcome everyone who is present in this session. A little bit interruption, you can say, but I apologize for the same. Being going vocal for local, we have someone here who is from Alwar. This is a very small city, I must tell you, but situated between the national capital and the state capital. But someone, a person who is doing efforts at his own. So he approached me and he said he wanted to share some of his work with you. So, I'm not resident of Alwar, basically I'm a resident of Delhi, but I work here, so it becomes the responsibility of me to present him in front of you. So I apologize for all the people who are waiting. He will not take much of time. I've told him to just finish in 5 minutes. He is Dr. H. Kumar, who is a project coordinator, Technology Assessment Group, Eureka Research Institute in Alwar. This is an NGO, non-government organization, and he wished to talk on role of ESCO in environment and energy conservation for sustainable development goals. So please hear him and thank you so much. And I pass the baton again to my coordinator. You all are a wonderful audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam, for the participation in International Multidisciplinary Conference on Environment and Sustainable Development. Being a energy motivator, being a life member of Solar Energy Society, last 10 years I doing the extension work in solar technology promotion in India. Presently I am in Alwar. Before my project I give some small. India is an agricultural domain country. 70% population living in a rural area and facing the problem of climate change at local level. Secondly, recently in Gujarat, conference held in conservation agriculture action plan in India. So I have to make a measurement at a local level. What should be done at local level? Because of there is no conservation of water, no conservation environment, no conservation energy is a local level for sustainable goal. For that, we have made some small slogan which is to be given to. In this connection, my presentation was the role of ESCO in environment and energy conservation for sustainable development goal. In a whole world, climate emergency going on. India plays a good role in climate change mitigation and adaptation at COP26 at UK. Climate is known to have a negative impact on the ecosystem, ecology, and economics of the society. At present, India facing the problem of water, environment, energy conservation, and management at local level. On other hand, so many laws are there to safeguard the society, but no proper conservation measure done. So urgent need to explore the services of ESCO. ESCO means energy service companies, particularly in the application of solar energy application and reduce the degradation of environment and pollution at all sectors of life toward the happy society with environmental, social and governance action plan at local level. Because of ESCO in China, so many big ESCOs are there doing the whole work on SME sector by ESCO companies. So the water conservation, environmental conservation, energy conservation is a main tool for the climate change action plan at a local level. This is the paradigm shift for the safeguard of the quality of life, environmental conservation as a big city, as a role of a eco city, as a gift city. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity. Any question by any person? Welcome.
Thank you so much for your wonderful session, sir. Is there anyone who wishes to ask about anything? Okay. Sir, you would like to ask something?
I want to present my paper today. 39 number.
Yes, sir. Your presentation will happen today only. You are next only, sir. Okay. Uh, okay, next we have Dr. Indra Rao Shaligram Ahirao from SSVP LKD, Dr. P.R. Ghogre Science College, Dhule, Maharashtra, India, who's going to give a presentation on occurrence of new species record of jasmine moth, order Lepidoptera, family Crambidae, genus Palpita vitriolus, Rossi 1794 from Kadbara forest of Nandurbar district, India. So kindly present your paper.
Thank you.
Uh, Mr. Indra Rao, we can't hear you and we can't see your presentation as well.
Yes, I have sent you presentation on ENV talks also, madam.
Sir, you want us to present it?
Yes.
Okay, sir, just give us a minute.
Thank you so much.
Yes, madam. Is my slide is visible now? PPT? Yes, madam.
No, sir, no.
No, sir, just give us a minute. We are going to present it.
Yeah.
आप मेल कर रहे हो मुस्कान मुझे?
Yes, madam. Yes. Right. Thank you.
Okay, sir, you can begin.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you for Raj College to present my paper, Occurrence of New Species, Record of Jasmine Moth, Order Lepidoptera, Family Crambidae, Genus Palpita vitrialis, Rosie, 1794, from Khandbara Forest of Nandurbar district, India. Next, madam, please. Introduction. As Lepidopteras are the insects in the order of insects, and they are contributing more than 180,000 species in the world. And Crambidae is the family which contributes the butterflies and sorry moths. Moths are the nocturnal and some species are diurnal one that are from that. This species, that is the pearl moth, that is the rare species that occurs from the Canberra forest. That area that contains, it is the study area. Next slide, please. That is surrounded by the different areas of Madhya Pradesh, bordered by Bastar and Jhabua district. These are the tribal regions of the Madhya Pradesh region, Gujarat state, and also the different districts of the Maharashtra, like the Nasik district, then Jalgaon district, and the Dhule district. That is the catchment area or the study area or the materials and method or methodology of the paper. This moth occurs on the different types of the plants in the forest of Khandbara that contains the teak, Tectona grandis, Devdar, sesame, pivot, and different types of wine plants which are wild one varieties and on which it occurs. This moth that occurred on a teak leaf at 11 a.m. This is very white transparent variety that measures about 27 to 31 millimeter in length, white and margined by a golden margin and having a translucent body with three pairs of jointed legs. Next slide, please, madam. Classification, systematic classification description, it shows it feeds the nectar of the different species, plants like jasmine, pivot, European olive, and it occurs in Africa. Preferably, plants are like Sida rhomboides, Gravia, Helicteris isora, Shima, Randia, and the larvae are particularly feeding on as a pest of the olive fields and as they attack the leaves of host plants like jasmine, privet, and about 2 centimeters of the length. When they are longer, they stop feeding and the host plants just mainly wide vines, and they are occurring in different countries like India also and Africa also. They are attacking on the leaves of the privet and different fruit plants. Next, please. Next slide, please. Then it occurs in family Crambidae, genus Palpita, species Vitrialis, Rosie 1794. Synonyms are near about 1 to 3. List of the same species, family Crambidae, and there are near about 160 subspecies of this Phalina. Then the Palpita vitrialis, Hubner, 1794, 1863, Botis. Next one. Then this moth is a very beautiful, measures about 27 to 31 centimeters in length. Body is translucent with the golden margin border. Eyes are large with the reddish brown color. Wings show black spots in the middle part of the wings, and the legs are white with brown ringed. Next, madam, please. Next slide, please. All these moths are variable in size, shape, color, and most of the moths are nocturnal in habit. Some are diurnal, and as the Petriella vitrialis rosei 1794 is measures about 27 to 31 millimeter. It is having the measurement. It is white, translucent, and many species in this order Lepidoptera and Crambidae shows the different dietary habits specifically and globally recognized by the features feeding on various plants of the worldwide in periphery in Nandurbar district, and it was found in a Khanbara forest at the Satpura mountain region. Next, please. All these moths are morphological observation and results. The observation and results shows the morphology. The body is a translucent white with golden marginal border, commonly known as the pearl moth, Vitrialis, Palpita vitrialis rosifalina, 1794. Habits are nocturnal insect, belongs to the family Crambidae habitat. It occurs in and feeding on wild variety of vine plants. Wingspan 27 to 31 millimeter in length. Eye color is large and reddish brown in color. Wings are white with the black spots in the middle of the wings. Next, madam. As per the discussion, conclusions, as per the discussion and results found from the various sources, it is a very rare species of the pearl moth that occurs in the Khandwara forest, contains different types of the plants, mainly teak, sesame, kalam, wild variety of vines, jasmine, in which the pearl moth resides or occurred globally, and Satpura mountain ranges from the Nandurbar district of Maharashtra state, that is the pearl moth that is known as the Palpita vitrialis roji 1794. It is a very rare species that can be noted, and new species. Next, acknowledgement. Next slide, please, madam. Next, please. Acknowledgement. I am very much thankful to my guide, Dr. P.V. Bhave, ex-honorary director, Philosophy Center, KBCNMU, Maharashtra State, India, and also thankful to management of JES ASC College, Nandurbar, and SSUPS Science College, Gogre Science College, Dhule. Next, references here with Ackery and Gonker. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions,
Thank
queries?
you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much for your presentation, sir. It was very thorough and informative. Thank you so much for being patient as well. Next, we have Isaac Adelakun. Sir, are you there with us?
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Tariq Hedamir,
Yeah,
who's
ma'am. Yeah,
going.
ma'am. I'm present. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're ready with your presentation, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, are you going to present or do you need us to present?
Ma'am, I will try. Wait
Okay,
one.
sir. Okay, sir, no issues.
Ma'am, after Mr. Isaac's name, it was my name, Jasmeet Kaur, serial number 41.
Sir, m- sir, you told me that it was your guide. Did you by chance make a misunderstanding, Mr. Tariq?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, did you make a misunderstanding with
Ma'am,
Miss Jasmeet Kaur's name?
ma'am, actually, Jasmine, ma'am, is my guide, and I am working my doing my PhD under Jasmine Cotton, and on the behalf of Jasmine Cotton, I am presenting my research paper.
No, 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 no. I am not your guide, sir. I think so. There's another Miss Jasmeet. I am Dr. Jasmeet Kaur from
Yeah.
University of Delhi.
Oh,
Yeah,
ma'am. So,
there is some confusion in the name. So I am the next presenter. I'm Dr. Jasmeet Kaur. I am going to talk. My paper is a case study of an NGO
Of NGO, yes, sir.
on
Yes, ma'am.
empowerment of for sustainability. May I present, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Tariq, we
ma'am,
are very sorry for the misunderstanding.
ma'am, shall I present the paper, my research paper, because I am available this time, and uh,
Sir, the thing
so
is,
that you
we
may
can't
present my paper this
let you
time.
present in
Is it
between
so?
because we already have. Sir, your turn is then tomorrow.
Yeah, is my turn today or tomorrow?
Sir, your turn is tomorrow then. If this misunderstanding
Okay,
hadn't
ma'am.
happened, you would have presented tomorrow only, sir.
Shall Jasmeet ma'am, please, you will allow me to present because I am waiting
Okay,
from a
a
long
very good
time.
evening, everybody, and a very warm welcome
So you'll
to this
have to wait.
session. And I would like to tell you that my presentation topic, I am unfortunately not able to present the presentation, but I would like to tell you that this presentation is about, it's a case study on a Delhi-based NGO, which was done during the pandemic time. As we all know that during the pandemic, many people had lost their jobs, specifically women. They had lost around 80% of their jobs in the second lockdown, that is in March to April 2021. Somebody has to mute the mic, I'm not able to concentrate. Some Mr. MD, please mute your mic, please. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so this NGO, People Tree Foundation.
Hello.
People Tree Foundation is an NGO which is a Delhi-based NGO. It is working in the slums, 16 slums of Delhi, and around 1,200 women, they were empowered during the post-pandemic period. Now, looking at sustainability, their modulus operandi was very simple. It was just a three-step process which they had done. The first step was procurement of raw material from boutiques or export houses which have surplus material. So they procured this material. Then the second step was to train the women, especially the construction workers who had lost their jobs during the pandemic. So they gave them sewing machines, and they also trained them in making masks, mats, and bags. Then the third step was that these ladies used to take the product to their home and they used to stitch them. And this organization had then had a tie-up with export houses, not only in India, but in USA, in Singapore, and in other countries where they were selling them. And the women, they were able to get per piece the cost what the organization was paying them were per piece. So each household, the women were able to work according to their availability of time. They could look after the children, they could look after the elderly and the sick, and they could manage the entire process very well. And the minimum earning which a female was making was around 8,000 INR per month, and it was going up to as high as 15,000 INR per month. So with this, we could see that this NGO was working not only for 1,200 women, but 200, they were moving beyond. Every day, the number was increasing. They were reaching to more and more slums and more women. So we could see that sustainability, which is one of the goals also of the UN, it was absolutely getting satisfied here, because the raw material, which was waste lying in the export houses and the boutiques, was used effectively in this pandemic time for making masks and other things. And also, these women, they were getting empowered. Not only getting empowered, they were getting job, and they were getting a good amount of money to run their houses. So we could see that this entire structure was very effective, and still it is going on. And it was a very small movement which started, but every day, every month, it is growing higher, and the numbers are going bigger, and there are a lot of profitability is going up. So this is what I wanted to present. I did this case study for a period of 2 months in Delhi, and it was a very, very effective and a fruitful study. So that is all. Thank you so much for listening patiently, and very sorry that I could not present my screen. There was some issue. So over to you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am Jasmeet Kaur. That was amazing to hear. I know you were able to present your presentation. That was amazing. Thank you so much for being with us. We now have Isaac Adelkun. He has been waiting for quite a while. He's shown a lot of patience. Sir, the stage is yours. Kindly present.
Hello, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, can I proceed my discourse?
Yes, sir, you
Can I
can
proceed?
present. Yes, sir, kindly begin.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
So, I stand here today to pay my dues to this academic community and to partake in an academic traditional or ritual, which over the age has been a plumb line in measuring my academic excellence, career relevance, and sustained commitments to scholarship. Though there are different interpretation and understanding of what an inaugural address is. So it's, however, for me, a one in a lifetime opportunity to publicly proclaim the success of my sojourn in the discipline of history, and having attained the peak of my career as a full research scholar, to seize this auspicious occasion to call attention to the continuing relevance of history in an organic such as our country, Nigeria. So it's my decision to share my thoughts on the understanding of dimension and implication of cybercrime in this lecture. It's both personal and institutional. Hey, I actually decided to speak on this topic because of my initial fascination with law and eventually love for history and study of history. So let me share my screen now, please. Can you hear me, please? Can you hear me?
Can you repeat yourself, sir?
I said, can you hear me, please? Can you hear me?
Yeah, so we can hear you.
Hello,
Okay.
ma'am.
Uh,
Hello, ma'am.
Dr. Prakash Chavan,
So can
Yeah,
you
your
see my
turn
screen?
has
Can
passed.
you see
Now
my?
you can present at the end.
okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you.
So can you see my screen? Can you see my screen now?
No, sir, there's
Can you
no
see my
screen
screen?
presentation. We can see your screen with your face, but we can't see any other presentation coming on the screen. So kindly press the
Okay,
arrow
please hold
button
on.
present in the middle.
Sorry.
Okay, yes, your screen is presenting now. Kindly open your presentation.
Yes.
Press the center button and then go to your presentation. So you have muted yourself. Sir, you have muted yourself. Kindly unmute yourself and then continue. Mr. Isaac, kindly unmute yourself and continue. We can't hear you at all.
Thank you. So can you hear me now, please? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you now. Yes, sir, we can hear you now.
Yeah, thank you. So the topic of my discourse is cybercrime, understanding its dimensions and implications. Now, it is very essential to emphasize here that the world is not run by weapons anymore, or energy, or money. It is run by one or zeros, little bits of data. It is all electrons. There is a war out there, a world war. It is not about who has the most bullets. It is about who controls the information, what we see and hear and how we walk. What we think, it's all about information. Okay. Now, technology, if information technology to commit theft in superhighway and information is the commodity to theft. From the start of the new millennium, social networking sites have become very popular. These sites have provided a space for men to vent their feelings, get new and connect with old friends. But these sites have been misused by cyber criminal groups, unfortunately for fulfilling their illegal purposes. Side by side, the people have started to spend more and more time on such network over the last few years because they increasingly rely on them. In the modern period, the development of information technology affects the life of the people all around the world. New inventions and discoveries day by day have widened the scientific scope as well as brought the new challenge for legal world. With the widespread growth of this technology leads to commission of new type of crimes today and cyberspace also has become matter of global concern in the era of cyber world, as the usage of computers became more popular, there was expansion in the growth of technology as well, and the term cyber became more familiar to the people. The evolution of information technology, which is IT, gave birth to the cyberspace, wherein internet provides equal opportunity to all the people to access any information, data storage, analyze, etc. With the use of technology, these crimes are as like attack on the secure information of individuals, corporation, or government. This type of attacks do not take place on a physical body, but the personal or corporate virtual body. Over the past 2 decades, tech as such into businesses, communities, and the lives of individuals, altering the way that people communicate, study, work, and interact. People in various parts of the world can communicate in real time on a variety of devices such as cell phone, tablets, or computers. In a few seconds, a photo, video, text message, or email, which is shared by a single individual, may be viewed by hundreds of thousands of users and may go viral. The internet technology has also become a new medium for doing misconduct or to threaten, harass, intimidate, and cause harm to others. From a socio-cultural perspective, there is a detrimental separation between the social norms, legislation, and environmental computer availability constraints of computer criminal behavior, which is direct result of the globalization of technology. Despite such a great influence of computer and internet on day-to-day lives, the fact remains that only a fraction of people know what computer and internet is all about. There is a need of systematic study which elaborately discusses the basic concepts of crime, cybercrime, cyberspace, meaning, types, characteristics, and major component of cybercrime, etc. Meaning and concept of cybercrime. The term cyber, the use of which became universal by the 1980s, find its origin several decades earlier when Norbert Wiener coined the term cybernetics in 1948 and described the same as a study of message as a means of controlling machinery and society. In fact, the term cybercrime is frequently used in the 21st century knowledge of society, and it's created by combination of two words, cyber and crime. The term cyber denotes the cyberspace, i.e., virtual space, and it means the information space modeled through computer, in which various objects or symbol, image, or information exist. Therefore, it is the place where the computer program work and data is computer, and hence there is no difference in defining a crime in cyber world and real world. Only the medium of crime is different. Cybercrime is international and transnational. There are two cyber borders between countries: computer crime, cybercrime, e-crime, high-tech crime, or electronic crime. Generally refers to criminal activity where a computer or network is source, two, target or place of crime, as well as traditional crime through the use of computer like child pornography, internet fraud. In addition to cybercrime, there is also computer-supported crime, which covers the use of computers by criminals for communication and document or data storage. Cybercrime is multiplying like mushroom. Broadly speaking, it is also stated cybercrime can be said to be an act of commission or omission committed on or through or with the help of or connected with the internet, whether directly or indirectly, which prohibited by any law and for which punishment, monetary and or corporal, is provided. To put in simple terms, cybercrime means any offense or crime in which a computer is used. Some experts say that cybercrime are nothing more than ordinary crime committed by high-tech computers. Others say that cybercrime are as a new category of crime requiring a comprehensive new legal framework to address the unique nature of emerging technologies and unique set of challenges that traditional crimes do not deal with. Statists have believed cybercrime as both traditional crime committed unique in character requiring new legal framework. Cybercrime has a narrow statutory meaning as used in the Cybercrime Act 2001 of Australia, which details offense against computer data and system. However, a broad meaning is given to cybercrime at an international level. In the Council of Europe, Cybercrime Treaty 76 cybercrime is used as an umbrella term to refer to an array of criminal activity, including offenses against computer data data and system, computer-related offenses, content offenses, and copyright offenses. The U.S. Department of Justice, in its manual on computer crime, defines such crimes as any violation of criminal law that involves a knowledge of computer technology for their perpetration, investigation, or prosecution. Definition of cybercrime. The term cybercrime is a misnomer.
Sir, sorry for interrupting you. You have exceeded your time limit. Kindly wind up.
Okay. Now, let's go to implication of cybercrime, or we should go to solutions and recommendation. Preventive measures from cybercrime. Preventing cybercrime activities is not an easy task. 2002 and beyond 2010 said that cybercrimes are often difficult to identify since they committed their crimes, as the very long distance from their victims sometimes. The country in which they live and or have their criminal activities does not have strong criminal laws against cyber criminality. Despite of these challenges, some measures can be taken to account as a way of combating these cyber criminal activities as discussed in this section. One, we have user identification and authentication. Now, going to recommendation. Realizing the need for a universal and systematic response to cybercrime as the only effective means to combat this new type of criminality, we the young panelists call for the adoption of a UN Convention on Cybercrime. This convention should on the one and instigate harmonized criminalization of the different forms of cybercrime, and on the other hand, establish a procedure of state accountability for its implementation through a system of annual national reports to a monitoring committee similar to the system applied for other UN conventions, such as the UN Convention on the Right of the Child. We also envisage the creation of a program for exchange of express and tech between states in order to more effectively combat cyber criminality. Interpol should be associated to the implementation of the convention to in drafting and applying the convention. The UN and the member states should be mindful of the rights of every individual to privacy and ensure and aim at achieving a balance between this right and the effective detection. Proposed convention, the working group wishes to submit to the Congress the following recommendation of substantive, general and special criminal law and criminal procedure, as well as jurisdictional issues. Thank you so much. This is the end of my discourse.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a wonderful presentation. Thank you for being so thorough on the topic. Yeah. Next we have Jauhar Rafiq from Faculty of Forestry, SKUST, Jammu and Kashmir. Are you here with us, sir? Jauhar Rafiq? Okay, moving on to the next. We have Jenny Davis from St. Aloysius College, El Thurut, who is going to give a presentation on consumer perception of digital payment methods in times of COVID pandemic with special reference to Thrissur district.
Good evening.
Good evening, ma'am.
Ma'am, my slide visible?
No, ma'am, it's not visible. Click on the arrow in the center. Yeah, now it's coming. And now it's coming, ma'am.
Okay.
It's visible now.
Yes. My name is Jenny Davis, and I'm here to present a paper on the topic Consumer Perception of Digital Payment Methods in Times of COVID Pandemic with special reference to Thrissur district. Yeah, the Digital India program with its objective of transforming India into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy led to the emergence and growth of various modes of digital payments like banking card, USSD, AEPS, UPI, mobile wallets, bank prepaid cards, point of sale, internet banking, etc. So, however, government and regulator have pushed digital payments in such times by means of National Electronic Fund Transfer and IMPS, UPI, BEEP, etc. so as to avoid the usage of physical cash, which has higher risk element of COVID-19 transmission. So, The COVID-19 pandemic fueled the proliferation of digital modes of payments. The present study aims to identify the perception of consumers towards digital payments during COVID-19. So, my objectives of the study to examine the effect of digital payments and to offer suggestions based on the study. Then research methodology, and the population is Thrissur district, and I used convenient sampling technique to select the respondents, and 100 respondents were selected as sample size, and percentage analysis was used as a tool for analysis. And the limitations, the data was collected from a limited geographical area, so the findings and conclusion has its own limitations, and time was another limiting factor. Then going to the findings, the demographic profile, 27% of respondents belong to the age category of 40 to 50, and from that data, 55% of respondents are females, 39% of respondents are professionals, and 34% of respondents have a monthly income in between 30,000 to 45,000. Then most frequently used payment method during COVID-19, 99% of respondents used banking cards, and 95% of respondents responded that they use internet or mobile banking. The purpose of digital payment, 92% of respondents use digital payments for making online payments. Then advantages of digital payments, 97% of respondents responded that their main advantage of digital payment is 24-hour access. And the issues of digital payments, 90% of respondents responded that the main issue of digital payment is overspending. Then satisfaction level, 93% of respondents are satisfied with the usage of digital payments, and the use of digital payments in future, 85% of respondents responded that they are ready to continue the use of digital payments in future. Then suggestions, minimum journey from initiating payment to completion of payments will be a strategic win in the growing competition of digital payment trends. The user would be more fond of payment method which completes the payment at minimum steps, and provide some reward or loyalty points to the user of digital payment service. It attracts them to use it more often than average. Then consumers should be trained and encouraged by various means and ways to use a cashless payment system. Trust and confidence must be created among the customers for digital payment solutions so that they can be diverted to new digital payment trends from conventional cash payment. And the conclusion, so with concerns over contracting novel coronavirus infection from visiting bank branches and using currency notes, many people not only in metros but also in smaller towns have started using their smartphones for making payments and even taking loans for smooth banking services. Payment players also expect more growth and are looking to scale up further next year with initiatives like the new umbrella entity for retail payments likely to take shape. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation, for being brief and informative as much as you could be. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
We next in line have Julie Thakuria from DLISC Assam University, Silchar, who is going to give a presentation on services offered by libraries through green practices, a study. Ms. Julie Thakuria, are you here with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. It is your turn to present, ma'am. The stage is yours. Do you wish to show a presentation or give an oral presentation?
Okay, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
Ma'am, it's visible, but you have caused a mirror action to happen on your screen. We're seeing multiple screens of yours. Kindly close that. Kindly click on the center bar. Kindly minimize it and open your presentation. Kindly minimize the screen and open. Ma'am, we weren't supposed to close it. Click on the arrow in the center, then select share full screen and click on share. After that, you have to minimize the screen of your Google Meet and open your presentation, ma'am. Yes, correct. Absolutely correct. Ma'am, click on F5 so that it can be full screen. or start from slideshow. It's the same thing.
Okay, now visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. Begin, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening to all. The topic of my today's presentation is services offered by libraries through green practices study. Myself, Julie Thakuria, research scholar of LSA Assam University, and my guide, Professor Manoj Kumar Sinha, Dean, Swami Vivekananda School of Library Information Science, and Head of the Department, Library Information Science, Assam University, Silchar. And I would like to a brief introduction.
Julia,
Library provides the
Julia
information to its
Pandya's
users through different methods.
Harthiagatri.
All the services offered by
Ma'am,
the
just give me a
libraries.
minute. Mr. Kaisar Farouk, please mute yourself.
Okay, ma'am, okay.
Yes, ma'am, continue.
The services offered by libraries during COVID-19 pandemic are mostly online. For that, libraries must have to purchase e-resources or digitize the library materials. The rapid growth of information and communication technology and its uses release greenhouse gases, mainly the carbon dioxide, into the atmosphere. Libraries are transforming to green libraries by building the green library building for sustainability. They also transform the existing library services facilities into green services and promote to eco-friendly environment inside the library. Going digital is one of the best practices by the libraries during the COVID-19 period. Libraries by their very nature are green in that their resources are shared by the largest community, but libraries can extend the environmental benefit further through both sustainable practices, which reduce the environmental impact of day-to-day operations, and green buildings, which seeks to minimize consumption of resources either in their buildings or their operation. And this is the objectives: to see the different services offered by the library, to know the green practices those are implemented inside the library, to know the benefits of implementing green practices into the library. And these are the services: library services, circulation services, all we know, reference services, article indexing, display of new arrivals, reprographic services, interlibrary loan, library orientation, facility to reserve books, membership to external users, current awareness services, selective dissemination of information service, newsletter, online public access catalog, exhibitions to the newly arrival material. Green practices. What do you mean by green practices inside the library? Green practices means the practice of creating structure and using processes that are environmentally responsible. Environmentally responsible means recycling waste and reducing power use. And resource efficient, that means using the Earth's limited resources in a sustainable manner while maintaining impacts on the environment. Throughout the life cycle of development, including buildings, from setting to design, construction, operation, maintenance, renovation, and deconstruction. Green practices expand and complement the classical building design concerns of economy, utility, durability, and comfort. And these are the green practices or services which are available inside the implement inside the library. Conserve energy within the library, promote a paperless environment, encourage sustainable transportation, reduce by reusing. In acquisition section, from demand to procurement, all should be done through electronic means only. Uses of e-resources, avoid paper use. Provision of different aids for specially able persons. Water conservation, recycling, open space area with natural daylight. Uses of natural cleaner instead of chemical cleaner. Purchase eco-friendly items. Use of fans to cool the library building instead of using the AC. And benefits of the green practice inside the library. Benefits are fall into three major categories: economic, health, and environment. It will reduce the energy-related cost by using renewable energy. It will reduce the electricity power bill, which in turn helps in save money. Uses of recyclable products saves on money. Used for repair and maintain, use of recyclable products saves on money. Used for repair and maintenance, reduce the cost of buying new products, saves on production cost, save the cost of waste disposal. Implementing green practices, eliminating air pollutants inside the library and makes the air in clean, that is good for health and less expenditure of hospital bill. Going green reduces air pollution and environmental toxins that could affect our body immune system that fights infections, and it will reduce resources consumption and eliminate waste. Use of green and renewable energy also helps reduce the emission of carbon dioxide to the environment, which helps reduce carbon footprints. An ideal advantage of growing green at work is that it helps conserve the environment. If you embrace paperless practice in the library for opting to go digital, it helps conserve the trees that would have otherwise been cut and used as raw materials to produce papers. And role of librarian. The librarian has to play an important role in greening the library. They should organize awareness program at regular interval. Through seminar, orientation, workshop, conference, they can promote green practices inside the library. They may purchase biodegradable product and furniture to prevent the wastage, and they may encourage other librarians that should cooperate to implementing green practices inside the library. And I would like to conclude, libraries are not only repositories of knowledge, but are also important information resources for raising awareness about environmental concerns. Green libraries educate the public about environmental issues through their collection, sustainable and environmentally friendly facilities and library programs. Among other things, green libraries maximize the effects of natural sunlight and natural airflow. Therefore, to protect our environment, we should develop green practice and services inside the library. And these are the references. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation on such a different topic, but we welcome it to our conference as, it brings something new to us. Thank you so much, ma'am. We now welcome Ms. Jyoti Pandey from AKS University, Satna, MP, to give her presentation on impact of pandemic on quality enhancement in e-learning. Ms. Jyoti Pandey, are you here with us?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, ma'am. We can see your screen. Ma'am, kindly minimize this and open your presentation. Kindly minimize the screen. Yes, minimize it and open your presentation. Yeah. Now, slideshow, begin the slideshow.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Good evening to all of you. Today I am here presenting my topic title on a review on impact of pandemic on quality enhance of e-learning. Due to the lacking of time, I would like to start with introduction. My presentation is totally based on the improvement of e-learning and awareness about e-learning, because due to the pandemic, education completely stopped. So government, many universities and many colleges try to develop e-learning systems. E-learning nowadays very suitable for the achievement of our goal. Regularity in education. The COVID-19 pandemic has an impact on the goal and sustainable development. COVID-19 has affected the education sector of the entire world, whole world, primarily by the closure of institution of education. So now start e-learning. E-learning become the core method for the teaching the curriculum during the pandemic. So what is e-learning? E-learning is defined as using information technology to improvement the quality of education. It is not a sole method, but combined with the traditional teachers led approach for improvement of higher education using e-learning method. And my objective of this paper to identify the challenges and factors affecting higher educations and impact of pandemic on e-learning to enhance quality of e-learning. So here, so many challenges during pandemic, online classes or e-learning, lack of devices, computers, and access to internet, language access issues, addressing racial equity concerns, family availability, homelessness, teachers can't go to school to get materials, listening requirement for teletherapy, services for students with disabilities. So, pedagogy promote e-learning to regular education due to the administrative support, it is a factor in implementing an innovative e-learning system in higher education. All administrators will manage the systems of higher education policies, teachers, and students' learning environment. E-learning has some key elements. They are mentioned here, like administrative supports, course contents, design, social support, technical support, instructor, and learning characteristics. So here, during pandemic, it is as an opportunity. The COVID-19 pandemic provided opportunity to promote e-learning in the education profession to students, such as improving their learning and attitudes towards e-learning, preventing their separations from the educational environment, documenting and monitoring education, and increasing perceived usefulness. So here some showing factors for e-learning. The success of e-learning depends on many factors, including accessibility, usage of appropriate methods, course content, and assessment criteria. Here many advantages of e-learning: transportation time and place. Here save many a lot of time save due to the e-learning. Contents delivery quality good. Content connecting with family and friend during online classes, the students have free much more time to expend with family and friends. Affordability, student attendance. Of course, online education can be accessed from any corner of world. The class student would be moreover, student can easily have access to recording of the previous classes. Here so many advantages: cost effective, consisting delivery, employees speed, anytime, any place, quick to update, good for large group. Also here showing some disadvantages of e-learning: inability to focus on screen, technology issues, sense of isolations, teaching training. Online learning require teachers to have a basic understanding of using digital form of learning. Finally, conclusion: this study totally highlight the challenges and factors influencing the acceptance and use of e-learning as a tool for teaching within higher education. It will help to develop a strategic plan for the successful implementation of e-learning and view technology as a positive step toward evolution and change. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. It was really amazing to hear you. Thank you for being so patient as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks again.
So now we have KB Harita from Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science for Women, who is going to give a presentation on influence of neuromarketing, consumer perception on cosmetic products. Ma'am, are you here with us?
Yes, ma'am. I'm present.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, are you going to share your screen or give an oral presentation?
No, ma'am. I'll present my screen. Yeah.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Yeah.
So I would like to remind you to keep in mind the time limit, ma'am.
Okay, sure, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay.
So I've chosen this topic based on marketing specialization. So I'll begin with neuromarketing. So neuromarketing is basically introduced by a Dutch professor in the year 2002. So the main aim is to analyze the consumer's behavior psychologically, which is used to improve the marketing strategies from the marketing point of view. So it almost studies the consumer's sensory motor, cognitive, and affective responses to the marketing stimuli. And these are the four techniques which were used in neuromarketing, which is facial coding, eye tracking, electroencephalography, and finally with fMRI. So these are the main important factors which influence the consumer emotions through the way of neuromarketing: eye gaze, packaging, color, decision paralysis, loss of aversion, hidden responses, anchoring, rewards, selecting the right place, website layout, memorable headlines, and finally with the ad efficiency, which comes out through CTA, that is call to action. So I would like to give an example of, I guess, whenever the model which poses for the product have a direct contact with the consumers, obviously the consumers will have a direct contact with the model who is posing for that particular product. When the eye gaze has a contact with the product, obviously the view will also transfer from the model to the product. So this is how the neuromarketing affects the consumer's behavior psychologically to attract the consumers to purchase the product. So the main objective is to analyze the consumer's perception towards the cosmetic products, and also to examine the factors which influence the consumers, and also to determine the awareness level of neuromarketing to understand the concepts among the consumers, and finally to evaluate the influence of neuromarketing, that is the factors which influence the consumers to purchase the product. And the statement of problem is to analyze how the consumers are being psychologically, consciously, and unconsciously influenced through the techniques used by the neuromarketing or the marketers. So I have framed the hypothesis for the study, which is compared with the brand influence, that there is no significant association between the brand influence with all the other factors involved. Here is frequency of purchase, amount spent on cosmetics, tracking attributes, priority of attributes, frequency of information gathering, senses which affect the most, cues enabled to recall, and also the gaze attraction. The next one is there is no significant association between the annual income, which is compared with the frequency of purchase and amount spent on cosmetics. And the final thing is age, and there is no significant association between the age and the factors which influence the consumer emotions. And I've taken the descriptive type for this research. Before executing the original study, I've taken with the pilot study, which is done with 16 random samples. The study is completely based on primary and secondary data. The area of the study is done in the Coimbatore city only for the period of 1 month. And the sampling technique which is used for the study is convenient sampling technique with these 250 respondents. And I've used almost 5 statistical tools to analyze the project, which is of chi-square, one-way ANOVA, weighted average, Friedman ranking, and finally with the multiple linear regression to test the collinearity analysis of this particular study. And the limitation is only female respondents have been taken for the study for the proper utilization, and the technological measurements of brain activities has been evaded because during the time limit, I mean because of the time duration, I was not able to take up the technological measurements. And I've taken almost 31 international review journal and 5 national journals. And the finding of the study is that majority, 47.2% of the respondents are from the age group of 30 to 21 to 30 years. And these are the findings of my study. And finally, majority were not aware about what is neuromarketing. So just to make an awareness, I've just taken this particular project into an international questionnaire. So just for the sake of giving some awareness about the neuromarketing, these are the types of these are the kinds of tools and techniques used to analyze or to influence the consumer's emotion. I've taken this entire study into an interview schedule. And I have found out that there is a significant association between brand influence and the fullest factor which influence the consumer emotion, and annual income, and that is the annual income and the frequency of purchase has the significant association between the other. And in one way or another, there is a significant difference between the brand influence, which is compared with the influence of neuromarketing on consumer emotions, but that is just opposite to the age and the other factors which is already compared. And the weighted average analysis, which gives a complete ranking of the products which have involved for this particular study. The color is being ranked first, followed by ad efficiency, decision paralysis, pricing, anchoring, loss of aversion, eliminating thought process, headline, speed, and efficiency, and finally ranked 10 with the website layout. And the cosmetic product which I have listed here is the products which I have included for my study. And here Lakme is the product which is placing first when it is compared with the other products. And with the multiple linear regression, I've taken this along with the collinearity analysis, where there is a linear relationship between the variables of a brand preference, which is compared with amount spent on cosmetic products. But I found that there is no high correlation of independent variables. So here there is a perfect absence of a multicollinearity. And the suggestions I would like to give is here, many are not aware about FOMO, that is fear of missing out. So it normally urges the consumer's mind unconsciously to purchase the product, whatever the product may be. But the fear of missing out will definitely urge the consumers to purchase the product within the given period of time. And the one thing I would like to tell you is that the consumer should not let that CTA, that is call to action, to lead the consumer's emotions and to influence the decision making. And finally, I would like to conclude that the consumers were not really satisfied with the tools used by the neuromarketers, because without revealing the normal tools and techniques used is considered as the unethical, which creates a consumer's dissonance or consumer disagreement towards this particular usage of tools and techniques on consumers' emotions. And that's all about my presentation, ma'am.
Thank you so much for being so insightful and being a part of our conference. That was amazing, ma'am. And thank you for being so patient.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kaisar Ahmed Ali
Yes,
from
ma'am.
BGSD University, Rajouri, who is going to give a presentation on checklist of the suborder Rhabditina chitwood 1933 Nematoda rhabditida from Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, sir. We can see your screen, sir. We can see your presentation.
Shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, good evening, everyone. Today I'm here to present my paper, and the title of my paper is Checklist of Suborder Rhabditina chitwood 1933 from Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, India. Introduction. Nematodes are transparent, bilaterally symmetrical, triploblastic pseudocoelomatous and popularly known as roundworms. They are biologically diverse, versatile, and with variable feeding habitats. Distribution of nematodes ranges from marine to freshwater, from polar regions to the tropics, as well as from highest to the lowest elevations. Rhabditids are the most diverse and abundant bacteriovores found worldwide in different soil types. Mostly the rhabditids are used as model organisms for biological studies. This group is important as they are equally abundant in both types of habitats studied, that is agricultural fields as well as forest soils. Methodology. Nematodes were extracted by Cobb's sieving and decantation method, and they were isolated by bare means funnel technique. They were simultaneously killed and fixed using hot fixative agent. Nematodes are dehydrated in glycerin alcohol. The dehydrated nematodes were mounted in anhydrous glycerin and sealed using wax ring method. Observation and identification. The slides were prepared and observed under stereoscope microscope. The diagnosis, identification, and morphological observations were made on Olympus BX51 Dec' microscope and photographed using an Olympus digital camera. Systematics. This is the systematic classification of the species that we have reported from the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. As you can see that in the subfamily Protorhabditini, we have got 2 species. In Mesorhabditini, we have 4. In Paloderni, in 2. In Rhabditini, 6 species. And in Buononematini, is 2 species. And Craspidonematini, it's 1 species, and a total of 20 species. This slide shows the entire list of the species that we have reported. It is Rhabditophanes shinidri, Protorhabditis tristis, Protorhabditis parvus, Rhabpanus punchianus, Mesorhabditis sudasi, etc., etc., and etc. This slide shows the family-wise distribution of species from UT of J&K. As it's evident from this slide that the most diversified subfamily was Rhabditini, and it was followed by Diploscapterni, then Buononematini, and then Alionematini. This slide shows the number of endemic and non-endemic species. So we have got 11 species that are non-endemic and 9 species that are found in this region only. This is the handmade Hello, ma'am. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
This is the handmade diagram of. Sorry. Hold a minute, ma'am. This is the handmade diagram of Cuticularia oxycerca, and we have reported this species from Jammu and Rajouri regions of J&K. This is the handmade diagram of Diploscepter coronatus, as this species was reported by Cobb 1931, but the male was not reported yet, and in 2015 we have reported it from the Poonch region of area. Conclusion: in the present study, 20 species under 18 genera belong to 9 subfamilies, 5 families, and 3 superfamilies have been recorded. Based on the geographic regions of Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, 18 species are found in Jammu division and 2 species in Kashmir division. Some species have endemic distribution, whereas others have been reported from around the globe. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, thank you so much, sir. That was an amazing presentation. Thank you for being patient and waiting for your turn also, and being so considerate towards others. Next, we have Kanishka Sharma from Raj Rishi Govt Autonomous College, Alwar, Rajasthan, who's going to give a presentation on environment and sustainable development. Kanishka, are you here with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Kanishka, the stage is yours. Kindly begin.
Thank you, ma'am.
हो गया, इतना ही था, निकले हम अब, इसीलिए वेट कर रहा था, मेरे पास नेट पैक ही नहीं था.
Excuse me, ma'am. Is my screen is visible to you?
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Good evening to all. Myself, Kanishka Sharma, and I am a student of BSc in Raj Rishi College, Alwar. And the topic of my paper is environment and sustainable development. As this is not based on some research or some, it's not on a scientific manner, but it is totally philosophical and somehow it is psychological. Look, you all are great researchers, some are great scientists, some are professors, associate professors, and you have much more knowledge than that of me. But what I think is the thinking behind this paper is that what I feel, what I think is from a middle class. So what I can feel, I think that no other can feel from great comforts and luxuries. In this paper, first of all, I want to say about the environment, as environment is not a topic of someone's personal life, or it's not about a city or a country, but it's about the whole world. In fact, it is about the whole universe, right? हम लोग आज के टाइम पे बहुत ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंस देते हैं हम ह्यूमन बींग्स को रियली अब आप हम ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं या फिर आजकल हम जो भी डेवलपमेंट कर रहे हैं दिस इज फॉर व्हाट दिस इज फॉर एनवायरनमेंट और फॉर अस इट इज ट्रूली फॉर अस हम लोग जो भी आजकल रिसर्च करते हैं जो भी कुछ नया इनोवेशन करते हैं ये किसके लिए करते हैं ह्यूमन बींग्स के लिए हम लोग अगर ये सोच रहे हैं कि हमें इस एनवायरनमेंट को इस रिसोर्सेज को बचाना है सो दिस इज व्हाई बिकॉज we are thinking that these are limited and we have to use them. That's why we are saving them. We are saving them for our future generations, right? But I just wanted people to think about the nature. You know, we human beings are not only there on the planet, but there are many other species. We are just a species, and there are too many species on this world instead of us, and many more maybe in the universe. But जितना हमें पता है, ह्यूमन बींग्स आर नॉट ओनली द स्पीसीज, बट हम जो आज के टाइम पे इम्पोर्टेंस दे रहे हैं वो मोस्टली हम देते हैं ह्यूमन बींग्स को. जस्ट बीइंग अ ह्यूमन इज नॉट मीन कि हम लोग सिर्फ और सिर्फ हमारी स्पीसीज को ही इम्पोर्टेंस दे. हम ह्यूमन बींग्स जो हैं वो दूसरे ह्यूमन बींग्स की बात को बहुत जल्दी समझ जाते हैं. उनको कोई प्रॉब्लम है, इफ समवन इज डीफ और समवन कैन नॉट टॉक, समवन कैन नॉट वॉक, किसी भी तरह की अगर उसे कोई भी साइकोलॉजिकल, मेंटली या फिजियोलॉजिकल कोई भी प्रॉब्लम होती है तो हम उसे समझते हैं, उसे हेल्प करते हैं. बट व्हाट अबाउट द एनिमल्स? They can't talk, they can't express their feelings. That's not mean that they had not their feelings. They had. But the thing is that they cannot show them to us. So it's our duty to let them know, to understand them. So this is all what is philosophical. You find it somehow boring, or you can say it's quite not interesting. But for me, this is a very big thing. I think that हम humans का क्या है, हमारे बाद में कोई और species, just because of some features we think that we are superior. But अगर कोई और हमसे great आ गई तो वो इस पूरी अर्थ के ऊपर एक तरह से रूल करेगी, जैसे in this time we are ruling. And what is that coronavirus, the recent pandemic? What we call it? It's a nature disaster, nature pandemic? No, it is a great mistake of our humans. हमने जो कुछ भी किया ये उसी का ही एक तरह से परिणाम था, उसी का ही एक रिजल्ट था. क्योंकि नेचर ने हमें एक अलर्ट दिया, हमें अलर्ट किया है कि हमें समझना चाहिए कि वो क्या चाहती है, वो क्या कहना चाहती है, वो क्या एक्सप्रेस करना चाहती है, वो क्या सोच रही है. और अगर हम अभी नहीं सुधरे तो शायद इससे भी ज्यादा खतरनाक चीजें हमारे सामने आएगी. सो जस्ट इन केस, क्योंकि हमें पता है ना, हम चाहे कितना ही कह ले कि हम एनवायरनमेंट बचा रहे हैं, हम लोग एनवायरनमेंट सेव करना चाहते हैं, हम ट्री सेव करना चाहते हैं, हम प्लांट सेव करना चाहते हैं, हम एनिमल्स को सेव करना चाहते हैं. बट द रियल चीज, हम एनिमल्स को सेव करते हैं तो हम क्या लोगों को देते हैं, हम क्या बोलते हैं लोगों को कि सेव tigers or save lions so that the upcoming future generations can see them. We are just thinking about human beings only. We are not thinking about the animals. Species बचाने से क्या होगा जब तक हम उनकी feelings को नहीं समझेंगे. Tigers तो हम बहुत बचा लिए, but उनको food मिल रहा है कि नहीं, उनको temperature, and temperature, we are polluting too much in today's time. Cars, bikes, etc. and दिल्ली जो कहने को तो बहुत ज्यादा डेवलप हो चुकी है, लेकिन उसकी जो कंडीशन है, उसके जो एनवायरनमेंट है वो इतना खराब है कि वहां पे कोई सांस भी नहीं ले सकता. सो इज दिस अ ट्रू डेवलपमेंट? इन माय वे इट्स नॉट अ ट्रू डेवलपमेंट. डेवलपमेंट तब होता जब सिर्फ ह्यूमन बींग्स का ही नहीं, अदर स्पीसीज भी यहाँ पे ग्रो करती. हम सेमिनार्स और वेबिनार्स कंडक्ट करते हैं जिसमें हम सिर्फ ह्यूमन बींग्स पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं, और हम लोग सिर्फ खुद की थिंकिंग्स को, खुद की सोचों को आपस में शेयर करते हैं. लेकिन व्हाट अबाउट द अदर स्पीसीज, व्हाट दे थिंक? दिस इज द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग ना, क्योंकि हम उन स्पीसीज से तो वाकई में बहुत कम है. ट्रू, माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म जिसे हम देख भी नहीं सकते वो हमसे भी ज्यादा एग्जिस्ट करते हैं. सो मोर इम्पोर्टेंस किसे देनी चाहिए थी, उन माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिजम्स को या ह्यूमन बींग्स को? माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिजम्स को ऑफ कोर्स, बट दी किसे जा रही है? ह्यूमन बींग्स को. सो जस्ट बिकॉज हम एक्सप्रेस कर सकते हैं, दैट नॉट मीन्स दैट दे डू नॉट हैव एनी फीलिंग. Albert Einstein once said, look deep into nature and then you will understand everything better. Look, Ayurveda, जिस आयुर्वेदा को मैं जननी साइंस कह सकती हूँ, मेडिसिन की जननी कह सकती हूँ, करेक्ट? क्योंकि हमारे टाइम पे अब जो इस करंट टाइम पे जितने भी मेडिसिन है या जो भी अदर ट्रीटमेंट स्टार्ट हुए हैं वो आयुर्वेदा से हुए हैं। वो टोटली आयुर्वेदा बेस्ड थी नेचर पर, करेक्ट? नेचर से मेडिसिन लेती थी, बट दैट नॉट मीन कि वो नेचर को इतना हार्म करती थी या उसे ओवर एक्सप्लॉइट करती थी। नहीं, एक लिमिटेड थिंग थी, क्योंकि उस टाइम पे इंफॉर्मेशन ज्यादा थी। हम जिस साइंस को आज सबसे ज्यादा मानते हैं, जिसको हम सबसे ज्यादा आजकल जानते हैं, लोग उसे जानना चाहते हैं, पढ़ना चाहते हैं आज जिसे, वो हम ह्यूमन बींग्स को इस नेचर से अलग नहीं मानती है। वी आर जस्ट अ स्पीसीज इन द साइंस, देन व्हाई वी आर making us superior than other species. This is what I wanted to say. And look, I don't know you feel on it not, but I feel when human is tired or when human has something, जैसे कि उसे बहुत उदास हो, सैड हो, बहुत ज्यादा हमें कुछ बहुत बुरा लग रहा हो, तो हम लोग फट से या तो अगर हम नेचर में जाएंगे, प्लांट्स के पास जाएंगे, फ्लावर्स में जाएंगे, ओपन स्काई में जाएंगे, देन वी फील वेरी पीस टू अस। दैट मीन्स कि नेचर हमें हेल्प कर रहा है टू ओवरकम फ्रॉम अवर सिचुएशंस, राइट? वो हमें समझता है। तो सुपीरियर कौन हुआ? वो ना, क्योंकि उसे जब प्रॉब्लम होती है तो हम नहीं समझते, पर हमें जब प्रॉब्लम होती है तो वो समझता है। तो सुपीरियर कौन हुआ? मदर कौन हुआ? नेचर और अस। नेचर, हम कहते हैं हमने इतने प्लांट्स ग्रो किए, हमने इतने सीड्स लगाए, हमने इतने एनिमल्स को सेव किया, बट फॉर वूम सेव किया? सो क्या जिस जहां पे हमने प्लांट्स लगाए हैं वो अर्थ, वो हमारी नहीं है, इट्स नॉट अवर प्लेस, वी आर द टेनेंट्स ऑन दिस अर्थ। सो क्या कर लिया? जो पानी हम यूज कर रहे हैं, इट्स ऑल्सो नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज। जो सनलाइट वो यूज कर रहा है प्लांट, दैट इज ऑल्सो नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज। तो हमने क्या किया? जीरो। हम कह रहे हैं हमने एनिमल्स बचाए। एनिमल्स को खत्म किसने किया था? पहली बात तो ये ऐसी नौबत ही क्यों आई कि उन्हें बचाना पड़ा? ह्यूमन बींग्स की वजह से ना। तो दीज आर द थिंग्स दैट पीपल नो, बट नो वन वांटेड टू एक्सेप्ट इट। आजकल कोई भी अपनी गलती मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, कोई भी इस बारे में सोचना ही नहीं चाहता है कि हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं। और सब लोग सोचते हैं कि मेरे अकेले करने से क्या होगा। नो, दिस शुड नॉट बी डन। अगर कोई एक भी आके प्रोसीड करेगा, शुरुआत करेगा, और ऐसे नहीं पीपल दिखा के कि भाई हाँ मैं कर रहा हूँ तो रोज है ना यूट्यूब पे आपने वीडियो बना के डाल दी, नहीं। ये सब चीजें होती है मन से, हर्ट से। इफ यू डू इट बाय योर हर्ट, और इससे और किसी को प्रॉफिट नहीं होने वाला। नेचर को जितना भुगतान करना था, जितना उसे सफर करना था, वो ऑलरेडी कर चुकी है। इससे उसे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला। इससे फर्क पड़ेगा तो सिर्फ हमको ही, क्योंकि अगर हम एक्सप्लॉइट करेंगे तो प्रॉब्लम हमें ही होगी। नेचर का क्या है, एक बार अगर उसने अपना गुस्सा दिखा दिया तो बस फिर अर्थ खत्म। तो क्या दोबारा से वो तो वापस रीजनरेट होगी, अर्थ तो बनेंगी। ये तो सिस्टम है, चलता जाएगा, प्रोसीड होता जाएगा। लेकिन इस टाइम पे, प्रेजेंट टाइम पे, अगर हमें रहना है अच्छे से, फ्रीली, so we have to do work in that. So this is all what I wanted to say. That's all. Thank you very much. And of course, a great thank you to organizing committee for organizing such a great conference, because I thought जब तक इतनी बड़ी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस इतने बड़े लेवल पे नहीं होगी, तब तक लोगों को मौका नहीं मिलेगा अपनी बात शेयर करने का। सो थैंक यू डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा मैम, thank you Muskan ma'am, and thank you our college for giving us such a great platform to giving us such a such a great platform, so ताकि हम लोग हमारी बातों को शेयर कर सके, हम लोग हमारी बात बता सके। And yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Kanishka. That was a wonderful, wonderful presentation, and it really touched our hearts, and the message you were trying to give us really reached us. Thank you so much. See, you're getting compliments as well in the in-call messages. Thank you so much, Kanishka. Oh my God, Kanishka, look at the amazing response you're getting. That's amazing. Okay, since we are on a time constraint, let's welcome our next presenter, Dr. N. Angel Felsey from Scott Christian College, Nagarkoil, who is going to give a presentation on innovative learning methods. Are you here with us, Miss N. Angel Felsi?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Kindly keep in mind the time constraint. And
good evening, ma'am. I am Angel Percy, Research Scholars, Christian College, Nagarkoil, Tamil Nadu. My topic, innovative learning method. Introduction. Innovative methods of teachings and methods of teachings that involve a new way of interaction between teachers, students, a certain innovations in practical activities of the process of mastering education of material. Today, learners of digital natives, they grow up of digital technologies. These have to solve important issues related to adoptions of the learning process toward the students who have different learning styles and new requirements for teaching and learning. Innovative methods of learning strategies. There are different methods. First one, crossover learning. Learning in informal settings such as museums and after schools, clubs can like education contains with issues that matters to learn in their lives. These connections work in both directions. Learning in schools and college can be enriched the experience from everyday life. Informal learning can be depended by adding questions and knowledge from the classrooms. These connected experience for further interested and motivations to learn. Adaptive teaching. All learners are different. However, most education presentations and materials are the sum for all. These create the learning problems by putting the burdens on the learners to figure out how they engage with the contents. It means that some learners will be bored, others will be lost, of very few are likely discover path through the contents that results in optimal learning. Adapting teachings offer a solutions to these problems. Next one, inquiry-based learning. Inquiry-based learning is a powerful strategy.
Dr. Varsha Chaudhary, kindly mute yourself.
Strategies that's curiosity. These allow students to formulate their own understanding based on research and questions. Students also get an opportunity to present what they have learned to the group and can reflect on what was successfully and what needed more attention. Next one, flipping the classroom. In this strategy, class time is inverted. The traditional lectures and posters inquiry applications and assessments to better engage individual learners and their needs. The students study materials outside of class regarding watching short recordings, video lectures, or researching assignments. Next one, technology and innovative method of teaching. The use of technology in the classroom help to engage the students with different kinds of stimuli and create an environment of activity-based learning. It makes the contents of the classroom more interesting and make learning fun. For teachers, technology offer an endless set of resources that they can tap into depending on the needs of the students. Next one, MOOCs. MOOC means that massive open online course. The teaching format has its roots in the philosophical approach of the open university and the technological platform of the traditional online classes. The class was offered free and changes with an open admissions, and it is adopted the wide variety of digital platform, including the forms, blogs, wiki pages, and other forms of social media, with the goal of creating an online community of engaged and connecting students. And next one, activity learning form. The properties activity learning forms of collaborating distance learning platforms, fields of online curriculums of Minerva, schools of graduation of institutions, in order to facilitate dynamic interactions between the teachers and students in the manner similar to the activity learning classroom, but with the interaction occurring remotely. Next one, learning through argumentations. Students can advise their understanding the science and mathematically by going the similar professional scientific and mathematicals. Argumentation helps students attend and contracts an idea which deepens their learning. It makes technical reasoning publics for all the lands, to also allow the students to refund ideas of theirs. So they learn how scientists work together to establish the refunds of claims. Next one, the embedded learning. Embedded learning involves the self-awareness of the body interacting with the real stimulated world supported the learning process. When learning a new sports executive summary 5 physical movements is an obvious part of the learning process. In embedded learnings, the aim is the minds of the bodies work together so that the physical feedback of actions of enforce the learning process. And next one, the benefits of innovative learning methods. Use cooperative learning groups, have the students' participation in activities of encouraging them to get to know one another. Encourage students to join at least one organizations on campus. As in group project and presentations, utilize peer tutoring. Encouraging students to participations in group when preparing the exams and working on assignment. Next one, the principles of good learning practice. Encouraging contact between the students and faculty, developing reciprocities and the cooperations among students, encourage activity learning, give prompt feedback, emphasize times on task, communication, high expectations, respects diverse talents and ways of learning. Next one, innovating methods of learning strategies, inquiry-based learning, QR codes, project-based learning, basically managed classroom technology, Jigsaw. Last one, conclusions. The innovative learning method, it is beneficial to the teachers of its generations. It makes change in the teachers' attitude towards teaching by engage them towards teachings, and the innovative learning methods will change the digital non-learning society into the learning society. So without these innovative learning methods, that learning process in the generations. Okay, thanks, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for being so informative in your presentation and for being so patient.
Thank you,
Thank you
ma'am.
so much, ma'am. Next, we have Dr. Rasna Sehrawat from Amity University, Noida, who is going to give a presentation on sustainable development of children by promoting positive education in teaching learning process post-COVID-19. Dr. Rasna Sehrawat, are you here with us? Dr. Rasna Sehrawat, you have been constantly messaging me. Are you here with us? Okay, moving on to the next presentation. We have Dr. Shashi Meena. Dr. Shashi Meena, are you here with us?
Ma'am, excuse me, it's Dr. Rosie Bansal. It was my turn actually after number 50.
Yes, ma'am, you are also there. Ma'am, yes, ma'am, I know. Ma'am, I was going to say your name only. Dr. Shashi Meena is not present here, so it's your turn only. So let me introduce you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
We now have Dr. Rosie Singla from GSD GS Khalsa College, Patiala, who's going to give a presentation on revealing varied responsibilities of academic fraternity for sustainable development of campus by reducing sea footprints.
Okay, I am sharing my screen. Just a minute.
Okay, ma'am.
If my presentation is visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Visible. Visible.
Okay,
yes,
right.
Ma'am, it is.
Just a minute. Let me go into the slideshow. So the topic of my presentation is revealing varied responsibilities of academic fraternity for sustainable development of campus by reducing sea footprints. Since morning, we have been talking about the sustainable development, but what are our roles and responsibilities actually as academicians? So I'm going to discuss that. But before diving into those things, let me explain what is actually sustainable development. So according to World Commission, sustainable development is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Now, what we as academicians have the roles and responsibilities in protecting and conserving our mother nature, and thus we have to reduce the carbon footprints in the campus so as to achieve the goals of sustainable development. So we are having various responsibilities, like first of all, saving electricity consumption. And this can be done at the initial stages by planning a building in such a manner that it receives maximum natural light, thus reducing the use of power consumption. And this can also be made possible by upgrading the old electronic devices like computers, laptops, tablets, etc. And LED bulbs, which consume 6 watts of electricity, can be used in place of standard incandescent bulbs or CFLs, which consume 50 watts and 15 watts of electricity, respectively. The Energy Star rating was started in July 2009 by US EPA, US Environment Protection Agency. And the air conditioning system and natural ventilation, these systems actually depends on the geographical location. So India being a hot tropical country, therefore ideally the temperature of AC should be set in between 24 to 30 degrees centigrade. And installation of rooftop solar panel contributes in reducing the carbon footprint. And Mukhya Mantri Solar Scheme under Ministry of New and Renewable Energy and various other subsidy schemes have also been initiated by the governments to motivate the public and private sectors to adopt sustainability measures. Now we come to the water conservation. So installation of rainwater harvesting system or rooftop rainwater harvesting system can be one of the significant ways of conserving water, as water, it is the crucial resource and is the most exploited one today. You know, after corona pandemic, after this world war, we are into the occurrence of another world war, which can occur because of the scarcity of water. So we have to prevent ourselves from that. And then we come to the waste management, because there should be no waste in the campus. It should go to the landfills, because the waste being generated from pantry, cafeteria, warehouse, foliage, it can be used in vermicomposting. The waste being generated like in the campuses, like paper, cartons, electronic materials, it can be sent to a recycling plant to be further processed or converted into a fuel. The single-use plastic, it should be completely banned from the campus. The plastic bottles used for drinking water, they can be replaced with reusable water bottles, which can be refilled, so that the plastic bottles, they cannot go back to the environment, creating environmental hazards. The waste generation can be prevented by use of electronic study materials in the library. Projects and assignments through emails can be given. Use of paper printing on both sides for the administration work can be done. Then we come to the sustainable transportation, very, very important. The use of zero emission vehicles or hybrid vehicles, and motivating the employees and students not to use single occupancy vehicles, which can help in reducing the carbon footprints in the campuses, of course. Because according to Environment Protection Agency, the transport system is one of the culprits for greenhouse emissions in the US. The practice of finding substitutes for conveyance, like cycling, we can go in for cycling, walking, carpooling, use of public transport, etc., can also be boosted, so that the students, they can also feel healthy, they can also have that health security. The major dependency on four-wheelers as a chief source of conveyance has impacted our atmosphere and can leave us with grave penalties as well. Then organic farming, of course, the campuses should have the vast green areas, and they can use organic farming and can produce organically either in the cafeteria or by selling it to the campus employees, thus encouraging organic farming and providing space where students can generate their own healthy diets. We should, the Pradhan Mantri call for vocal for local. So instead of shipping out from other regions, students and faculty should be encouraged to buy local goods, thus adding an extra mile in reducing carbon footprints, as this will reduce the transportation and will also support the regional economy. The items which are not required, they can be collected and can be donated to the people in need of those items, which will add new life to the old items. So these are the onus of education system towards sustainability is not only making or creating green campus, but the entire education system or the entire system should be work ready for educating the society by various environmental awareness programs, the way Raj Rishi College is doing, and motivating the students and faculty for research in sustainability. The education system needs to be transformed for the sake of environmental security and stability, and lots of efforts are also put in by NGOs. The newer departments for environment and sustainability need focus, thus fixing the old education system. So the curriculum should also be developed in the same manner, and the educationists, they should need to comprehend the mutual relationships of environment with science, along with ecology, balance between man and flora and fauna. So, educationers, academic fraternity can act as a catalyst for the sustainability development goals to be attained. So, I am going to conclude by a Chinese saying, if you plant for a year, plant rice. If you plant for the years, plant trees. But if you plant for a century, educate the people. So by this, that old model of 3 R's to save the environment of reduce, reuse, and recycle, we have to add one more R as academicians, that is review. We have to review, only then we can save our environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. I really loved the quote that you used to end your presentation. That was amazing. Next, we have Dr. Rasna Sehrawat. Ma'am, the stage is yours. She is going to give a presentation on sustainable development of children by promoting positive education in teaching learning process post-COVID-19. After this, we are going to have all the people who missed out on their presentations. Kindly be patient. We are also here for you.
Thank you so much, Muskan ma'am. Thank you so much. I hope now the slideshow is there.
Yes, ma'am, it is. Yes,
it is there. It is there. Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for providing me this platform. And here I wish to talk about the sustainable development of the children by promoting positive education in teaching learning process post-COVID. So the important keywords over here are sustainable development, then positive education, which is a very much part of a psychology, and then how we are going to relate them and how we are going to balance them and how we are going to impart this positive education in the teaching learning process, keeping in mind that the sustainable development occurs, right? And important part is post COVID-19, right? So see, me as an author, along with my co-author Dr. Rashmi Tyagi madam is also there, who is a science educator, science communicator as well. And to talk about the sustainable development by promoting this positive education and teaching learning process, I would start with that this present global environment crisis is demanding serious rather than a superficial changes within the cultural assumptions of human to human and human to nature relationships. So the superficial changes are not required, but something which is serious, which is really needed. And in this sense, education, I would say, is one of the strongest tool to model our future and a key factor of cultural change. And one of the principal aim of education for sustainable development is to develop the cognitive and the affective skills that affect people's values, like empathy, like critical thinking. And together with this compromise and the responsibility towards a group, it is possible to build the new values. It is possible to interact with both the people and the environment. We can have different ways, we can have different strategies. And in this in this presentation, which is a part of my research, right? So in this presentation, we have used positive psychology principles and the ways in creating the teaching interventions, which and these interventions will help to harmoniously build the reflective thinking and the empathy and problem solving strategies, which we are calling as nowadays as 21st century skills required for the learners, or to be very specific, the digital learners of the time. So it is going to help them out, and this will also enable them to achieve the important changes in their dispositions to make sound personal and the environmental decisions, and prepare them to positively meet the imposing present and the future challenges. With this rationale, my research work is there, and this is a part of the research work wherein I would be discussing about these strategies, which the teachers can use in their classroom interactions, so as they can refer to the positive education strategies and which is required for the sustainable development. So now psychologists, they have conducted their researches also in the field of education. They have propounded their theories belonging to different schools, be it behaviorism, be it cognitivism, be it humanistic theories, giving the ways of why and how of the various learning situations. Now positive psychologists, they are also advocating positive psychology at K-12 level, characterizing with strengths, characterizing with values, characterizing with self-compassion, which is needed to develop in the current generation, so as to enhance their well-being, a very important part of sustainable development, right? So this movement is referred as positive education nowadays, and it is a very, very important topic in the current time after post-COVID, post-COVID. And the focus of positive education is development of the mental health of the individuals. As quoted by Aristotle also, happiness should be the end goal of education. And this our education system is doing since long. And one of the example is the happiness curriculum, which the initiative being taken and the instructional manuals being prepared by CBSE and by various other boards for happiness, and the implementation at different levels, right? So this is a step towards a positive education. Then Maslow's theory of hierarchy of needs, they also indicate that mental stability is a very necessary prerequisite to develop and enhance any kind of a higher order thinking skill. You want to insert, you want your students to develop HOTS, higher order thinking skills, which are nowadays there in the books also. The students have to do the they have to attempt those questions as well. But how are they going to attempt it when they do not have the readiness, when they do not have the mental stability, when they do not have the acceptance? How are they going to do it? So all those things are very much necessary, and that is possible if you adapt positive education strategies. And now education structure along with positive education is bridging a gap between the life skills, that is mental health skills, which I am referring to in my work, and the academic skills. So life skills and academic skills need to be balanced to reach to the platform of sustainable development that we are saying. Then teachers also believe that emotional health is indispensable from the academic achievement of the child, right? It is very, very important and it should be considered. Then it is a vehicle that prevents an individual from problematic behavior and promote mental health and support, and also supported by the work of the reacher. Then various researchers like Kirby, like Nordings, like Cassidy, they confirm that emotional support in early years of schooling support instructional quality and achievement levels in later years of schooling. So even the researchers are also supporting, be it the past researchers or be it the recent researchers, they are also supporting that there need to be a balance between the life skills and the academic skills, or the mental skills of an individual, or the mental health of an individual, or the well-being of an individual according with his or her academic achievement or the academic skills. So there need to be a balance. Then these are
Ma'am,
further few of the
sorry for
researchers.
interrupting. We would like to tell you that you have reached your time limit. Kindly wind up because others are waiting as well. They're constantly messaging, ma'am.
Okay, another 2 minutes. So like I really
Okay.
want to discuss this PERMA model. Rest is fine, no problem at all, right? So this PERMA model is very, very important model for a well-being, for positive education, and my work is based upon that only. So PERMA encompasses 5 main elements that Seligman has given. So PERMA, P is the positive emotions, as you can see. E is engagement. R is positive relations as well, and M is the meaning. Meaning is belonging to and serving something that you believe is bigger than yourself. So you are carrying meaning to something. If you are helping your student out, that means you do have a meaning. You do have a positive relationship. You do have an attachment. You do have a belongingness. To a great extent, in present time, these things are missing in us means in educators and teachers. And then the accomplishments, pursuing success, winning achievements, and doing mastery. Sperma model is very important, not just for the students but for the teachers, but for the educators, so as to understand that how this teaching learning process should be taken off. These are few of the cases, but because of paucity of time, I'll not be able to discuss. But if you can go through these cases, one is this bounce back case. If whenever you get time, please go through it. It is specifically for the PERMA model, and these were few of the strategies, like happy teachers, happy classroom. Very very important. If the teacher is not happy, definitely classroom is never going to be happy. नहीं, हम लोग बोलते थे कि आज टीचर जो है वो डांट रहे हैं, तो that means घर से लड़ाई करके आए हैं. So the same thing follows, even if it is 21st century. The same thing follows here. Nowadays, we people are doing that thing, and 20 years back, somebody else was doing that thing, but we as students were saying the same thing, which our students are saying, right? So it happens, and it is still happening, so we need to change ourselves. So this is another strategy, which is QQTP, which is question, quotations, talking points. Always we need to follow this strategy. Keep on questioning, keep on engaging your students, take their responses, please. These are all the prerequisite procedures needed for the readiness of the student. This is the concept of positive education. Then morning meetings can also be one of the strategy. Give the students the academic choices, which right now, again, I'll put an example over here. Give me another minute, please. Academic choices, like for example, during our times, humanities or arts means you have only 4 subjects. For medical, you have only 4 subjects. For non-medical, you have only 4 subjects. Now you have 24 subjects in line, and you can take any. For humanities, you can take any choice in commerce as well, which was not there during our time. So this is again a positive education. Somebody wants to go for UPSC, and from 11th onwards, they are taking psychology with them. They are taking political science. It's not necessary for them to have political science, history, civics, and geography only along with one language. No, it has changed. And definitely the support is being given by now National Policy of Education again. Right. So these are some of the things, some of the initiatives which are being taken care, and the teacher also has to support the same in their teaching learning processes, in their classroom environments. Then mood trackers can be there. Then your actions can also be enlisted. It is positive education. The very important part is, please do not consider that always the other person is wrong. Put yourself in the shoes of the other person, and then try and understand. Other person is the student over here, and we people are the teachers over here. I am not saying that always the teachers are wrong, but yes, being a mature individual, being an educated individual, we need to sometimes many a times need to understand the student perspective as well. So that is a care that we need to give to them. That is a belongingness that we need to give to them, right? So if any time you people get time, please go through these strategies. These are very very good strategies, like ICS. It's there on the screen. Then QQTP I have discussed. Then PERMA model also I have discussed. Mood tracker I have discussed. Then cooperative learning groups or jigsaw classroom, everyone nowadays know, right? So it is very very important, and it is the dire need of the time to make people learn how to remain happy, emotionally and mentally stable. Nowadays students are like, I am depressed. They don't even know the meaning of depression. They don't even know the level of depression, what actually it is, but they just casually use the word depress. So that we need to make them understand that what depression is, what stress level is, what anxiety is, and it is not a mentally stable levels, right? So their EQ level should be very much high, and we have to help them out in those things through positive education to lead them to lead them to live their life in a sustainable manner. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation, ma'am. Next, we have Dr. Varsha M. Chaudhary for her presentation. Ma'am, kindly be in the time limit, as lots of people are still waiting for their presentation. Okay, she just left. Okay, Dr. Prakash Chawar.
No, ma'am, I'm here.
Yeah,
Hello,
I am here.
You are here?
Varsha is here, ma'am.
Okay, so just 7 minutes. Ma'am, you have 7 minutes.
May I request something to the presenters, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Sure. Of course, ma'am.
I would request the presenters to, if they can skip their introduction, the part of the introduction part of their presentation, or maybe shorten it.
Correct.
Really need to
that
finish
would
this
help a
today.
lot.
No, ma'am. 7 minutes. No, only 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. No worries. Let Miss Dr. Varsha complete, and then it's your turn.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, my screen is visible, ma'am.
Ma'am, it is visible. Kindly begin. Ma'am, it is visible. Ma'am, it is visible.
Yes.
Very much visible.
Yes. Good evening, one and all. My topic is COVID-19 mutation variations and its impact on education and tourism. This is a review. So this study described the impact of COVID-19 on the educational and tourism sector. All of you know that COVID-19 has destroyed the schedule of every student. It have both positive and negative impacts. COVID-19 taught the teachers also to adapt a new technology. Beside educational sector, COVID-19 also affect the tourism sector badly, and it has given a tremendous drop in both national and international tourism areas. So this COVID-19 is the novel coronavirus disease, which is from the family severe acute respiratory syndromes. This virus, what are the variations and mutation in coronavirus? So this virus is continuously evolved because of the changes in genetic code of the virus and because of the replication in genome. So some strains of the virus are persist, emerge and persist. Some changes emerge and disappear. Because of the time limit, I am winding my presentation. Because of the changes in genome sequences, there are a number of mutations in the virus. So these are the 4 classes